always. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe.
I'm looking forward to playing against a lot of the new Academy teams. I think that brings competition and stakes to the matches, so it should be a lot more fun.
The players. Oh, Geezer running into the volley. Oh, this is all sad all day. Renz gets 2 though, kills 1 on default, but quickly shut down. Still in a very tough spot, but Welly didn't need it.
I'm excited to gatekeep teams from going to champion and beating them so they can't go, and maybe us going.
Jerwin finds another. Shondex falls over. Krolik and Geezer at backside. They take a little bit of damage, but Krolik at least kills Welly. But Geezer is all alone. But Krolik finds an unbelievable angle on Jerwin, but they're slow creeping around the corner. It's gone so awry. Geezer ends up finishing off the round.
Just like excited to show off my skills because I've been grinding in tier 3 for quite a while, and then I could finally get a chance to prove myself.
You might sacrifice Tanza, but Leo needs to hit this shot. The timing might just be perfect for nature. Injured, dead.
Plant, but Sleepers are around the corner. 5v3 retake. No. Here comes Sleepers. They're wide awake, and they're trying to shut these eyes for good. And it's the ultimate upset in map 3.
I'd say that I'm most excited to show as a player in his team that we can beat everyone easily and qualify for champs.
Down, wait a minute, who is that? Satellite also knocking at the front door. Sleepers, they know what to do. It's the end of the round. And follow in Duck's footsteps, but SRB had the manpower in the end. What an onslaught of battle, Shia.
I mean, I would just say the possibility to go to champs. I feel like now, like, everyone's dream is to win champions, so be able to, like, qualify it through tier 2 is the best case scenario.
1v2, all up to Jack to try and save them in this series. A shock dart launched over. Moose 20 HP now. One bullet will do it, but Jack needs to be perfect, and, well, it looks like Core just lighting this one up. There's 3 for Jack, but he can't get the 4.
It's been exciting to finally play in tier 2. I don't know. I'm just excited to play. That's all I got. I don't know.
Stallion falls though, and well, Moose is just hiding in the smoke. Jack B hopping through it though. Double shorty shot, easy kill. YFP still needs to clear smoke from this cubby holder from YFP. Yeah, unlucky. Didn't really expect that. Now smoke has to look 3 different ways at once, and with that HP, you ain't surviving long. Jack with a nice kill on YFP and make it 7.
Yeah, I'm excited to play Shopify the most. I like nature a lot on that team. So other than that, kind of unknown. I'm excited to play the Academy teams too. A lot of friends there too. But for now, we'll keep it very simple and keeping myself humble for now.
He's got a flash ready. He's got the outlaw too. Core not careful. GMD, hello! Look at the spawn. You've been infiltrated by the enemy.
I want to show that I could still compete. I do want to come back with some vengeance, and, you know, I want to be able to show that I can compete with the best, so.
Taking a 2v2 near the Viper's wall, and Klorig still makes his mark. NRG just trying to take angles around, surround, and conquer. Zerona, Mitch work perfectly together, and EG take the pistol.
$29.
27.
25.
19.
Oh wow. 14.
Like 21.
Oh shoot. Shoot. There's like at least 25. There's at least 25.
24.
28.
Oh, wow. 18? Okay.
26.
30.
22.
12.
23.
Oh my god. 30. 30.
13. I think 13.
11.
9.
9.
In the map pool 7 total, like 10 or 11.
9 or 10? No, this is like 11. I'm just gonna go with 11. Shoot at 11.
11.
13.
13.
13.
9.
11.
There's like 7.
Total maps. 12.
Total maps 10.
6,200.
That would be 6,300 or 6,200.
6,250.
6,200.
5,700.
Max shield is 6,100.
Operator is 4,700. With Ghost is another. Dude, I'm so bad at math. Yeah, I would never buy Ghost. I was gonna go 5,200. Throw it at 5,300.
6,200.
6,200.
6,200.
5,200.
6,200.
6,200.
6,250.
5,900.
Was Matt Shield 670.
1. No, 5.
5.
8.
5.
Per reload? 5.
5.
5.
Per reload. 5.
5.
5.
8.
5.
Per reload. 5.
6. I'm actually noob. I'm a complete noob.
Reyna.
Sky.
Reyna.
I believe it was Killjoy.
Killjoy?
It was Reyna.
The original one. I mean, Reyna was the first character released, I think.
Reyna.
Reyna.
Ooh, Reyna?
The first agent. No, the first agent added was Reyna.
Reyna.
Was it not Reyna? Right? Was it Reyna?
650.
650.
700.
Brimstone. Oh. 900.
I want to say 750.
800.
800.
650. 20 seconds.
20 seconds.
It's all 20 seconds now.
10 seconds.
North America is knee-deep into playoffs. Here's what happened last week with our top 8. Starting in the first round, we saw SaD go the distance against M80 to beat them in 3. This was a real endurance test between two of the more defensive teams in the league, but it felt like M80 had to come up with more hero moments to hold it down, whereas SaD was just a little cleaner across the board. That same day, Core and Evictix kicked off their match with a septuple overtime on Pearl, which Core took along with Map 3 to win out the series. The obvious standout was Smoke, who went 18-5 on first kills for stats. Next up was Shopify against ENRG Academy, a brawly 3-map match that saw Ion come to life on the front lines, among other things, to help SRB get the W. And then it was Sleepers and NRG Academy, who were able to poke at each other's weaknesses for a decent amount of time, but Sleepers came out the better half of both maps, with Sorex, like always, leading the pack as a foundational playmaker. In the losers bracket, facing elimination, M80 promptly disposed of Evictix, having their best full attack half on Pearl so far this stage, mostly thanks to Alvin just kind of raid bossing. The two Academy teams squared off in sudden death as well, and while Evil Geniuses had Abyss on lock, Chloric and company enabled very swift, efficient, and repeatable executions on Haven and Abyss, giving them the series. In winners round 2, it was Shopify that was able to get the drop on a Sleepers that had to start off the match with their coach, who subbed in. While 2 13-9s is nothing to scoff at, Sleepers just couldn't get their feet off the ground, and Shopify did in fact move to the winners final. Finally, there was Core and SaD, who threw haymakers at each other all match to try to maintain the pace. The back and forth between impressive patience and lightning-fast reflexes saw everybody on both sides have their moment. But barely, just barely, 14-12 and 13-11, Core was able to secure the 2-0 and a ticket to the winners final. So here's where we are now. 6 teams to go, 4 on the chopping block, 1 champion by the end of this week. The wait is over. The chances are dwindling. It's Stage 1 playoffs, baby. Who's gonna take it?
Excite possibly. Well, he has to put up heroics. Excite Pain is playing with it, and they did perfectly with the gravitational force.
Chloric's in trouble. Recon Bolt gonna push him away from this angle. Stunna is just sprinting, but Giza, more stationary, is able to get you 2. Overdrive is out, and Reds can use that to good effect.
They also have a little bit of that convergent path, but they're still getting taken. Unless SaD can pull through with something but 3 players surrounding.
And Body again just drops in the instant he gets on the site. No teleport available there for 6 in a row. What a turnaround for Evictix.
From Sleepers here, yeah, just doing their homework, and God, Duck still manages to leak out and grab one on the way down. Giza's got a whole lot of resource management. Sorex comes in.
That's the way it goes. And now Derek pulling hose at a main. Yep, that'll play. Stunna on site. Yeah, we'll retract back for Mitch to step up. But stun is still good for at least a couple, and we get more fun in the pistols.
Oh, wow, and this is such a beautiful flank. They've waited now. Having 3 players left alive, but we still do have Iron with a lot of firepower. How do they do this? I mean, potentially so, actually.
Six teams remaining with a competition that couldn't be tighter as we get closer and closer discovering who is the best of them all. Welcome everyone to VALORANT Challengers North America Playoffs. This is the final week and these matches have been incredible and I cannot wait to dive into today. My name is Sierra Dawn. I am joined here by Dan and Emily. Emily, this is the final week of stage 1 already. Like, I can't believe it.
No, time has flown by so fast, and this is my first time ever working challenges, and just getting to know a lot of these teams and being able to watch them grow throughout has been so, it feels like a treat. It's so fun to watch.
It always is. I mean, Dan, you've been around the challenger scene for a while, you know, but it's so fun within this stage 1, being able to rediscover all of these teams, see who they're meshing with, who's the standout. And this stage has just been incredible for that. There's been so many ups and downs and surprises at every turn.
Yeah, absolutely. Not only rediscover and see how these teams that we know from last year and these players from last year have been doing, but also getting to know a little bit more of these newer players, newer teams that have really surprised us. I feel like even last week, the things that we got to see coming with a SaD that was the favorite and taking that loss always proves us that even when you have a favorite team going into playoffs, you never really know what's going to happen.
And looking back at the last day that we had, going back on that, you never know what's going to happen. We had to add a little extra drama into our very first series as a coach buff gone awry. Of course, we had a player, no internet, and a little bit of a tough start there for Sleepers, Dan. So now they're going to be going through that lower bracket, but it's an SRB to impress to be moving on into the upper finals.
You know, and it happens sometimes, and you know what we get from this? We got to see some Reina. I feel like we haven't seen that in such a long time, and we barely ever get the chance to see it. But you know, sometimes things happen in challenges, especially I feel like a lot of these players have different kind of situations. Sometimes some of them are going to college. Sometimes they need to come back to school and play that match. Sometimes teams talk about how they don't scrim. So going into these situations, the adaptation last minute is crucial.
It really, really is. And even if it was a little bit of an unfortunate start to the series, it definitely did not go out without a fight. So I'm looking forward to a lower bracket run from Sleepers, a team that has continuously impressed us throughout. And looking at the second series on the day, I mean, we talked about the team, Emily, that went 4-0, that really was able to impress, but going up against Core, it was incredible to see how that series panned out in a really, really close matchup.
Yeah, and I think it was great to see Core be able to kind of get revenge from that week 1 where they did kind of get ran over, but I think that just goes to show that Core really put in the work here. And I think for SaD, because they went 4-0 in Swiss stage, they didn't really have a whole lot of like negatives pointed out and a lot of things that they could really hone in on and like focus on fixing going into playoffs. And I think that's kind of putting them a little bit behind here, because now we see these things are coming out. We see the flaws in their game plans, but I will say that SaD is doing a really good job at kind of coming back into it and fixing those really fast.
Wasn't quite enough for the series though, even though it was incredibly close. Looking at that very first map, Dan, we got to see that overtime, and even that second, even though we didn't get that overtime, still double digits for both of the teams, but Core to close it out in the end.
Which is insane. Like you're saying, it was such a close series, and even though we had SaD as that undefeated team in going into playoffs and even in that opening match, it was still not enough. And it's those kind of details and those kind of results that really do frustrate you the most. But to be fair, the SaD continues to be very scary now in this lower bracket. I feel like a lot of the teams were and have been trying to find some comfort, have been trying to change a few things, but SaD is just a team that has been strong from beginning to end. And I feel like just a few little changes, maybe a few pistols, would have been the difference on if they were going to be here today or they were going to continue in that upper bracket.
I mean, you talking about SaD Esports being in this lower bracket, making it scary. This was already such a terrifying lower bracket. Emily, sometimes I feel like I see a lower bracket and then it's like, oh, yeah, this should be a little bit of an easier matchup. But this is actually just crazy with teams that had a lot of expectations going into the stage as well.
Yeah, I think we were, a lot of people were surprised looking at the Swiss bracket originally going into playoffs, being like, oh, we thought we had different expectations for all these different teams. And I think it's starting to even out the more time that these teams have to kind of play and fix a lot of issues that they were having early on. But no, this is such a competitive lower bracket. It's really sad that we're going to have to say goodbye to some of these teams, especially because I want to see them grow. I want to see them keep playing because every match you can tell that they're getting better. But it almost just feels like a race on who can kind of keep that up and fix these small mistakes, I would say now, and see who can really cross over that finish line.
Yeah, I feel like every team talking to them has expressed so much about how much they've learned from the mistakes, or maybe taking a couple losses, ultimately being good for the team to figure out their problems. And with each one of these teams ramping up, it's going to be so exciting within stage 2 to see how everything pans out. Because of course, there's multiple stages to this thing. Taking a look at the leaderboards, becoming the stage 1 champion is awesome. The bundle of cash is also really nice, but we're looking at teams to perform over 3 stages to get valuable circuit points to try and make sure they can qualify for the LCQ for America's play-ins. And of course, stage 3 champion just moving on. So anyone who made it to playoffs gets some points. That's what you're going to see here. And of course, with the 6 remaining teams, how they do throughout the rest of the competition is going to determine where they end up in the end. But with that all being said, we have a big day ahead of us with, of course, 2 elimination matches on the line. So let's get to it. Starting off with SaD Esports going up against NRG, a rematch between the best 2 teams that we had, as it was an upset for SaD to then get that first qualifying spot. And Emily, an NRG that struggled since then. So to be able to see this rematch between where their paths split off is going to be so nice going into today.
Yeah, you know NRG are going to come in wanting that revenge. And even though NRG were on a bit of a win streak there, right? You said we saw them kind of go 3-0. And then as soon as they lost to SaD here, we saw them go 3-3 and almost not qualify to playoffs. So that's a very scary journey for them. But honestly, I feel like they are way better off going through that because it highlighted so many things that they needed to improve on. And I think we saw a lot of that, right? We saw them bounce back from a 4-13 loss versus EEG and win out that series, which shows a lot of resilience from the team. And one thing that I really wanted to see improve upon NRG over this time period was their chemistry. And I feel like it has been tested and it has improved. We're seeing them play so well together because they came in strong, having set game plans, especially across all the maps, right? They had a very good idea of how they wanted to play, but I felt like they were lacking in the chemistry, which kind of made it fall apart and have a lot of gaps within that already really good plan.
I really like this NRG Academy squad. They have been willing to experiment a little bit more in competitions when things are working, when things are not working. And you see it from that first match where they played against SaD to what we saw in the last series that was very close against Evil Geniuses, and they were able to turn things around towards the end of that third map. But what is most impressive to me about this NRG Academy is what happened in that last series. Emily, you're just talking about kind of the improvements that they've had, and you definitely see it in how those rounds and how those maps ended up playing out. Out of the 6 pistol rounds that this team was able to win, 2 of them were pistols that they just won. 2 of them were anti-ecos as well that they converted right away. And 2 as well were bonus conversions. So you get a little bit of everything. You get a little bit of early control. You get a little bit of also turning things around, going into that second round, playing a little bit of a faster game, and also being able to maintain control of the game. This is a team that has been really impressive, not only for that, but also when it comes to how they convert the 4v5s and 3v5s. That you constantly see, you know, you see them down 1 player, 2 players, you think it's going to be over, and they make it happen somehow. They're able to win that late round at the end. Going in that last series when they were playing against EG Academy, they won 23 first kills while Evil Geniuses won 38. So there was a pretty massive difference in every single one of those maps that they were able to turn things around. So it's just a team that has been impressive in the little things that you don't often see from teams, the improvements that we don't always talk about, because we always talk about, you know, the agent compositions, how the macro is looking, how the set plays are looking. But these numbers, they really push these lower bracket teams into who's going to win and who's going to lose.
man, if this is the type of performance they're putting up when they're down so many of those first kills, I can't wait to see what NRGA can do when they're up on those first bloods. And looking to try and get that done for the team, we have to talk about Renz, duelist extraordinaire. It's so fun within a series because we get to see him play a little bit of everything. But Emily, he can be flashy, but also just really reliable of the team. He works so well with NRGA's play style.
Yeah, I think his ability to kind of more recently flex across a lot of the space, making duelists kind of with ease, is very, very impressive. But in a world full of Waylays and Yoru's, he is my neon goat in challengers. I think he is so good at running it down and taking like high favored fights for him. And he just is such a space maker and a round opener for NRG. I feel like when he is performing, NRG kind of take that and steamroll with it, which is so important and something that I'm going to be especially looking for today.
In a lot of these scenarios as well, you see Renz that is playing that solo duelist, and it has been pretty impressive because we've seen a little bit of everything for other teams playing the double duelist. And even though this is something that they're also experimenting in a few maps, like Split, for example, when he's the one in charge, he's either opening up those rounds or he's also able to close them out. That one of the biggest reasons why NRG Academy looks so good and what I just talked about, the 4v5 conversion in the late round and how they're able to be successful, is because Renz is able to stay alive until the very end. And as a duelist, is not something that we see very often, but it ends up giving him, I believe, the second highest clutch percentage as of recent in playoffs and in the Swiss stage. So it just those differences as a player that really help you out when you're down a few rounds, when you're playing a 1v1 and you know your duelist is going to close it out.
I mean, Renz and this NRGA squad, I think it was so impressive in the last match to see how they navigated it. But we got to talk about the impressive run that SaD Esports had, even if they are ending up in this lower bracket. A little bit of a tough loss. It was so close, but ultimately sent down here. But Emily, I don't want that to take away from what this team was able to accomplish. They were electric in the Swiss stage. They had a great opening map, and it's time to see if they can tear through this lower bracket.
Yeah, in my eyes, this is kind of like the perfect rematch because they are in the complete opposite of NRG's situation, right? They're the team that went 4-0, and we saw them kind of continue having that dominant run, especially with that first match here in playoffs against M80. It was a little close. They won 2-0. They were able to close it out, but it was so flip-floppy. We saw them make a lot of adjustments and a lot of fixes in that match, right? We saw them having a hard time adapting on that first map. We saw them struggling to close it out on the second, and then they did an absolute insane reverse sweep in that third. And I think we really saw all these like big problems that were apparent in that match kind of get fixed when they went up against Core. We saw them kind of have super close matches. It really just came down to a bunch of little issues, you know, getting traded out, losing numbers advantage here and there, that they just weren't able to close out those close matches. But I think it is so impressive that they were able to fix such big things in such a limited amount of time. I think they play super well together. They have the firepower. They have the experienced players. And I think one thing that really stands out about this team is their reactions and how quick thinking they are, especially because they're always on the same page within that. It's not just one player having a really good reaction and kind of winning them around. It's them all being on the same page and being able to maneuver around the map so quickly, depending on what's going on within the specific round.
And I mean, I love the dimension we've gotten to see from this team as we went on within the stage. We got to learn a little bit more about Zaj and Payne. So we've seen this team kind of go into a little bit more of this double duelist. We've gotten to see how well they played together. And Payne also opening up about how calm the comms are, really thanks to those experienced voices on the team. But I want to go back to that one half of these double duelists and talk about Jerwin, someone who is a little bit more experienced than a couple of these newcomers on the teams. And Stan, we got to see him last year, and in a world full of Waylays, he stands out. His Waylay has been so good. He's been such a beacon for the team.
Has been such an incredible player, and when we came early into this challenger season, we talked about the favorite teams, the teams that could be difference makers. Honestly, I don't think SaD was #1 for a lot of people, but because of Jerwin, they turned out to be that #1. Not only he is incredible at being really aggressive, being really confident, but also adapting to the calls that the team is making. And Emily just talked about it, how those mid rounds are going to look when they have to speed out the pace. How is Jerwin going to be leading that charge and getting that space early on? He is so good, so clean, #1 in pretty much every single one of the stats we had going into playoffs. And it's just, again, last match was so close. It could have gone their way. 12-14, 11-13, just 2 rounds that would have made a difference. And so I feel like Jerwin is going to be looking for revenge today, and also to make sure that NRG Academy don't get an upset here.
Yeah, I also think Jerwin is just such a fun duelist to watch because I will see this guy take any fight that comes his way. Like, he will just kind of run it down, no fear, have all the confidence in the world. And I think we even saw against the last match against M80, like, he wasn't finding success in first kills. He was getting actually first deaths a lot. I think it was in the double digits in that whole best of 3. But that still worked out for them. They're still able to get the win because the teammates are always there to follow him up, which kind of gives him a lot of less stress, a lot of relief, knowing that, hey, even if I don't win this fight, my team has the trade and they're gonna like secure the round for me after that.
And that trust for the team, I mean, it's been working so well. You have a team of friends, you have these clear comms, and you have all of the trust in the world. It's gotten them so far. And of course, leading the charge for the team, have to talk about Stellar. And of course, a little bit of a head-to-head with someone who's also been really reliable on the opposing end, and talk about Shondex. This is a really interesting one because when we're talking about a Jerwin that does all of this, Emily, this is where we get to see a little bit of that calm and kind of like the backbones of each of these teams. Shondex joining this team has been so clutch, and then Stellar and his calling has just been so impressive.
Yeah, and I think they both have very different takes on how they kind of play the controller role. I think they're very similar in the fact, like, they both play controller. They both kind of flex around a little bit here. We saw Stellar play Viper and KO. We saw Shondex play that Omen and Waylay. But I feel like Stellar is a lot more of that clutch player. I feel like he's also very team-oriented, especially on the Viper. We've seen him win, like, I think almost 50% of his 1v1s and a lot of the 1v2s that he's put in. Whereas Shondex, on the other hand, when he's mostly on that Omen, he plays a lot more ready. He's willing to kind of take space and lock down a site with no fear. He'll always look for openings for his team, and we never really see him in those late round clutch positions because he never has to be, with all the openings and all the space that he is taking, especially on that attack app. Like, he's always able to kind of turn things around just by his lurks, and they're always super aggressive. It's really cool to see.
And that playstyle for Shondex, it comes from what we've been seeing from him last year, why he was such a standout player in the different teams that he has been part of, and also the amount of roles that he's been willing to play. You see a Stellar that is not going to be playing a duelist, is not going to be playing the Neon, the Yoru, whatever else, but Shondex on the other side, if he has to play a duelist, then I feel like that brings me a lot of excitement for how that map is going to end up playing it. And we see Shondex on the Waylay actually as one of the greatest Waylays that we've seen so far, not only this Swiss stage, but in playoffs when they have to play that double duelist. So that's why that aggression for the Omen comes up. And you just have such a well-rounded player that is willing to bring any sort of playstyle, but also make it his own.
And with so many great players in the server, and again, the fact that this was a rematch to determine who was going to be the very first team within playoffs, this is going to be a really exciting elimination match that we have on today. Wow, I can't speak. I'm just thinking of what's ahead. But let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Let's talk about the map picks and bans going into this, especially to the fact we've seen them play before, but where we've seen them grow since. This should be a really interesting one. And starting off on Breeze, Dan, I'm very, very intrigued by this.
This one is interesting because there's a Breeze that we've seen a little bit for both squads, but they played it in that first series that they played when they were going in that Swiss stage. And since then, the double duelist has changed a little bit. Instead of playing the Waylay, what is it, the Waylay Yoru, now they're playing the Jet and Yoru, as we got to see for SaD. But what catches my attention the most as well is this change. Maybe it's not that massive, we're still used to seeing that Jet in this map, but Corrode is kind of a mystery for NRG Academy. They have been perma-banning this map so much, pretty much every single time, if not banning it second when they know the other side is not going to be going for that Corrode as well. So it's kind of a question mark, and I'm wondering who it can really benefit the most, depending on the time that both of the teams had to study each other, and also what they've been cooking since they live split it against EG.
Yeah, I feel like this map pool honestly goes in NRG's favor a little bit because these maps we haven't seen them play too much on. We normally see them go for that bind, we see them go for that split, as well as the Haven. So there's not going to be a whole lot of footage for both of these teams on any of these maps. I feel like SaD's map pool is a lot more diverse, and going into Breeze, I think that the Jet Yoru comp that you were kind of talking about fits them a little bit better, especially if they continue to run that. I think we see them get a lot more active, a lot more free, rather than trying to run that Waylay. And NRG has had dominant wins on this map. So I'm very surprised that, you know, we're kind of going for this pick and then going into Corrode. Like, you're right. The last time we saw NRG play was round 3 of Swiss. So I think it gives a lot of time for unknowns, a lot of changes, maybe a comp surprise, or at the very least fix the defense, which is what they were kind of struggling with in the most in that match.
I mean, Emily, I love to hear you say that you think that this is NRGA favored, because going into our predictions, spoiler alert, that's what I predicted going into today. I know that it's been, you know, up and down since the last time these two teams met. But again, when we saw them face off last time, it was an incredibly close series. I'm not forgetting that. Dan, you're, at least for the analyst desk, you're by yourself in the SaD Esports camp.
Hey, look, they already won against them once, and you just know and see that everybody has been making those improvements. I do really think that it's definitely hard. It can go either way, and I feel like the maps do play a part into this, especially Corroded is I mean, what I just talked about, that is so interesting to me. But I just think that SaD is so good. Just having Jerwin in your team does so much. And I think what really has been giving the advantage to SaD so much is how good their mid-rounding is. I feel like they're willing to experiment, to switch it up a little bit, to play around the map, to get some information and then rotate to the other, instead of what everybody else is doing, which is playing really slow on the attack side or not really getting as much map control as everybody else. I just think SaD has had the upper hand throughout the Swiss stage and the first opening match for playoffs for that reason, and I think they should be able to keep it here.
Okay, but to counter your point about SaD's min routing, is I think NRG struggled with that when they were lacking that team chemistry early on, which I think they have improved a lot on. And if they continue with their momentum today, especially in that category, I think they'll handle it a little bit better this time.
I mean, it's time to see if that's true, but let's get into the agent select and start getting the series started with the very first map of Breeze. Miter, last time these two teams face off, it's been different compositions than what they've been running a little bit more now. And of course, we get to see the Vito NRGA, that solo duelist as well with the Jet, and Dan on the opposing end, that double duelist with Jerwin and Dodge.
You know, and things stay the same for last time that we saw SaD Esports play this map. Again, before they were playing with that Waylay, they're going to continue playing with Jerwin on this Jet. That is pretty iconic since last year that I remember, if not even more. But I'm starting to realize that Emily picked NRG Academy because they play the Vito. I'm starting to understand it.
Listen. I think the Vito on Breeze is a little bit crazy. We all know that I am a big Vito fan, though, and I'm excited to kind of see what they pull out. I think the first time I saw them around, I was a little bit questionable. I didn't really see immense value in it, but I think this time around, I'm hoping to see a lot more. I think it'll be really annoying, especially when they swap over to their attack and kind of deny a lot of that early info, and also in the post plans, like making it super hard for SaD to kind of retake without any info on either site.
I mean, you're talking about the annoyance of the Vito and how that could be a thorn in the side, but it's time to see if SaD Esports are prepared going up against it as we're heading into their map pick of Breeze for the first map of our elimination series. It's time to see who's going to strike first, as the map is ready, our players are ready, and so are our casters. So let's head on over to Vansili and Tenrich to take you through.
Thanks, Sierra. Yeah, ready as we'll ever be to watch a match like this unfold. Two teams that faced off at the brink, fighting once again at that same spot, trying to take an even bigger bite out of that point pool. Vansili, like the desk mentioned, I mean, these teams have been gradually shifting into their, you know, their flow states for some time now, but SaD's always been just a little more ahead of the curve. Got to see if that continues today.
It almost feels like it kind of leveled up when you're looking at the lower brackets, because SaD Esports had an amazing run going into the group stages. So did NRG, until they had their loss to SaD Esports, and then things started to have to play catch up for that side. But then you have a dominating team for SaD Esports heading into the playoffs, and then somehow they meet against each other again in the lower brackets, where unfortunately somebody goes home. So this is going to be a very nice little setup for this best out of 3, because of course NRG wants to come back with revenge, and they're already starting here with a walk down towards middle. Look at this push from Renz. They're looking to fight and pressure on this side, as SaD are looking for a late hit split to this B site.
Yeah, trying to give as many opportunities to Renz as possible to frag out. That recon bolt's going to catch him early, and so it's SaD that can actually start their own push and crunch, in fact, as Stellar finds 2 opening on that A doorway, and is going to start pressing that crowd as well. Give a third to Stellar, leading the pack in more ways than one. Spike going to take a second to get over here, but NRG Academy cannot fully challenge this until the spike's confirmed.
Stellar by GL.
Oh, step it out!
I mean, this is going to be impossible.
that is a pistol round confirmed. Like, done.
Yeah, that's how you want to start things for sure. And what should have been a revenge match here for NRGA, they want to come out strong in this matchup too. Because remember, the last time these two teams faced off against each other, the decider map, if I'm not mistaken, was actually on Breeze, where SaD took over this, and NRGA had to switch out their composition away from that, then coming in from this veto. Well, hold that thought. And just doing a little bit of damage here, but the crossfire is getting ready very soon to stop him with his tracks. But okay, let's just stop giving some away here. Let's not make it easier for Ange to bring out his pit later on towards his B-side anchor. But nonetheless, the point still stands, right? You had this compositional change since this matchup against SaD Esports. This veto seems to have paid dividends for them as well. Maybe seeing some things of how veto is being utilized from APAC, for example, in the VCTs, and they want to leverage that into strong defensive holds here and info gathering on their defensive sides.
Yeah, you see the veto hit a quick ceiling a little earlier on in the half with Giza's in particular here on Breeze when he's faced off with other teams with it. He's been able to time that interceptor pretty good on the kind of one and done util dumps that a lot of these teams go for, but SaD does have a couple ways to kind of weave around that, so feels like he might have to ask for more help more often than not, especially when the gun diff is this good. They'll just stack to try to intercept here, but I mean, this is tough anyway you slice it.
good news, though, for NRG Academy is that they set the right site. Jerwin's already walking in. Everybody's looking to play contact. I mean, after this interceptor and a drone not getting information, this is strong positions now for the defensive side, except for Jerwin's entries.
Yeah, just walking it down. Second shot on the Marshall is not good, but the rest of SaD can make their cut through. Crowding up, getting hit by that paranoia does cost them some time. And Renz with that Marshall does get another cut down, but still just one to go. Jerwin, the spear tip this time around. I gotta say, you want to talk development. Jerwin was probably the best Yoru by the end of last year in North America. And now he's given that role over to Zaj in favor of the primary. It's just, it's a step up I would never expect from a kid as young as he is, and yet he's taking it beautifully.
Agreed. Right now, when you're looking at how these two young fraggers are coming in added into SaD Esports is through the leadership of Stellar, right? So, Jerwin, as you're mentioning, Yoru was basically your main duelist going to last year because that was probably the strongest agent to walk around the map, TP, and AWP and whatnot. But now with the addition of, or the return of the double duelist meta going into 2026, you're starting to see the Yoru being more secondary, cleaning up the trash, if you can put it that way, so that your main tip of the spear still being Jerwin at this point as a Jet, as a Neon, as a Waylay, could do enough damage, and then you're going to have your secondary just pick it up, right? So it works out well, but it also only works out well because of that leadership and a calling from Stellar. Because you have to think back of that pistol round that just happened around here. When you had NRG Academy walk down towards middle, they thought that they had a perfect crossfire setup to punish down towards mid. What happened though, Zash actually flashed out through the window as it took over elbow control so that Stellar could actually move out and get those kills on the shares. So you need a mastermind like Stellar that understands the game very well here to leverage and also activate these star duelists.
And seeing him able to activate them on multiple fronts at once, it's really tough to nail that timing so well, especially on a map as expansive as Breeze. But you can tell, SaD's got this practice. Now, gonna approach on this bonus. I mean, this is territory they've already been able to trample over the past two rounds, and they're still doing basically the same thing despite the disadvantage. And NRG Academy's kind of just letting it pass in favor of maybe getting a catch, but that trip is not going to, so Zaj can start making his way up to Nest, potentially challenging Cloric. Cloric's gonna do the job for him, and SaD gets another first blood.
Damaged Yoru, but at least this is a great entry. Look at how much they could pincer into this A site now. These two players have no choice, but this is a nice angle for Menz. He's forced to drop. Actually, the window's back and wide open for SaD to take.
As the screen already goes, they know they have to find one angle to pour into, and Stellar on the off feels like the better option, but Ren's on the way back, still holding away on the fadeaway. Now Stellar's time to approach. He'll make his way up with Zaj, and Stellar gets a 2K again to make it a 3v2 on the post plant.
Retake's gonna be even harder because the Viper's still up. They can get in position. They even got the pin on top of that. This is a perfect bonus round now.
And Payne with the step out as well. Never keep your attention away from him either. Always one to back up the pack with a frag. And Jerwin maintaining that high ground all along. Impressive patience from the youngster as well. And that's that's one of the cleanest bonus rounds you could ask for in a situation like this one.
I agree, and everybody played their part. If you're looking at it from the walker from Zash from the first entry, but everything leading into the execution. So as they walk in towards the A side, I love the call at least from both Renz and Ange to fight back towards A main, because you've already lost control of spawn and you know they're coming towards middle. So you want to try to at least take some part of the map into your favor and not be a sitting duck and being shot from 2 different angles. So they fight towards main. But as they do that, you actually have Stellar call for Pain to set up a star at the bottom. They play the contact. Well, he's the first contact because he doesn't have util left to fight with. They go with a Nova Pulse and then just swing from both angles and take him all down. And every single one of those players across the board from SaD Esports had something to do for them to convert that bonus round. That's why a team like SaD Esports was definitely looking like a dangerous team going to the challengers, where so many of the other, big organizations came up with these new rosters. For example, NRG Academy, EG Academy, and you're also looking at Shopify Rebellion, for example, as well, right? You're thinking that those are going to be the mainstays that are going to be the heavy favorites to try to qualify into this LCQ to champs. But SaD Esports, again, with the leadership of Stellar, is really proving a point right now. It's almost like a Turtle Troop era when you're looking back at like 2 years ago.
For sure, especially from where SaD has come
Here's
from.
the golf clap. Sorry, I just had to mention that.
No, that is the kind of certainty that Style has had in this team the entire way through, working with this core of Welly and Jerwin from last year, knowing what kind of firepower that this team had and fostering it this year. It is watching everything they put together come to life.
Yeah, that is a great call. You can't omit the fact of the coaching of Style for sure. But we'll hold back that thought. SaD Esports are, once again, weapon advantage against NRG Academy, who are looking to potentially pop somewhere. But with this comp, it's so hard to do. What's the best thing you got? You can't even really go for you don't even have a Euro to flash through. The paranoia is never going to reach. So they kind of just have to play the stall through the controllers, through these this double stack that they have on his right side of the map. But it's looking quite good here for SaD Esports to still take over this round because of the amount of util you've already expensed, especially from the smokes from Shondex to hold out the A side.
Right. Yeah, there's practically nothing in SaD's way. And with all the clearing they've already done, they should know that. You still got Stellar lurking in mid, though, as well. Not even with the help of the screen this time, either. Just going to keep on conditioning that ubiquity on this map as the rest of B is taken over by the rest of SaD. Quite cut and dry.
Yeah. At least Ange is able to get that orb, so Stellar's trying to deny it. That's an opportunity potentially for these players to crunch in and try to take him down, but seems like the other ones are just looking for exits across the board. So definitely the timeout called on the side of NRG Academy here with MCE was to focus within the next rounds. What can you really do now against SaD Esports? And so far, you've been looking at an NRG Academy who's been quite weak in holding their defensive mid lines and areas, from pistol rounds, push downs to passive holds. I mean, those are good shots no matter what. You'll take that towards the end of the day. But they need to find ways to focus up more on locking down this middle. So, or they fight with aggression and try to take down Stellar so that SaD Esports don't really have walls to work with the exception of forcing out Pain to use his smokes. Or they might have to try to anchor up a little bit better and try to leverage this double controller and interceptor from the side of Giza so they could stop all the util on the actual hits.
That feels like a necessary bit for sure, is using Giza's utility more consistently on the point of contact. I think NRG Academy, I think what you're saying is they're trying, or they need to get that steamroll going on Stellar at the very least, or throughout mid. They definitely want to try to do that going forward these next couple rounds. I think they're just already too scared to, because SaD has already activated B elbow so consistently. They make that space so quickly, and so Nest already becomes too contestable. So you see even Renz having to babysit this much of an extension from Chloric solely to catch this lineup, which they do know SaD are starting with, and the pit on B entry does make it difficult for them to consider any other options. So this crunch might just work. Barrel poking out, Chloric catching one, spots a shoulder, so this ain't done, and that's 3 down on the main line for this SaD approach.
An easy one, right? They come out with an op. That was a first step as well to lock down that middle. So he watches down that straight line for the cross over towards mid doors. You also have Cloric walking all the way back towards the double stack to watch the angle on elbow. And I think SaD kind of fell to their own demise because that smoke that usually put on the top of middle right by the entrance of the elbow is such a good smoke. But they played it as a recall instead to fake a presence. And then they still decide to walk contact and really not check that corner. So Cloric was able to surprise some opponents on the side of SaD in the first place. So they have a chance now to convert their first gun round.
Yeah, I was going to say that's a situation where Giza fares fantastic, where he has a body to trade off of and all the util to intercept what little is left from the attacking side, but instead it's Shondex that takes all that credit instead. So NRG Academy will get their first round on the board, maintain a decent part of their guns, so Renz can hold on to that operator, now have a much more consistent chokehold that doesn't require a Viper's Pit to kind of send you the wrong way. But SaD Esports also now can reconsider their approach from the B elbow, which was very strong up until this point. The mid control is now thrust back into question, so you wonder where Stellar is going to try and fit himself into this whole narrative now. But, I mean, took you 4 rounds to do that, so I'm sure SaD is more in the bag.
Took 4 rounds and also a big ult coming out from Ange, right, to lock down the whole B main so that players have to be moving towards the mid take for SaD Esports. So it kind of funneled them right into the crossfire setup. Now you don't have that anymore. So, and looking at how they're actually going into this, they're actually setting up a weak side on middle and stacking up edge.
Proactive Hunter's Fury just to clear the board on top of the toxic screen, but Giza's just going to spray through the certain bits. Yeah, that's going to catch one down. Stellar just trying to swing out, but Ange ready for the trade away. Zaj now past the pyramids, able to find Ange, but the rest of NRG Academy has taken a back seat and can now slow this down post-plant. Cosmic Divide on top of this, so that Zaj finds timing on the drone. Renz just barely able to intercept before a 2K is confirmed, but the Cosmic Divide still slows it down. They've got to find their way in. Renz able to trade guns out to make it at least a little bit easier. Paranoia on Pain on the boxes. There's got to be a cross. No, there doesn't. Pain holds it down on his own for 1. And Renz, the backstab by Welly is so easy as long as he doesn't turn. Oh, slides in, and Welly's got the corner locked. One standing, and SaD gets their own streak going again.
Ah, man. I mean, that 1v1 was almost everything. They walked through like ships in the night, but I think the most important giveaway and tell there was Renz actually using his dash. That, unfortunately, is a big mistake that you can't not put and do in a 1v1. Your opponent doesn't know where you're at. You don't know where your opponent's at. And now you're just giving an audio cue away, and it just allowed here Welly to get the free kill on that 1v1. But again, Welly superstar finding that, or sorry, not Welly on the 1v1, but nonetheless, Welly still finds the perfect timing on dropping down even a drone carrier from Cloric on the defensive side. And yeah, that was a little bit rough to see here on the side of NRGA on that retake.
Giza relegated to that Marshall for this next round. And NRG Academy, I mean, this time the squad's here, but they're going to play completely preventative on top of Cloric's Hunter's Fury, and at least he's able to grab 2, but SaD still have the territory they were always fighting for in the first place, so what's really changed? Ren's still holding on the bridge? Cloric's still on the way back from the tunnel? This is already a repeat episode of last round.
Good thing, though, is that at least when they have ults, they're able to keep this close for NRGA, so they have an opportunity to still retake this. The drone saw a little bit as well, and the smoke's about to dissipate. They have to be working end tandem for NRG on the retake now.
Renz with the knives out, Cloric caught on the extension, and that's the one, I mean, that's one mistake, and so it's over. It really is that high risk at this point. Shondex having to use everything in the tank just to afford himself an opportunity, but that's, I mean, yeah, a 1v2, that is certain. Again, SaD making it look so easy by the end point, and it's 6-1.
And you're forcing yourself to walk out on your own smoke on a 2-versus-1. That is unfortunately here in scenarios where it's not the best decisions that we're currently seeing so far. You're not giving yourself the best of chances to try to win these scenarios on the defense for NRG. So I feel there's got to be some sort of conversation happening very soon again for NRGA. Although, you know, this compositional change from the rematch they had against SaD now on this map where SaD doesn't change their composition. Maybe they're just going to trust until like, okay, we kind of know the game plan. We're going to try to save our time out a little bit later on here. But man, SaD Esports are looking quite good. Always changing tempos, right? You went from fast hitting A sites 2 in a row back into controlling middle. You're trying to keep NRGA kind of guessing across the map as well. They always have to change their setup and their positioning here. And now you're noticing weak side on middle and B. That seems to be the point of contention for SaD Esports in the mid round.
It's been beyond impressive how little improvisation has been necessary and a lot of pre-plans for SaD just because of how well thought out the through line is. And yet the SaD players are so capable of improvising in the post plants that the fights still look fluid as they can be. Really, all you could want from a North American Challenger team, especially this early into the season. And looking fantastic here. Gotta find a waypoint. And they've gotten a couple bodies spotted, so they can manifest a weak side here on B and make some noise towards it to maybe prompt a rotation.
The cut noise, though, here at Tenrec is setting a sense of paranoia for NRG Academy. You're starting to see them slowly flood out of this A side, try to contest towards the mid doors, and that opens up the gap for the 3 players in A main just to backstab them. Oh, they don't need the backstab.
Yeah, now you're pressured to use even more, like right in front of your face. Just, again, draining the well before there's even a second option to be considered. Renz will get a Constellation frag, but NRG Academy will probably be getting pretty tired of Constellations when it's 7-1.
Agreed. You gotta look at it from the point of view of Pain,
it's like
although
good shots too. Like it's like they're not taking fights poorly here.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's solo players trying to find some overconfident SaD Esports players that are looking for these duels. So if you're gonna give 1v1s, for sure, NRG Academy across the board do have the firepower. You're looking at somebody like Chloric, like Giza, who's been so good for the team throughout the season. And without even talking about Renz, Shondex, I mean, across the board is still very good. But what seems to be very annoying in terms of how they hold their defense is not necessarily the macro only, but the timings that individual players from SaD Esports are finding. Pain so far from these angles, from the pushes, from the wide swings that he tries to take against his opponents. He seems to be successful in most of these moments. I think maybe even 100% of it so far when we're looking at it from his point of view. So NRG Academy, I think at this point, you got to go back to the basics of trying to play these fundamentals, try to trade off each other too, to give a chance for the rotators to maybe salvage some rounds on your side.
Play a long game against a team that has been known to play one of the longest games.
And I mean, when it's the bread and butter for Stellar, right? It's the type of style that he loves to call.
No, I love it. I love being able to mangle the clock and not kind of throw it away like some, other teams have been prone to doing. It's a style that does take a lot of guts. And SaD, I mean, like, confidence is just emanating from them. Shock dart is almost good, but, well, he's got the drop. And Cosmic Divide will get everybody out very safely.
I gotta say, it looked pretty good. It seems as though NRG Academy are still going to attempt to take this, but they don't get this first frag right now, though. Chances are very hard for SaD to add an 8th to the board.
Well, he's got only one shot for the post, but yeah, Pain's already. He's so quiet, man.
That's what I'm saying.
You're never ready for him, and
you'll never find him.
He might still be on the top of the scoreboard even after Jerwin nails that 3K.
That's the thing. He was one of the players that really impressed me when I was thinking about Pain on Brimstone on Bind, for example, too. Like triple boxes on A side is pretty much his territory too. So yeah, man, this player or the roster for this side too for SaD Esports is amazing. But here, I still like the attempt. If you're looking at the setup, they're still playing like a double stack setup. There's a Cosmic Divide that doesn't really allow Giza to help out, but they pull up their Viper Wall and an Orb. They throw a Snake Bite at the bottom. The paranoia, but what's missing is just swinging out for the fights, just because you've already committed into it and you can't really go anywhere else. You got to try to win those fights. You got to, you should be confident in these duels that you're trying to take, even if it's a 4 versus 2. You have double util to fight against that double swing, or to fight with your double swing rather. That maybe could have helped you, but man, SaD's running away with this game.
Yeah, just easy pickup after easy pickup. And sure, there's an individual ready to meet that contact, but they are, at the end of the day, still just individual. Like, Giza normally feels so confident in holds like that because he has help, but that was the one pocket of time where he had high ground, util, and was revealed and had no help. And SaD catches it, they get an easy first blood, they trade their way to a 4v3, and now half the Spike's timer is going to burn down before another eco round will probably deflate.
That's the main thing. Unfortunately, not having weapons to help him in his position either, so NRG Academy are, despite this, at this point, you can't really go for, exit kills or whatnot. You're rich across the board for SaD Esports. You're gonna try to fight some areas and some players right away to try to build ult orbs in your favor. You get a pick, you die, whatever. At least you'll have another big swing round, probably in round number 12 with big ults. Which, unfortunately, as they swung out and try to fight towards B main, none of them really got kills out of it. So the best position you have right now is for NRG and Chloric to hopefully go for a small highlight reel to give NRG Academy a chance in this round number 12.
Yeah, it feels like that might be the only round you're allowed to fight for at this point.
Yeah.
And, I mean, that alone can mentally boom you. Hard to even try to play for 10 for 2 when you got no drive.
Yeah. Cover going out. The stick shift's definitely broken in this automobile for NRG Academy. They need to bring it to the garage right away.
That's a great proactive move from Shondex, and he's still gonna fight Pain, and well taken on the 1v1. And if they can isolate like that more consistently, which they had 4 people and a toxic screen and a smoke to help do that, then they're in such a good position.
Their setup in itself was set to fight towards these mid doors, right? The defensive wall that you have from the Viper, you're trying to let your opponents in, and then you could just focus on fighting the mid doors on your 3 players on that site, and they broke the timing off the SaD Esports explosion off the Hunter's Fury. It was very nice by Shondex.
And getting in front of it can still work with players as good as this. Like, NRG just needs to keep that in mind. And Welly, yeah, as days are numbered with how many players on NRG Academy are left. So we can fight for 9-3 now.
Yep.
Very good proactivity on the paranoia by Shondex. Again, like, just letting the individual be able to work for just a couple seconds, then stepping back in, bringing the fire brigade, and meeting the right squad at the right time. It is still so possible for NRG Academy. Just don't mental boom and you're fine.
Exactly, and the good news is that Ange was able to get a pick before he died, so they actually do have a pit going into round 12. So he's already setting up once again and trying to pit towards his B main and has Interceptor and a chokehold to help him out in that area. While the rest right now are trying to fight aggressively for A main, so they kind of still want to give up mid control for SaD Esports and try to just crunch later on. Not allow for the Viper wall to get too much value towards the A main, which is why Stellar is staying so far back.
Reaching the toxic screen here, already pressuring Giza stepping out on the nest. And the sooner you find stuff like that, the better for SaD.
I'm just
Stellar has been
smoke.
found.
Shondex just smoked towards the mid doors of A side, so they kind of have zero visibility of middle. So all of SaD Esports could just start walking up contact into this B site, and it comes down to the off angle from Giza. His aim is going to save the round.
That's normally what it'll be here on the B entry. The dash in from Jerwin and the knives to follow up, but it's still skated around, and Giza will find his before getting traded away by Welly. Now the crunch back for mid is in time. Welly hasn't made it back to the pit or the outskirts in time to avoid the LOS. And now 2 enter the pit. Pain wins the 1v1 against Ange.
Too good. He's too good.
The rest of the backstab coming in from the elbow, but Pain once again prepped for it. Once again, good for 1. And now a pit up from the other side. Stellar helping Renz out, but Stellar also able to make sure that he gets that kill with the shorty on jumping out of the pit. And so it is 10-2 that we get all along.
It is the issue that we have there on how they set up their defense. They decided to try to fight towards the A main. They one-way themselves to not allow Stellar to really walk up. So then you kind of just block your vision on mid doors as well. And now you have 3 players on A site that has zero visibility. And your chokehold is being used towards B. So there's really nothing watching active information on middle for NRG Academy on that setup. So you kind of just got some players caught off guard on this B site when you had 3 players just charging in. So very difficult for them to hold. But at least there's one thing positive about this one as well on Breeze is that it's still heavily favored in my eyes for an attack side. So now you have this opportunity for Renz to really activate for the team and not only be the space maker, but having to play the Jet is now going to have to be your entry fragger and your main killing machine to allow NRG Academy to come back in this game.
Yeah, we've seen the timings from Shondex and Chloric to enable those pushes have been spectacular this first half as well. Like, this team is locked in, ready to play. And so they will continue to play through.
Spike planted.
Nothing doing on pre. SaD gonna make it a 5v5.
They've already flanked so many players behind too, so you're gonna ask for the 3 players. Well, I was gonna say towards middle to start making some noise, but it just got spotted on the A main flank.
Yeah, one step out. Second body hasn't been spotted, so maybe they can double up on that. Welly alone on the doors here, so he's going to have to take his time after getting chipped down to half. Now Cloric's going to spot it. Now they can pay back attention to Cave, as both of those have been found out, and the timing for SaD is off this round. It is a flawless pistol for NRG Academy to get things kicked off.
Beautiful, too. It's Giza with the Sheriff. You have Cloric again at the orange boxes that gets to punish his opponents where he got punished when he was trying to drill him back towards the A site earlier on. But everybody on that side for NRG Academy just really shot, and that's what we've mentioned actually going into this game. When it goes down rather to these duels, to these fights, you definitely do have the firepower available for the side of NRG Academy to really still pull this into your favor if you're an NRG fan. So it's nice to see that they're all landed their shots. That Renz was able to activate with 2 kills in the first place as well, and maybe finds a timing into a potential jump peak from Welly this round.
Right here.
We've left him alone. Couple crucial seconds, but Renz is doing just fine this time. He's still fighting? Okay.
Did his job.
Yeah,
found
no,
a third player. Welly's damage. I mean, they're looking pretty good for the anti-eco, and yeah, it was an interesting look for sure for SaD Esports. First one being contact. Nobody really flooded out behind that. I was wondering if they're trying to flash and crunch, but I guess never had the opportunity to get that going here for Sash, who's playing with a bandit. So I don't really know if they play with a flash at the beginning of the round. I forgot to look at that overlay.
Yeah. Not sure if they pushed out with one or not, but
yeah,
they don't have much left regardless here. Stellar's just going to try and right-click one on the way down.
Yeah, the logo on that pistol stands for GG for this game, or at least for this round. And then they'll try to bring it back into one after. I mean, again, just trying to go for a quick trap play on middle was easily taken down by Renz, who went for the solo mission. That's the way you want to play it, right? Your jet to move forward, find info, activate your dash, and get as much information as you can. And it allows here the NRG call to just go for an easy hit on the A side as they realized that there was so much presence on middle. On a side of SaD Esports in that previous round.
Shows
and you can see, right? Nobody's behind there to flash.
Yeah, it's a dynamic tempo that Renz can hit, just as dynamic as the double duelist push from Jerwin and Zaj. Like, he's able to have a really good stop and start switch up with all of those points of entry with the help of the dash. And like Cloric, his ability to enable is so versatile from different ranges.
Yeah.
Like, he's so comfortable just handing over a drone, handing over a recon dart. The timing on top of those chokes is always so clean. Now Payne, a lot of pressure on him, but Zaj with the quick TP over to the backside, so it'll be a 2. Now 3v5 with the help of Welly, and he's got the off angle, but not the right shots on top of the interceptor. You can't launch anything in, so Zaj has just got to hold it down solo. Zaj and Payne. War on 2 fronts, neither taken so far. Both can turn their attention the right way after the shots are given away, but Cloric's made his way to the back archway, and so that'll distract long enough for Renz to at least pick up Payne. But now Zaj can turn back on top of this spike, and with help now from Stellar, the shock dart will not knock him down. Ange, though, on the way back, making this difficult, but Jerwin has finally made his way through mid, and it's a full-fledged SaD against now just Ange. And so 3 can stay standing for the bonus on the defensive side. Pressure on, and has the capacity to be stronger going forward, but SaD are just 2 rounds out.
And you feel that pressure coming through because as Cloric is still trying to call this 2 versus 3, Zash just actually threw the fake TP and fake the front of the arches, and it forced Cloric to actually shoot, who was so laser focused on trying to take down Stellar towards the archway. So you're definitely seeing here that the pressure is mounting on the side of NRG Academy as they felt like they have a chance to really come back in this game if they really lock in. So sometimes it just catches you off guard. Zash did some great repositioning around that B site. Got all these openers, and bonus round not converted for SaD Esports. Still a very strong rifle round, though, for NRG Academy going into this round number 16. Yeah, you're just trying to have Cloric sell this fake towards this B site. And at least it got a ping, but on Jerwin now.
Quick ass trade. And now the toxic screen gets Stellar a freebie. Snakebite's gonna do some fun shit, but can't find anybody's health pool from there. Next point of defense, though. Welly and who else but Zaj? And Doors not watched properly because Spike is getting held, but Zaj has the timing on Giza, so he can just hold the spike because Cloric is now just too far out, and he's got his skedaddle. Wow. Rough way to end the round like that, man.
Yeah, and it was NRG Academy. I mean, the first quick shot from Jerwin, at least he got instantly traded. But the second one comes down to timing from Stellar. That's what I'm talking about. When you're trying to break out timings, they feel like they have this trade coming through, like at Shonix. Doesn't even really fully clear. He's so focused on trying to watch the right side that Stellar catches him off guard. And he has a chance to even fall back, do a little bit of damage, stall even more before he gets taken down. But that bought enough time for the rest of SaD Esports to rotate across. So again, it comes down to a lot of individual plays that understand timings from the side of SaD Esports. And I remember I was talking about Stellar just in a previous round. I think Jurn was one of them, paying for so many rounds on that previous half. And that almost feels like the timeout's a little bit too late for this first map.
Yeah, may just be too far gone with how much SaD still clearly have in their pocket. Always somebody else available. Yeah, I mean, you have to commit. You have to, I guess, make Geezer raid boss a little bit. Maybe make some noise so you can sell another 4-stack. Surely they won't do it again.
Yeah,
I don't know, man.
I feel that there's potentially Giza will just go for a rifle and no shield so he could ult. So that if you ult, you could still regen, right? But I guess it's going to be a different story. He's not going to do that. Ren's also on top of that, not buying the Bulldog for Giza. Okay, somebody else is going to buy him the rifle. So it looks like Ange or Shonix bought the rifle for Giza, so it works out. But I was going to say, they could try to work for one of these orb controls and that Ren's could get Blade Storm, but it turns out that they still have a pretty decent buy over here on NRG Academy, and they're not even looking to try to use the evolution, so it's an interesting one.
Yeah. 2 bodies can get caught with a one-shot from this outlaw from Jerwin.
Yeah.
Get out of my way.
Dicey as, but you can't read that until he takes a shot, which, yeah, I mean, there's no easy way to gain intel on where the weak point is for the SaD defense.
You're just forcing players to come out, basically, right? This is them playing this Omen, this double controller. So smoke everything, try to force some players out. Evolution's finally popped up from Giza, and everybody's leaning towards this A side for an eventual gamble hit into A, hoping that their util is going to be good enough.
They've had Zaj poised to pounce on the door, and he's going to fire up that drift, take the secret door so that he can catch the whole crowd on the cave before they get here. And there's 2 members of SaD that are just ready to spray through. Zaj will fall, but Stellar is more than prepared for this exec. And he's ready to get more than one. No, and just step through faster than the smoke can be. Pain setup matters not. Down to Welly, next point of contact, and he'll do fine too. Reduced it to a 2v2. And both of the remaining players are indeed within a one-shot of that outlaw. Do not dare step out into the sunlight or Jerwin will smack you down. Pain, 2 stars left in the pocket, can use them for anything. But how close are they to activating? Ange just proved they can be more on top of it than they warrant. There's on top of the boxes, Ange for 3! But Jerwin's got a rifle, can make it dynamic, and has the first spot. Ange, again, saves NRG Academy so many times over this round to keep this game going at least one more breath.
And of course, you're going to emote at the speakers. It was such a big round for Ange in the end. And you always gonna have to count on players like him. You have these moments where Ange is always gonna pop off. Any of these flex players, control players on the Viper, always good for like 4Ks and big swing rounds. And hopefully it's gonna be enough here to allow NRG Academy to come back in this game, because everything from beginning to end was looking like sad news for the side of NRG Academy. I saw the ult coming out here from Zaj to try to catch Cloric while he was droning, but unfortunately the shots missed. And that just tumbled the rest of the defense on the side of SaD in the front side. That said, though, Welly is just going to kill me. Oh, my God. Let's just not see anybody. That's how this round's going to go. That's how we're going to finish this map. Oh,
give it to him. Oh, my God.
Dude. You can't get round number 13 like that. 4 kills through walls.
Oh, my God, Welly. Yeah, okay. What to say? I mean, to an extent, that is a culmination of the things that SaD set up. Like, they can always see the end point. And those points of contact from Stellar to Welly were working so consistently on that A execution. The second they hear steps, why doesn't Welly just speedrun the whole process? Start taking shots before they breach in the first place. And they take that. Wow, he gets 3 out of that. Wow, bro. Wow, he gets 3 out of that. Wow.
Dude, look at this replay. And what a way to... Okay, at least the fourth one he ran through the wall, so he gets a one clean kill at least. But what a way to like knock out that momentum from the side of NRG Academy when you just had a beautiful 4K from Ange in that previous round. So this is definitely going to be one of those games here, or a map that you have to forget moving into the second one. I mean, this was a map picked by SaD Esports at least, so it gives yourself a chance to fight back on Corone, and I think this is where the advantage is going to be for NRG Academy, a team that played a Vice still in the previous time that they played Corone before. So I don't know if there's going to be a change going through the next map, because they're not a team that's afraid to try out different compositions here, where I wouldn't be surprised if we see something new here in the second map.
100%. There's always another idea NRG Academy is. Their morale refuses to be stomped. Will the game go the same direction? We'll find out in map 2 after the break.
In some trouble. Goal stunner is just snary. Is able to get you two, and Reds can use that to good effect. You also have a little bit
of but they're still getting pulled through with something but 3 players surviving.
And Bonnie again just keep getting the site. A row. What for Vic?
Out and grab one on the way down. Giza's got a whole lot of resources. Comes in.
Derek. Bullet hose at a main. The truck badge to step. Stunner good for at least. Oh, it's
wow, and this is such a having 3 players left alive, but we still can have time with a lot of firepower.
An elimination match between SaD Esports and NRGA with a map pool maybe a little bit more NRGA favored, but SaD Esports make sure to make us eat our words to be starting off the series. This first map, it looked so strong. It looked so confident. It's a 13-5 victory for SaD Esports to be starting off the series. I mean, Emily, going into that map, I thought it was going to be a relatively close one, and it was anything but.
I mean, so did I. Like, I felt very confident NRG going into this first map of Breeze, but I felt like SaD did such a good job on their attack. We saw them kind of like walk pushing mid every single round, or at least having some sort of mid presence. I mean, this pistol alone coming in from Stellar, insane shots. But no, NRG didn't really have an answer back, and it wasn't until I believe round 4 or 5 when they kind of pulled out and off and allowed SaD to continue to keep walking them and just kind of pick them apart. But then SaD quickly had a good reaction to kind of fix that and started going in for XX, and NRG just could not find success on their retakes. They were getting picked apart. It didn't feel like they were always on the same page. It felt like they were very tunnel vision on one side of the site and then just getting swung from the other, and then from there it was kind of wraps.
Which is what we talked about before we went into this map when we were talking about some of the things that make SaD such a strong team, and is how those mid rounds are going to play out and how fast they are to react. I feel like this is still one of the only teams that is able to switch up the pace, as we got to see on that first half, and that's why it was so dominant. When things were going wrong, when it seems like NRG was trying to get a little bit more space, immediately there's a correction coming in for the side of SaD. And it's a bit surprising as well that it was so one-sided, as you guys were mentioning, because this is what SaD was doing in that previous time that they played this map. They're taking a lot of mid control. They're able to switch it up depending on that information to play mid 1-3-1 as well in a few of these rounds. That allows them to take a lot of space and to be really overwhelming, even as we go into the late runs, into the post plans, where they are playing so far forward that in a lot of the rounds you just see how NRG Academy, they end up getting caught off guard.
Yeah, I mean, even in NRG's attempted to kind of have quick reactions to the splits that SaD kept tossing at them, they would get 1v1 in that in that main. They would get crunched. SaD would never let them just have a space for free. They would always retake it. And then moving on to the few rounds that we got to see on defense, SaD always had eyes on mid, always kind of taking elbow space or even re-clearing mid with that drone coming in from Welly, and they just never got caught off guard like NRG did. And I think it was really good mid-rounding, like you were kind of talking about before, Dan.
And I mean, looking over at the individual player performance as well, SaD Esports, they not only had the plan, they didn't not only just had the unlock on the map, but just a step up across the board. And Dan, I love being able to see how this one stacked up, because we had highlighted the double duelist going into it, which they did great in getting that space, but we really got to see the other members of the teams really be able to collect those kills from themselves, going back to just how well this team plays together.
Such a well-rounded team, and you see it in the score here. Not only they were able to take control early into the round and switch up the playstyle, but also everybody kind of having a very clear understanding of how that role had to be played. Welly is one of those players that we've talked about for quite some time, and he's such an impact player. I remember the first couple of matches where we got the chance to see him last year. I was talking about his utility in the Soba, how good he is. I think he's the best Soba that we have in Challengers, but also he might be the best player when it comes to getting kills through the wall. You know, he really does it all.
No, he does. And I think one thing that really goes into why SaD is so good at having these mid-round plays or mid-round adjustments is because of Welly's utility and how vocal they are about that, or how vocal they seem to be about it, because they're always initiating something. You never see them kind of sitting back and holding that utility. We always see it being used every time it's up for recharge. We see them kind of re-clearing space when it's taken and just never letting the other team settle. And I think that's a really big point into why, you know, they had such a strong breeze.
And I mean, we'll have to see if that can get carried forward into this next map of the series, as this is going to be a really interesting pickup, because this is NRGA's pick going to Corrode. But Emily, as you had pointed out earlier, they have been banning this as of late, so I'm curious if they have an ace up their sleeve.
I honestly hope so. I feel like they need something different going up against SaD on this map, because we've seen SaD play it. We've seen them have a little bit of mixed results. We've seen them take down sleepers. We see them most recently actually lose to M80, a pretty dominant one at that. And considering that, you know, SaD is starting out that defensive half, we didn't get to see too much from that. I think NRG are going to have such a strong start here and try and get as many rounds as possible, and also just be able to have more success, because when we saw them play last, it felt like they didn't have like a set game plan. It felt like they were struggling to kind of get things going, especially on their own defensive half. So I would not be surprised if we saw like either a brand new comp switch, or at the very least maybe just a whole game plan kind of swap going into it.
it changes a little bit from last time that we got the chance to see SaD on this map, but you just mentioned they lost 13-6 against M80 because there they started on the attack side, and it was a team that was really struggling to get space, even though they had some cool ideas, as we just got to see on Breeze with going for these splits when they were going for that side hit. They struggle really going through the choke. So now that they're starting on the defense, I feel like that one condition for SaD to be able to close it out too is going to be how they're going to position all of these players. Something that they were doing a lot is trying to insert these players, both on attack on defense, into these one and done positions that were getting punished every single time. And you see for Welly, for example, in the way that he was playing and using that utility for himself in a lot of those rounds. So whereas A-Link, he was using that drone, positioning himself there, and then he was getting caught off guard. Now, what's happening?
No, literally, what is this called? We have a Phoenix Yoru chamber?
Wait.
Ace
Wait,
up
is
their
this
sleeve,
real?
guys. Oh my gosh, it's happening. I mean, all right, guys. Is this just the we're better and we can shoot back call, Emily? Like, what is NRGA cooking?
I mean, I was expecting a surprise, a wild card. I was not expecting this. I think they're gonna be having to take mid space a lot on their attack half because they don't really have an agent besides the Yoru TP that can kind of just burst out onto these chokes. And I feel like especially going against a KO that can kind of put a stop to that in the first place, they're gonna struggle a lot. They're gonna be needing to take mid space and going into splits and trying to find a pick before they commit to anything. And I just think that's going to be really hard, especially considering what we saw last time on NRG. Our NRG's a bit, or Corrode, oh my gosh.
For NRG Academy, when we talk about the double duelists that they played for a few maps, it's Renz and Shondex. But now because Shondex is so good with the op, it does make sense that they want to have him play with the chamber a little bit more. But Giza on this Phoenix is pretty insane. And also, congratulations to Giza for playing pretty much every single agent, every single role so far and from the Swift Stage 2 playoffs. Something that really catches the side of SaD Esports off guard, and that defense, it has to be pretty strong.
I mean, we said going into the second map of the series, NRGA needed to have something here. It seems like they're throwing everything at the wall now to see what sticks. And of course, this is for everything. If they can't take this map, they're about to get eliminated from playoffs. So it's time to see heading into it if the gamble's going to pay off or if it's SaD Esports 2-0. Let's find out and get thoughts from your casters. Vans, Tenrix, what do you make of this?
Are you sure you want to hear? I don't know. I mean, look, I do appreciate the enthusiasm for the Phoenix pick for Giza, but let's not pretend it isn't out of left field a little bit here. Giving Shondex the trust on Chamber, I do definitely respect that, and I am happy to see Renz on the Yoru because, Vans, I do think in this particular meta, in this particular season of Challengers, Yoru is the kind of agent that I feel like Renz will actually be able to make some distance on.
Yeah, to be honest, though, I'm not going to discount Giza. I think he's going to pop off on his Phoenix.
I'm not discounting him.
I think it's going to look amazing on his Phoenix because he has such good aim. And the thing that's good about this, too, is NRG Academy are kind of bringing out like a Vitality at home, right? And Vitality has been pulling out this composition out EMEA for kickoff, with the exception of playing a Silva instead of a Fade. Fade is going to help your Phoenix a little bit more, but there's already going to be adjustments from SaD Esports in the first place. This map is so good for a Phoenix to default on this B side to try to get orbs, and get ults. So already two players looking to fight that line in the very beginning. Giza is already halfway down to HP, and you already have to fall back now without really picking up the orb. They gave it to Cloric.
Yeah, as long as you're able to prevent the first flood, you lose a lot of your opening firepower, and on the pistol, that'll be magnified. Stellar timing can be burdensome. And Shondex will nail the first blood of the game. Meanwhile, NRGA still kind of making some noise outside of B main to try to maintain the crowd, but SaD's already spread too thin, and the Spike has no safe foster home. Walk up from Jerwin, he's been left alone. Cloric gonna step in, also alone. Easy first blood for SaD. Now the saturate to let the extension go. It's dodged, but Giza's just sprayed down because the screen and Willie are back! We're just starting where we left off, aren't we? Why did we bother doing any of this?
Dude, just turn off your monitor, Welly. Everything's gonna be okay. What the hell, man? I don't know if he droned somebody there because he's just only shot the recon now. But for sure, the second kill, he was blinded. Thankfully, he's low on HP, so this might allow for the 2v2 to happen. And Intermission is there for SaD to pick up the last 2 kills. I mean, that definition of how crazy some of the rounds on Breeze and this round has been, thanks to Welly.
Yeah, that has just thrown the biggest wrench in what Gears NRG Academy are trying to put onto this machine, which still has so much time to you know, ferment and show us what it can really taste like. I mean, like you said, Giza's ability to be able to recycle the B default basically every round for free, as long as he has the slightest bit of coverage, which, like you said, with the fade, a lot easier to do that, then you have such a good opener here. And SaD really hate starting from behind. They always like getting that first leg up because they can see that endpoint so much easier thanks to it.
Toxins going up.
And this outlaw is going to make it very difficult for you to try to entry towards this B site. But you know what? We're making sure that we're covering all our bases. Extremity control, beautiful. You just talked about Shonix on this chamber. But again, spread across the map is trying to get these orbs up as well, right? So they're doing a great job at it for NRG Academy in their eco. If they can do a little bit more damage, though, especially on a 5-on-4, this could be a great start for them to get into the sites. But it's Jerwin with a Marshall.
Shondex's solo presence does kind of fall flat the second that baseline util is kind of all he has to fall back on when he's in a group. It feels like you're trying to set up the chamber as something you can turn into a win con rather than a win con on its own. And so I feel like that's not the last we'll see of Shondex doing that kind of lurking, and then NRG at least kind of leaning over towards it to start. Because, I mean, it feels like a very easy fallback if Giza's, you know, door busting on B continues to not work out, which feels like that's going to be where we're headed first most of the time.
I agree. I'm going to keep leaning on that narrative and even double down on this map, especially now that you have Shonix playing this chamber and that you have Giza, somebody that has firepower, right? That's what they have for NRG Academy. So if you are going to play these open angles and allow players to jiggle peek and get these first shots against you, NRG Academy has, you know, what it takes to really turn around back into their heels and into their favor as well, and make it difficult for you to really set up on your defense, who are, by the way, SaD Esports, we're trying to go for a trap play onto A main, which allows Jerwin to take full control of this site. And as he jump spots, though, Shonix is going to be waiting for him. Can't escape anymore. Oh my god, he's doing damage, though.
Keep on jumping, baby. Keep on jumping. No!
Oh my god, man. Dude, just get me out of here.
Oh, get your popcorn, y'all. It's going to be a good day.
Oh my god. He's just gonna stay there. Who's the next person?
He doesn't care. Yeah.
Clark's is gonna try. Is Clark's gonna try? He's gonna try. He's about to crouch under the box and try to get him. Oh my god.
He's just still jumping.
No.
They can't get him.
Bro. He's one shot at least, right? He's about to get knocked down here. Dude, I can't believe this is happening. How are we casting a minute of Valorant about a guy just jumping behind a brick box?
I don't know. He's.
I mean, comes down to. He's still jumping.
He's not even enabling like paid at all. Does he get this one too?
Dude, he's gonna get the kill! No! All right, production. I'll be back
Take me
at the
away.
half. I need to go for a walk.
I'm like a bird. This is so like. Oh man.
Well. What do you want me to break down there? I usually talk about the trap play that was attempted by SaD Esports. Nobody was there, but it's okay. Jerwin's just gonna move behind the box with the Bucky. That's ridiculous.
Oh man, it's so funny going into this. After the ending that Welly had the last game, we were like, we just
Henrik, this is supposed to be the two best teams in my eyes for challengers this season. After watching round robins, Swiss stage.
this was meant to be the marquee, man. I mean, you got a real blockbuster on your hands at this rate, don't you?
Yeah.
Like a 7 Fast and Furious movie, yeah.
Okay, at least we got a good shot. Shonix stops with the shenanigans. That's a nice little swing, and then that's exactly what I was talking about in the first place, right? You give an opportunity for somebody to take an angle like that. You want to be overconfident for these swings, and now you can open up the map for NRG Academy. Despite this, getting information with, you know, the recon back towards that B main, you already have an ult available with stingers. I wouldn't be surprised if you try to sell around this, play around with that as well, especially when you're starting to see the players starting to lean back towards this A side. Although Prowler just came out from Chloric, so that kind of just sells it away that you're not really trying to sell a fake towards that B site. They're just going to try to pop out as a group.
Yeah, the only tempting thing left on A is challenging Shondex, which is optional now. So.
30 seconds left.
They'll still cross. Yeah, I mean, Peyton knows you guys to get this move eventually. Yeah, as long as you just convince them you're not in the right spot. Well, there's your first Phoenix ulti, and well, you can just spray right through the screen. It'll escort a couple members in and eventually get the crowd on top of it. The gun diff still making this a little difficult, but the flash will let him in for a moment here. Even still, the crowd gets cleared against the Sheriffs, and SaD has their way. You see the blueprint on a round like that, you just don't see enough to back it up this time around. The good thing about a plan like this is that you can kind of just do it over and over again, and it'll end up working, hopefully.
And it was kind of simple to shut that down, though, as you saw, Tenrek, right? As soon as they saw the flame wall come up, the ult came through, 3 players just started spamming through the walls and
so telegraphed.
Instantly just canceled out. Yeah, exactly. So they need a little bit more here from the side of NRG Academy. Despite that, as I mentioned before, it's still an eco, though, for NRG Academy. They're trying to leverage something, and at least, you know, it wasn't a wasted ult because they were able to bring one up from Chloric. They have a dual defense as well available for Shondex. They could start cycling these ults to bring it back in their favor. The last time they had a big ult round for NRG Academy was their first round of that map of Breeze, right? So let's see here if they could do the punishment. Oh, it's a wall bang. It's a wall bang. He's 5 HP.
Tragic, dude. I'm still letting Shondex beat that first point, too. It's insane.
There.
Okay. Tried to commit over a double peek after from SaD Esports, but too much
Last player standing.
Yeah. They're so easily in again and again and again.
It almost seems when you're looking at SaD Esports and how they're really setting up their defense, they don't really care to give out these ult orbs away on that B main outside of the pistol run, right? It almost feels like, okay, well, if these guys are going to try to go towards it and try to exit on Phoenix flashes and Phoenix ults, then we could always just stall that wherever we can. So they go for extremity control on the other side. Or remember the trap play we mentioned earlier on where Jerwin did the best Nelly Furtado song that you were just saying before, and then going into that round where they could just post up with an op and have 3 players hold up on that side because they feel like the leans towards the extremities are always there. So I'd like at least for this round that NRG Academy are changing things up a bit for mid control.
Yes, love seeing Giza as this quick spear tip and the clone to back him up. So Payne's got to burn through a lot. That's a great start for the entryway, and you still have Ange as that second man to hold up the 6. Now can turn on top of the Cosmic Divide so SaD can think he has a backstab maybe? But he's all that's left after, well, he's caught by another isolation from Shondex.
Spike planted.
It's pretty nice to see all the puzzle pieces that were just scattershot in these first 5 rounds actually make something kind of nice to look at.
Poison's off.
Not even planning the divide in the second pocket too. Man, that was great, you guys. More of that, please.
And thankfully, we were able to do that without having to utilize Chloric's ult, who saved it from a couple of rounds ago. So now they could actually leverage that with even better rifles going into this one. And it's all off Giza, tip of the spear, his first kill of the game. Going on to the attacks, I was actually catching Jerwin off guard, who was getting ready to put down the recall and start moving forward for some A-Link control and just got caught off guard. So I like this change a little bit here from NRG Academy. They're realizing like a whole W straight into the face of their opponents where they're not going to get immediately stalled by counter util or an op on the sides is a great way to start. So they're going to try that again, but this time with a little bit more of a walk on middle.
And they'll take it all the way up to the B-Link. Giza considering the window, but we'll just let that train keep going. I mean, yeah, they are foot to the floor now, but no util to entry with this time, and so SaD and Welly can spray down the whole damn crowd. From 100 back to 0. And now Ange just no longer a flank watch, just a straggler.
Yeah. I didn't know where he's at. Didn't know even where Shondex is at because he was drilled earlier on by Welly. Welly, who once again comes up huge. Gets information onto B main, mows down 2 players with a node in. Now just pins 2 players, spike out in the open, and even gets another one through smoke, dude. Just another one through smoke. Was that tell me at least in a replay that was a drop smoke, so it was an easy kill for him, but dude, this is insane what these guys are doing.
What do you mean, man? Every kill's easy for Welly. He doesn't have to think twice.
Dude, you got one guy spamming kills through smokes with an Odin. The other guy is just killing people, jumping with a Bucky. So what can you do? What can you do here for NRG Academy? And yeah, I think they need to call that timeout. You need to slow things down for a bit, because I still like the idea. They got some early mid control, just like they did on that previous round. But when they went for the actual execution into the B site, I'm not too sure if Giza actually threw a flash behind the clone from Renz. I think they were counting too much on just the Renz clone to try to bait out a shot. So now the person that's out in the open, Zaj, playing the Viper on the B site, gets a free kill on first and second player moving in from Cole into the B site. So it just didn't really allow NRG Academy to catch some players off guard on their actual hit. I felt like if they actually threw a flash at the same time too, you're now stressing out and forcing players to kind of like shoot blindly, where you could at least guarantee a trade. You can't fall back 2 players against 1.
Yeah, give him something to gnaw at. This, I mean, you saw it on the mid push through A. It worked so well. You had the flash in to the decoy, so you could have like a faux 4-man push when it was really just 2, backed up by 1 all the way, all the way out. That was still in mid. That was Ange that was able to catch the easy straggle. It's like you have so much in the kit, and I mean, NRG Academy, they had booked it to that point. So you wonder why they don't unload a lot more in that moment, where you're bottlenecked, where you're isolated, where that somebody could have rotated to like the most obvious off angles possible that everybody always takes when they hear somebody walking through mid. Something about this doesn't feel complete. And when it does, it looks almost easy for NRG Academy. That 1 in the 6-1, that was a strong 1. Nothing else, though. Renz in on the dimensional drift, covered by Stellar on the exit, and no one is on top of this to cover it. They just have the elbow presence, but Jerwin's already there with the operator and has caught Geese's ultimate before they've made any more space. Now comes the pinch onto the A doorway, but SaD is already here to intercept all of it, and they do have a convergent pass that they can just throw right on top of this if they need to, but the flame wall will at least stall a little extra time. Now comes that convergent pass, covering a lot on that entryway. Jerwin, the first jump in, does not match Chloric's shot, so Ange still has the lineup to get this pinch going, and SaD is stalled. Stopped. Now they get stopped. And NRG Academy have a strong second on the board. Once again, standing for it.
Very nice. I thought there was sort of a miss in the very beginning from the NRG Academy hit, because when he went from the Renz ulti into the Nightfall from Chloric, I thought it was going to be a stagnant one where you're muffling sounds, you could TP out of it and catch some players off guard. He dies, but in the process, he's still creating enough space for the rest of the team to start snowballing up on that elbow, where the actual players did get hit by the Nightfall and they were able to overtake that site. It almost felt also like the conversion pass kind of missed from Jerwin off the drone, because if you look at the position of Chloric on the pulse plant, easy kill. He wasn't even affected by that. We'll hold that thought though. Looks like we're trying to move quickly to this B site.
Bit of a late hit from Zaj in response to the steps, but he is not caught. Yeah.
Almost.
Very close. Took a chip.
Then it's NRGA that dipped.
Nice. You know I love you for that one.
Yeah. You know, I'm starting to get the Lulu from the second map. So the Lulu calls are going to start coming out.
Smoke. Yes.
At least it's Welly that's heavily damaged this time around, right? So that's the good part about it. So NRGA actually are in a decent spot. If we can up mid side, they know that there's a player anchored up on B. They have information now that it's a stronghold all over this A side, especially with a knife that's close range. So they have plenty of information to start scaling up here and beat the cycle of util from the initiators.
Pop flash from Stellar, catches both, gets out scot-free after the first. Now we'll launch the null command, and SaD might try to initiate from here. Yeah, Payne's gonna step out into Giza and Chloric. Easy first for them. Now the 2v2 in Link. Jerwin now on his own and getting pinched after the null command goes down. He's an easy frag. And so it'll just be 2 left standing for the post plant after they're gonna just puppy guard this body. But SaD right on top of it, steps out, finds Ange, and now the body once again controlled. SaD for 2! It's Renz v Welly. 10 seconds to go. Welly's not spotted. Renz heard and has to commit to this plant. Can Welly make it in time to spray back down? He sure can, even despite the decoy. And SaD, holding on to 9 HP, holds on to his 7th round too.
Dude, he was the one that was low HP at the beginning of the fight when he was trying to spray through the smoke on middle. Yet still wins that for the team, but that was off some great kills by Zaj. Using even the Stellar, I think who had visibility because of the way he was downed. He had full visibility looking back towards that main, finds that timing to swing out to allow Zach to swing out to get those double kills. That was such a big round converted. Yeah, Styles definitely should be happy about that one.
Joyful Style.
That was such a huge advantage in terms of players for NRG Academy and trying to execute towards the A site. Can't believe SaD was able to turn that back in their favor.
Couple just quick switch ups. Shondex yet again. Yeah, sticking to formula for him. Oh, Zach's the trap. 2. Now Willie to spray back. You're joking.
Dude, this is hard mode now for NRG Academy, because as much as we were laughing about shenanigans at the beginning of these rounds, now they're playing off each other perfectly in tandem, swinging off each other as well. They baited for Welly for Zash to get these kills. And despite that, even this first kill, I don't think they saw Stellar walk across. This is a free kill as well.
And he's been in the same spot before. It just doesn't matter. The Prowler has to get tossed to trade it away, but now the Hunter's Fury can just get thrown into the crowd. It'll tag one, but not the rest. Shondex and Chloric both low, but not gone. So Pain will back out. Give it a little more time. Wait for the rest of SaD to go for the wrap through mid. Oh, how committal are we being right now?
Both teams know positioning though, so if they walk into this B side, they should be aware that SaD Esports have actually taken over B main. So NRG Academy could actually start moving in. It doesn't matter that they made noise, because they know they still have a 2v2 on this B site.
And again, I mean, they know Welly's already taken his 45 on the main arch. They just know this time he'll have help. Operators set up. There's nothing to stop it except the toxic screen, which SaD will use to get the littlest bit of obfuscation, the littlest bit of switch up on the timing, the littlest bit of space, but Chloric has it all held down. And now the Nightfall to make sure that Pain cannot have a chance in this 1v2, and Chloric nailing a fourth to get NRG Academy to a gap of the same size.
What a big round by Chloric. So on one side, you have one team that's playing fundamentally sound on SaD Esports, but for NRG Academy, they're mustering up these rounds off hero plays. Remember that Breeze round from Ange? I got a 4K, and this time it's Chloric with a 4K. I was just about to mention the position where Stellar was at towards what I like to call Rooster, the entrance just before we get into the A-Link. He walked in front of his teammates who got shot down, which was Jerwin with the op, but I don't think Shondex saw him cross over. So Stellar was in a prime position to try to take down 2 players and even got them caught off guard. But then suddenly one backpedaled, he shot, gave his position away, and that just opened up the map there for NRG Academy to come in with a clutch. So a beautiful round in the end off the hero play of the IGL of Chloric. And hopefully here they could narrow down the lead that SaD Esports have built in this first half.
More than enough time to do it. Giza, with that run it back, undeterred for a moment here. NRG Academy questioning if they can use that to space out the site. 3 on top of this, interception outside of the smoke, and it is a big stack you're walking into, but the guns are just not as strong, and Chloric is on fire right now. Continuing to just walk it down, plant that spike too, and Ange holding the outskirts. Easy pickup on the anti-eco to make it 7-4 now for NRG Academy. Having this B site so well controlled and everybody getting in on the action this time around.
And that's why I hurt them. That 4K you saw from Chloric forced SaD Esports to be on a much lower buy. So Chloric, man, this is now 2 rounds. He picked up a 4K, now a 3K onto this one. Almost makes it to a point where he could bring a 3rd Nightfall on the attack side for NRG Academy. I don't think it'll come down to that round where they want to try to boil that up to try to control some orbs. They're doing a great job here opening up the map since that clutch that came through from Chloric. You can already see here the default that you usually have from the Phoenix, where it should be easy orbs from the take towards this B side. They just want to start things off on A. Try to stop taking this mid control because they've done it well enough.
Let's play.
They just want to try to change the tempo for this last round.
Quick approach up. A lot of ways to enable. First flash out from Giza. Pain sticks around, not in time for the cross, but Stellar can still trade. 2 stepping in from the pinch, and so that'll be an easy takeover of the A side. SaD trying to back away, but Welly cornered out. And Stellar found as well. Damn, we cleared that fast. And it's 5-7 on the half. Well done, NRGA.
Instantly, somehow, NRG Academy has brought it back in their favor since that big round from Chloric. And that's definitely what was needed. And thankfully here, he was able to come out with these big moments for NRG Academy when they were playing earlier on in this second map. It wasn't one of those where Ange gets a 4K on Breeze and then suddenly Welly gets a 3K through a smoke in the last round of regulation for them to, or not regulation, sorry, but the last round that allowed SaD Esports to win that first map. Now things change a little bit here. NRG Academy have a little bit more of a fight back. And maybe it's just one of those moments where, you know, you come out with a brand new composition as well. You're trying to apply this into a match setting where you're trying to catch your opponents off guard, and you fall a little bit into your own trap of how you really want it, or how you should play this composition. Maybe some players are a little bit uncomfortable in the roles after all. I thought Giza was going to pop off on his Phoenix, but he definitely got slowed down at the beginning of this half.
Well, see where they stick him for the defense. Same with Shondex. I'm excited to see him be allowed to be consistent. And nice hold off. Good stall done by the members that were sitting on B. Chip onto Pain as well. So pretty even take back for NRG Academy. And they do have all of Giza's util as well to open.
That's a big thing. That and a star. So you need to Prowler around this elbow, flood in that spot. Hopefully you win these fights so that Giza could slowly come in here from cold.
It's all down to SaD after both of the crosses are caught. But yeah, the whole crowd's just mowed down. Stellar on his own. And you barely needed to use a thing.
Nope.
NRG Academy, yeah, I mean, that's a very well taken pistol. And they'll be able to
100%.
buy up pretty securely for this follow-up.
Yeah, Giza will even get to save all of his util going into the next round. And just as I was mentioned before, well, that Prowler had to be very good for them to get information and swing off it perfectly for NRG Academy. They didn't even lose a single player on that 3 versus 3 on the elbow. So beautifully done. No flashes even needed at that point. Just pure fire shots coming out from Shondex. Now they have a chance here to even tie up this game because they have a very strong buy in the anti-eco. Outlaw's already coming out for Shondex. You're not investing into anything whatsoever here for SaD Esports because you would expect here they're going to face off against an Outlaw in the next round. So try to get this plant down. All 5 players grouped up here towards this B side. Early knife here. That could maybe give him a timing because there's not going to be any Yoru flashes to hold them back. But Ange with util definitely could.
Yeah, and there's no way to fully flush him out unless you use a flash of your own. Guaranteed to walk into somebody regardless here. Jerwin's just going to push back with the shorty and then refract, but nobody else can get on top of it. And in fact, Renz is just going to sink the knife a little bit deeper. Whole crowd from NRG Academy is here now, and that Outlaw just might end up finding some purchase once SaD starts rotating. If Giza doesn't get to it for, well, he does have a stinger, so yeah, it's probably going to be the Outlaw.
I wouldn't be mad if Giza was actually running down and chasing for some kills here. He gets a dink a little bit. Yeah.
Almost a collat too, but yeah, Shondex will pick up all 3 regardless. And I mean, he has been such a good linchpin this whole game to help even the score out. Just nothing but consistent on the fights. I mean, opting to give him the chamber was like the perfect way to slot him into this.
For this map, for sure. I mean, so far he hasn't been met with too much opposition in terms of counter utils to try to push him back. And I was gonna say I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't mind Giza even chasing down for some kills to get some Phoenix orbs up as well. But when SaD Esports started to push towards that B site, there was a beautiful seize being thrown by Cloric as well. So when you're looking at the amount of stall util built off this composition from NRG Academy, it's looking pretty good.
Yeah, they've got that same network built up, and with better quickness thanks to the 2 TPers and Giza in tow. SaD has been ISO'd, but turns it back into a trap because Giza wasn't quick enough to the punch. It's a nice start to the bonus.
Try to work in tandem or something? I guess he was trying to do that as solo. I mean, it would
on his own
allow
for
for him to get 1, but I don't know if it would have been too much worth it here for SaD Esports or for NRG Academy because the map's kind of big, man. It's very hard to rotate across this map on defense, and it looks like SaD Esports are playing one of those standard breeze calls, right? Slow everything down, play off the timings of the TPs that you currently have here on Renz and try to go for your actual timings here. Look at how pinched you are at the A main for Cloric.
Oh, but well, he's bad on the timing with the shock dart walking in after the Prowler was pressuring. SaD can make the pinch work after Jerwin makes it back through mid with the help of Stellar, but it's a little bit stunted. And a 4v3 post with some time and util to spare, not preferable. See how much they can hold on to for the rest of this, Ange. A little creep down mid. Badge way back, but he's watching it.
Oh, I'm out of stars. Blocking vision.
Just run the clock down too.
Wow, Stellar. approaches that after the smoke proc. So it's a 1-for-1. Jerwin gonna be able to block out. Good take on a Sean. And they've got the cross. So 3 rifles standing going into this 4th of regulation. And SaD, I mean, are meeting a lot of checkpoints. I'm happy with how NRG Academy are approaching this step by step.
I agree until we got to this round. I mean, this is still a bonus round for NRG Academy, so I respect that. But when you've lost Giza so early and you force now players to react into the A side, you saw how much value SaD Esports was able to move into a split into the B side. It caught Chloric off guard. Then you kind of leave a lurk unattended, where Zaj was able to get the backstab instant trade onto Stellar right back towards Cole. So those are some of the things that really need to be ironed out for NRG Academy going into their gun rounds. I don't mind them playing aggressive if they can. They just got to make sure they have get out of free jail cards, just like you have currently from Reds on this B main.
Jerwin sprayed down to almost nothing already. Nobody making a decent cut. There's the rush in for intel. And the C's on top of the entry. We'll catch Chloric first. Giza having to fight his way through it, but Shondex with the help from the Link. That's now 2. And there's no easy gap to make up. Shondex continues to extend, and he will not rest until he catches everybody except Jerwin, who is just 10 HP. And NRG Academy, even the score, Shondex just running wild right now.
Yeah, the stall util was perfect for NRG Academy right there as well. And that's one of the strong positions of Phoenix on defense. When you're looking at Phoenix on attack, controlling orbs on B side, very, very good. But on defense, to try to move up on that A ramp, man, you get stopped so many times by Phoenix Flash in that corner. And you mix that around with util from stalls, from the Astra, and then this backstab from the slow of the Dodo False. There's really nothing you could really do here for SaD Esports. The entry towards this A site, very nice lockdown, held by both Giza from utility and Shondex from the shots. It's an ego again for SaD Esports.
Yep. Just trying to fight for resources, but Giza is just going to follow that trail once again. Potential pinch, but there's enough behind him this time. The C's going to flush out the second. And, well, he will opt not to chow.
Bit of a
hold for the rotation.
Yeah, and a bit of a team flag there from, I think that was Stella. So after they tried to push things down on the defense for NRG Academy and Chloric got the C's onto Stellar, they were trying to bait out a flash so his teammate could swing from the bottom, and unfortunately his teammate got caught. Becomes an easy, beautiful, flawless from NRG Academy. And again, this is a turn of events, actually, Tenrik. We have to bring it back to like a serious tone, because as much as it was one-sided for SaD Esports and how dominant they've been and how crazy their kills have been in the first 5 rounds of this half, NRG Academy have been looking again once again really good since that Chloric 4K in that round number 10.
100%. The mental was never boomed after all. They were just playing a little worse, and now we're done doing that, right? Surely.
Just have to warm up a bit.
Exactly. That's what this is. The map and a half of warm up in the elimination match. But I mean, yeah, NRG Academy, like you said, yeah, they look very put together. They look very locked in. I think the simple push and pull that they can establish with something like the Phoenix into the chamber, or Renz being able to kind of be that everyman on either side for when SaD wants to go for the quicker executes, lets them run a bit rampant and gives the potential for that map 3 to come out. For SaD, you have to have the activators when the stall comes up to maintain some level of dominance in the fight, and you do have that with something like Pain's TP, with something like Weller's Hunter's Fury, with something like Jerwin's Convergent Paths, which is, we're 1 orb away from. But that rhythm with the ultimates is not, everlasting. So you've got to find a different way to kind of cut in. And with how fast and committal SaD has been so far with these main lines, it's tough to establish anything else in something like the mid lurk, especially now that Giza's hopping back in there.
Well, they spot Renz in the first place, so they should have an inkling that the positions have changed a little bit for NRG Academy on defense. So SaD has to be ready for it. I like this drone. Should hear now the turret left behind.
Oh, Sean still not caught. Walks in. Oh! Oh, Welly. We'll have to watch that one back, won't we? And Sean, how does he find that one too? Are you kidding?
Yeah. What a beat down.
beast mode right now. Holy.
Hey,
All right, well-
this opens up the map a bit here. Welly could start going for the sprint towards the A site. You already see the full rotate from NRG Academy, and I'm fully okay with this. Look at their positioning, and how they want to make sure they bring this to a third map. They keep the turret up to listen for active beaming control. They double up on middle in case Welly's moving up on that side, and they play a buddy system back towards the spawn. So you still let him plant, but nonetheless, you're still converging into what should be a guaranteed trade no matter what after the plant here from Welly. It's a very, very nice patience displayed by NRG Academy in this round.
100%. No stone unturned. Yeah, now they can really drop the hammer on Welly to finalize this. There's not enough clearance to start out the B entry.
No.
Okay, Welly. And then it's still Shondex to land that on the strafe again.
Would have been crazy if he got the crab peak double kill with the mangle, right? But no, at least everything gets shut down perfectly in the end for NRG Academy. Sorry, on defense. Again, they were trying to go for some sort of a trap play by double dashing just right next to the trademark, as that was being smoked out in the first place. But looks like you held the angles. You know exactly where the pathing and where the Welly could land, and had the perfect crossfire setup between both Shondex and Cloric within that site. Cloric's util to stall towards the B site on these rotates from middle has been beautiful. I think what they need to do right now here for SaD Esports is to try to take a little bit more of that mid control, because you shut down that util from the fade, and then you also don't give any value on the Phoenix, who's been so good. Well, I mean, you think middle gets smoked, spammed through smoke again.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, what can you do? But
Cloric, yeah, giving Welly a taste of his own medicine.
Exactly, but look at the position you currently have on the A site, right? They're playing that A site a lot more passively, so they could leverage the flashes from the Phoenix at that spot. So this is why I love the idea of walking up on middle and try to take that control in the first place. But
yeah,
when you lose one early through the smoke, it kind of foils your plans. But the idea was still there pretty good, while they have an eco round on their side too for SaD Esports.
It does feel like that should be the lane that they start patrolling a little more often. It's just, It's tough to continuously justify it when you can just start spraying, and it's been so consistently decent this map. I think, yeah, SaD need to get out of their own head in a region like that. Stellar Pulsed can still get at least one on the way down, but that'll be the anti-eco done. And NRG Academy, 2 rounds out from taking us to map 3. And looking very secure the whole way through. Shondex got a 25 bomb, man. I mean, like, just very consistent lockdowns of either side here. Good reads into the startups, and SaD just not able to bring enough rocket power behind some of these entries. Always something unchecked.
So SaD Esports still wants to go for mid control, which is great. And NRG Academy wants to change the tempo. They're looking to trap towards the A main by walking down through the wall. I think they maybe want to try to like prowler for info, maybe a little bit later on. But so far, things are looking pretty good for SaD Esports, because NRG Academy are looking to overcook on the A main control.
Toxins going up.
Lark pushing past Zaj's screen. NRG, maybe just P?
Yeah, I mean, this is why Viper is so good. All you have to do is run a wall up and down, and these two players have nothing to do but to try to play contact and flash for info. Now the drone will force for them to move forward, and Zash might still be able to catch some players off guard. But it's up to Cloric on contact.
Oh, Cloric is caught, and Giza can't find the pickup, has to flash his way out rather than in. And SaD can keep messing with that timing. Still got 40 seconds to go, and they've made a little bit of noise up B main, so that's where most of the attention is paid, as the null command procs, preventing anybody from being able to switch up. Renz is locked into this hold down, and against the pop flash, he is no match. Now the convergent Pats launched into the backside too, just to catch Ange. And that is another easy one. And the Viper's pitch. Jeez, man.
Get the round.
Get it by any means necessary. You're one grapple onto the economy going forward this game, and SaD will try to get a chokehold on it. Giza making every stab he can, doesn't get a dent.
I have no choice here but to save the op for the next round. It's a 5 versus 1. You're hoping players will come out on the exit on B main, where there's actually 2 players heading in that spot. And now you give it up. But I gotta say, the idea was pretty decent for NRGA. What I would have liked again is what I talked about before here, Tenric. Oh, nice shots. But what I talked about before here, Tenric, if you want to play these sport positions, you potentially want to find ways to like freely escape. And you have two agents that are able to do that, right? You have SaD that could play the contact with the operator, just like Fork would have done with the rifle. But if you're getting hit, pushed down, you could TP away, right? If these guys were getting caught by 4 players walking up on B main at that spot, they would have been just dead because they have no way of falling back from their positions. And as they're doing that and they're anchored up for so long on A main, there's no way for them to find active information at the 1 minute mark. There's no prowlers, there's no haunt, because he's solely focused on being the contact play on A main.
Yeah.
Got to change that a little bit.
Yeah, Chloric has fared much better as the facilitator rather than either the primary or secondary for the fights themselves, unless it does just come down to him. In the control room, SaD, once again, putting this to a crawl, looking for somebody to step out, burn the bank a little bit. Do have Renz on a tough insert here. Not sure if he's done this so far this half.
No, he hasn't, which is actually very good. He has a late TP to go back towards the A site to help out.
That's so
and this
good.
is off trademark potentially, so they have double util for the stall. This is actually a really good setup by NRG Academy to start.
Yeah, you get 3 back on this A pinch so damn quick.
Yeah, double TPs for that.
SaD, go for it. Shondex, yeah, also walking up. Gate crash expired, so SaD have timed this out, but Shondex is walking up. Yeah, you're the 2 through spawn. So,
30 seconds left.
Oh, and the TP's gotten caught, and they TP past the LOS. They've read it like a book. Cosmic Divide doesn't matter. They can just set up shop and then run it back, caught before they can re-entry too. Renz slowly walking up, almost by himself now, truly with the help of the smoke. Shondex finally with the backstab, has to get a little more attention paid to him. Stellar backing up into it, but Shondex hopping around, keeping that fight stable. Now the rest of NRG Academy securely walking through the elbow. But Jerwin with the first plant. Giza can stop that. SaD, the second angle, caught by the curve. Welly, the refrag though, immediately on top of it. Now extending past the spike to catch the pinch from Ange and Shondex, who have slowly but surely made their way up, but Stellar turns to both of them. No one's ready for him, and he'll lead his own team to a 10-11 game.
Yeah, the reposition from Stellar was, again, amazing. He notices his teammate fell down. Shondex went for the jump peek. He hides within the boxes so that he could play the crossfire. They knew they were going to get pincered no matter what from all angles by NRG Academy in the post plant for SaD Esports. So you plant safe, you have no choice but to play within the sites, and you're hoping that your 3 players inside that site are watching each other's backs, and they did that perfectly. They traded beautifully on their side on that A site, and then you saw how much value Stellar was able to get off that reposition towards the end. Because him just spawning Shondex had no choice but to stay back towards A main pretty much the whole round. So he's really out of the questions and out of the equation for the retake in the first place. And so is the Astra, because he's got to be aware of Stellar's repositioning, so they have to walk for the retake. So again, just good stuff being done in terms of patience displayed by SaD Esports in this post plant.
Watching both these coaches who have had such long tenures in challengers.
Yeah.
And the tier 2 scene as a whole, you know, their brains roll so deep. And as Corrode is exiting the pool soon, I'm curious how they've approached the pubescent era of this map. Just figuring out how long you're able to get away with the same sorts of setups, because this map does facilitate a lot of that ability to recycle into just different flow charting. And SaD, good default counter. Look at Jerwin shaking his head. He's like, I'm done with that.
And he went for a blind ult too, just to push players out. I mean, that's a great start off a timeout to really catch you off guard here, where SaD has been quite slow at the beginning of these rounds. The jump spot saw Stellar.
They can feign that mid presence a little bit too if they want, since somebody's paying attention to it. So as long as you don't give away the rest of your bank, which that's 2 revealed on B main already with the hop.
Yeah. And unfortunately here, because of that team flash, you didn't really spot Ange in front of B main, so you could start walking forward and take cover of that. Oh no, he's gonna overpeak.
Yeah, oh man, no coverage. Stellar takes 140 for free.
I was gonna get punished, but I love that it was a tight jiggle in the end.
Oh.
By Eng. I got that dink on the 140. So they have a chance now.
30 seconds left.
This is what we wanted the game to be really reduced to, right? The little things, or everything else just looks so well put together. That'll stack up. Have the B pinch. Looks pretty good. Oh, Red's paranoid out, so he doesn't know the timing on the clones. We get caught early by Welly. That is gorgeous. 13 seconds, more than enough at this point for SaD to get that spike down with impunity. 3 up for the retake.
Planted.
And sheer early, but nothing to do with it. Stars are all gassed. Jerwin set up as soon as the smoke fades away.
Good save.
Last player standing.
And everybody's watching. 3 for Jerwin there. And we're tied back up.
Don't miss me too much.
The only one that's going to be on a weaker buy should be Giza in the next round. The rest of them are going to be in a pretty decent spot. Okay, no, it still works out where you're going with small shields. Even Shonix has it up. But nonetheless, though, SaD Esports went back into, or what we were expecting in the first place, for them to eventually take some mid control. So they went for a 2-phase into regaining control of that mid space. First off with an ult to try to pressure players outside and allow Jerwin to get a showdown down towards middle against Shondex, and then just re-hit that later to go into a pincer where, again, that was the weak part of NRG Academy in the first place.
Jerwin already caught by the C's, so the refract will be forced. Just trading blows in mid without anybody getting seen, but that does allow Giza to take a couple extra wants and steps forward. SaD having to re-exec the main in case of that early presence on it that they've already conditioned, but instead Ren's just on the early cubby, and that's going to get maintained after every other bit of util to search has been shut down. Still 3 over here, and gate crash gone, so SaD might have an easy cross up into A, especially if Giza continues watching the link. The drone going to get clocked, though, and a step out from Shondex. This is such great timing for him, potentially. The Toxic Orb as well. Yeah, as the screen goes up, the timing is good, but Shondex's shot just a little off. Giza ready for the fight back on the main crowd, and the flash is gorgeous. Snakebite gonna just barely deal with the rest of it, but Jerwin now left alone momentarily, spike in hand. The rest of SaD forced to come to him, so NRG Academy knows where the fight's gonna be. And Shondex stepping back out onto Jerwin, close, and he nails it! 17 HP, so Stellar can trade it back. And there's still more than enough time to get this spike down, but SaD has no idea how close NRGA are to this spike. So the fragment forced to get used to play keep away. Now the smoke just to try to generate some space here, but Payne already sprayed down to 25! Flash back out to get him a little farther forward. Now the null command to make sure that NRG Academy can't reapproach with the same vigor. It's a double step out. Chloric with the shorty on one end. Ren's the trade back down to just Stellar. Holds down the first. No idea where Ange could be, though. And time ticking, but still plenty of it. Stellar on top of the smoke. No other position he could be in. Just sprayed down. Now Stellar with the shorty. Having to count on this hold. Ange holding it again, and Stellar's timing is perfect. SaD will be the first to hit match point despite everything they faced.
He's again just too good, Stellar, man. That was such a nice 2 versus 3. In the first place, when he actually tried to go for the double up in the back of the spawn was nice. Flip the map, try to fight back in the area. You have util available from both Stellar and Payne to try to fight in that spot. They smoke it up, and then he ults on top of that. Now as they ulted, though, I thought the reposition was going to try to stay quiet from Payne, but he shoots, baits some players back as he falls back, making him think that he actually rotated on the other side of the smoke to at least give some chances for Stellar to clutch a 1 versus 2 instead of a 1 versus 3. And he plays it to perfection.
One more to get across the line, and NRG Academy are going to try and push the narrative quick. Giza just running it down with this ultimate, and he's going to get 1 down just barely before fading away. Payne chased down like a dog.
I mean, all they had to do was stay back towards the spawn, man. They smoked it up. You already saw Stellar running it down in the first place. Thankfully, though, you're able to trade things back on a 4 versus 4, and that's actually 2 big controllers down off the map. It's going to come down to these duels in the open sights of Corrode to decide if we're going into extra innings or SaD Esports will close this out on a 2-0.
3 members of NRG Academy on the lighter armor. Shondex has no operator in tow. Open season can still favor SaD Esports on their execute. But the dimensional drift clearing away a whole lot of that guaranteed space, knowing that the crowd is condensed, and now the conversion pads to try to clear the board, but nobody's hit. Chloric free as a bird. Immediate hit on top of the flash, though, and Welly's the first to strike. Now the rest of SaD getting involved, and crowd crushing through B site. It's Shondex is the only one remaining. Nothing to block, nothing to stall.
He's got aim. Does he have the clutch?
Done it before, with as much in front of him. Not exactly a secret where a lot of these positions are going to be. You just have to dry clear them. And if you can get rid of a lot of the bullets in the chamber in the meantime, then sure.
Attackers win.
Far easier said than done. And NRG Academy had a lot put together. So much by the end of that matchup, but it just mattered not. SaD Esports, even when it got real, they did get real and are able to move on to those loser semis, knocking out NRG Academy.
Well, at least now for SaD Esports and NRG Academy, two teams that looked very good during the round robins, though, of this first stage of challengers, still shows that there's a little bit of gaps and weaknesses that could be exploited here moving into the lower brackets, and that can take advantage of by other players and other teams throughout the bracket. But overall, at least between these two teams, the revenge was not there for NRG Academy. They tried things out here, though, Tenric. You got to at least give it up for NRG Academy with this new composition, trying to pull back a little bit of VCT from the EMEA side and bring this a little bit of flavor into challengers. It almost worked out on the defensive side, but on their attacks, it was just small shenanigans here that could have made it close, could have made this going into a third map, but unfortunately it was not enough.
Yeah, with the brainstorming of MCE and the creative minds of the rest of that team, along with probably a little bit of a break from actual school, I am sure that NRG Academy is going to come through in stage 2 with a lot to show for itself.
Yes.
But it'll be more of SaD Esports that we see in the playoff bracket this week going forward. Let's chat with the desk and a member of the team after the short break.
One enemy remaining.
Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe.
opponent's in trouble. Goal Stunna is just snary. It's able to get you two, and Rents can use that to good effect. You also have a little bit
but they're still getting pulled through with something but 3 players surviving.
and Bonnie again just keep getting the site. A row. What for Vic?
Out and grab one on the way down. Giza's got a whole lot of resources. Comes in.
Derek goes at a main. The truck back. Stunna good for at least. Oh, it's
Oh, wow, and this is such a having 3 players left alive, but we still can have fire with a lot of firepower.
Some fun ideas coming out from NRGA. Certainly make it close, but not quite enough to get them over the line into a map 3. 13-11 for SaD Esports to win the series and knock NRGA out of the competition. I mean, Dan, you had said at the beginning of the series, he's upping 2-0. It certainly got close there. I'm not going to lie, but in the end, SaD Esports just closed it out.
Yeah, it got pretty close, and honestly, respect for the side of NRG Academy, who have been perma-banning this map of Corrode, finally decide to play and bring something different. Even if it doesn't work out, I feel like just them willing to test it out and bring out something that pretty much nobody else is playing had been pretty impressive. But regardless, it was a SaD Esports that we knew just needed, honestly, a few rounds going into that first half to get some momentum and make that comeback that we saw, what was it, 5 rounds in a row. I think it was a bit different though for the way that SaD was playing compared to other maps. We talk about how proactive they are in the mid round, how much space they're trying to get, but for this map on the attack side, it was very quiet, it was very slow. 30 seconds you see them hitting the site, and it was all thanks to those initiators as well that were able to have such a great impact. You see Stellar, you see Welly, how they get that information before going for that side hit, and how much that really is helping out. They always kept the set of NRG Academy guessing where the hit was going to be, and that is what really allowed them to come back.
Yeah, and I think that even though we didn't get to see as many mid-round adaptations as we're used to out of SaD, like you kind of touched on, I think they still made a really good overall big adaptation by not just kind of running it down into sites, playing a little bit slower, because when they did, like specifically in this round as well, we saw NRG kind of delay and tuck into site and then leave them out in the open in very uncomfortable positions. So the fact that SaD were able to kind of bounce back in that second half and just be able to kind of regain and have a new idea going into it, that's really impressive.
It was, but looking back at the series, it was just kind of a little bit of a roller coaster throughout. I mean, I thought for a minute that it was just going to be a SaD Esports running away with it, but then that bounce back we got to see from NRGA, the fact that we didn't go into the overtime, Emily, I was expecting it, but really good job, really great job from SaD to just be able to keep that composure to make sure they could close it out.
Yeah, especially when NRG started to have that little bit of a comeback on that first half. I feel like the adaptations coming out of them was very, very impressive, considering that, you know, with this new comp that they're kind of pulling out, we did see them struggle going towards the choke points. And I thought for a second there, they'd kind of just be tunnel vision on that and not work the rest of the map. We saw them touch on it a little bit in the very early rounds of that half, but they got shut down by SaD, and so they kind of steered away from that, but finally went back into that and found success trying to just take fights with all of the flashes that they had in those small choke points.
You really see the individual talent of these players on the side of SaD with those post plans and the way that the late rounds played out. A lot of the rounds, once they go for that A split, they get that spike planted, things get pretty risky. It's a 1v2, it's a 2v3. It seems like in a different scenario, it was an NRG Academy that would be able to close those out, but it was not really the case. It was a SaD that was really smart, really patient playing, and it was every single one of those players I feel like we saw in those late round moments that really proved the experience and how much it's really playing a part into them moving forward in this lower bracket. So for SaD, even if they lost that last match, I feel like they continue to be that potential team to move to the grand finals.
I mean, their chemistry there was just unmatched, especially when they were getting into those post plants. There's one round in mind where they're post planting on A and they're able to just easily bounce off of each other and reposition, especially when Stellar was playing mid-site, kind of just bouncing off the player elbow and then helping the player over towards a link. It just felt so seamless, and like again, quick reactions of these players that have experience and the capability that they have to be able to do that on the fly is just insane.
I just gotta say, Shondek's almost 30 kills. That's just incredible. So for SaD Esports to be able to deal with him and this NRGA comp that was coming out, just absolutely so well done. And with SaD Esports moving on. Big congratulations to them. And we have Stellar on the line now for our post-match interview. Chat a little bit more about that victory. Congratulations, you lived to see another day. Let's just dive into that map too, because I don't know what you guys were expecting on the side of NRGA, but we certainly didn't expect this Phoenix Chamber comp that they had. So what were your expectations kind of going into it? And then how do you adapt to this composition they have?
Yeah, we didn't really have any expectations, to be honest. I think, especially with the veto, I didn't even think they were going to pick Crowd. I thought we actually won the veto instantly as soon as they picked Crowd in the map vote. So, I don't know. We didn't really care what they played. We saw Phoenix Yorio. We knew they didn't really have a hard entry. We knew they had double flashes and they had to refight for space. But I mean, on attack, we had the solution. It just took us a couple rounds to actually get there. It was just working through mid. They didn't really have a solution for us just taking mid and walking up. So, yeah, I don't know. They didn't really expect much. Sean had a really good game, Sean Dex, and that was kind of the only reason they were kind of in it. So, yeah, that's it.
That makes a lot of sense. And I love to hear that you thought that you guys just won out the veto, because when we looked back on this breeze from NRGA, we kind of thought they would be a little stronger on that. So I want to know then your thoughts with that first map as well. It ended up being really one-sided, but were you just really confident going up against a composition, just prior history?
Both. Yeah, I mean, I don't think their comp is good, to be honest. The veto felt useless. And we just knew we were better on Breeze. Like, we were feeling really comfortable on Breeze from practice. We knew for a fact that they were, that we were going to pick that or bind into that team specifically. So, and they banned bind because they're scared of our bind. So it was just easy as that. And their comp's not good.
I mean, the confidence from the team definitely shows through. Even that beginning of the second map, we got to see like these crazy plays coming out. Jerwin with this Bucky jump box. So you get to see who have some pop offs. So I want to know then kind of like the comms and everything else. Is it just kind of more so we're having fun at this point because we're a little bit ahead, or?
Yeah, we were laughing a lot. I'm not gonna lie. This is the first time in a while that we were having like a really, really good time, and I felt like that really helped us a lot. Everybody was super calm versus our match versus Core. Everything was like a little sloppy. People were hesitating against Core, and everything just felt a little slower. But today, everyone was really comfortable. No hesitation. Everybody just had adjustments on the fly. Everybody was having a good time. So, and that's, all you could really ask for. We hope to keep doing that going forward.
I mean, moving on forward now, the fact that you're in this lower bracket might have been a little bit of a surprise, but do you feel like maybe you've learned a little bit from that prior loss to get you here moving on forward? Or how do you look at this opportunity to get a couple more reps in with the team, considering there is still players that are a smidge newer, which seems crazy to say because they've been doing so good?
Yeah, I think the loss was definitely a good learning experience. I think it kind of shows that when we don't play our game, especially, and when we hesitate on our game, then, the games get tough. So we kind of needed that loss. Obviously, there's a lot of Valorant to be played. I think we have a BO3 tomorrow, and then potentially 2 BO5s the 2 following days. So, which isn't fun, but I mean, it is, like, to get the match reps, but, like, all back-to-back will be a little tiring, especially for some of the new players that maybe aren't used to that. But we'll see how it goes. I think we'll probably get better as the matches goes on, and that's all we could really look to do.
I mean, it's definitely a lot of Valor in the next few days, but getting that opportunity to play that is going to be fun as well. Stellar, I'll let you go so you can rest up for a busy couple of days, but congrats on the win and thanks for the chat.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. And with that, it's going to be a SaD Esports to be moving along within this lower bracket. But of course, we got to find out who their next opponents are going to be. Another elimination match coming up. Sleepers versus M80 after this break. It is time for M80 going up against Sleepers, the big organization going up against a team of ranked kids that have been frying out in the server. Dan, elimination on the line between these two, and it should be a very chaos but fun series ahead of us.
It should be really fun. I feel like this Sleepers team, the more that we got to see them, the more that we start to like them. They are so chaotic, they're so messy, they're not afraid to switch it up and play some crazy competitions that no one else is running, and that is what has been catching teams off guard. But on the other side, you have a kind of a bit of the opposite. This really well-known organization that has constantly found success in playoffs throughout the years with different rosters that is now trying to find their footing again, and after having some ups and downs, I feel like this should be a pretty incredible matchup too, because we've never seen it before. We've seen many different teams go against Sleepers and kind of realize how crazy it can get, but now is the time for M80 to do so.
And let's talk about this M80 squad first, because you talk about those ups and downs, and they definitely have been a team with that. But reflection as well on it, they've been losing to Core, who are upper finalists, to NRGA when they're on their hot streak, SaD Esports doing phenomenally. Like, these losses have definitely, Emily, been against really formidable teams. And I think, too, for this M80 squad, when you look at how fresh a lot of these pieces were working together, that those weren't really necessarily too bad to be taken.
Yeah, not at all. I think, you know, they have struggled in the past where they're not always on the same page, or, you know, if they're kind of, if the team going against them are kind of on a hot streak, they have a hard time adapting or finding an answer. But lately, I've only been really noticing like a bunch of small mistakes, right, that kind of cost them matches. We see them losing ecos. We see them getting, losing their buy round, going up against an anti-eco, or a bonus, I should say. And so each match we see them kind of progressing, and when I'm just looking at the roster plainly, the individual talent is off the charts. They just have to really hone in and find their focus and their footing playing together.
And I mean, even just like that working together, yes, but even just their own paths, which specifically I think applies to Paint. When we got to see Paint previously, we got to see him in this duelist role, but now coming onto this M80 roster, it's been a lot of a switch up. We get to see a lot more of this flex here, Emily, and I think too that Paint has been really key for the team, and it's been interesting to see him on this path.
Yeah, I think any transition when it comes to roles is always going to be a little bit hard to manage, but I genuinely love seeing a duelist player going onto a flex role, because when we watch Paint play KO, it feels so seamless. He knows what utility to throw because he's had to call for it in the past when he was playing duelist. He knows like what flash to throw, not just to support Bonnie, the duelist, or the Whaler, or whatever he's on at the time, but also just how to support his teammate or his team in general. And on the Killjoy, I think the way that they play it is so fun, because he just kind of anchors sites really hard, especially on Haven. We don't really see him playing, you know, alarm bot for info. We don't see him playing turret for info too often. We always see him going and anchoring down sites, especially towards A site with Alvin on his side. They're just like a dynamic duo on that site. It's just so hard to like exec on them. They put a stop to it every time.
Yeah, but to be honest, I feel like every time we get the chance to see Paint on the duelist, is like, yeah, this is his role. This is where he is the most comfortable on, and where the team has been able to find a little bit more success in a few of these maps. I would love to see the map pool today go a little bit more towards those double duelists. Not only is it meta, but it's kind of the same scenario as we talked about for Shondex in that last year for NRG Academy. You have a player that is incredible mechanically, that is always willing to get extra aggressive, and if you can really use that player to the full potential, I feel like that's what Paint is going to need to do ideally today, if the team wants to get the 2-0 as one-sided as possible. Still, as you guys are saying, he is really good. He has been willing and has been working on these different roles, different agents, but I just feel like the double duelist is on match.
I mean, you're talking about them leaning into this double duelist to get a strong 2-0, but are we discounting? Are we sleeping on Sleepers over here? Because talking about this roster, I mean, their upper match, to knock them down into lowers, they had an internet issue into coach subbing into a second map that just couldn't quite go their way. Like, the last series wasn't necessarily a really good reflection of this team. And Emily, what we've gotten to see out of them prior is just this high impact team that you just really don't know what to expect out of.
Yeah, I mean, you have 5 insanely talented and mechanical players that can literally just hold hands throughout any map and find success. And I feel like we see a lot of these teams struggle because, you know the generic answer how every team says, oh, we just got to play our own game. We just got to play our own game and we'll win. Well, Sleepers are playing their own game and it just happens to counter majority of these other teams' game plans, right? Because they don't have an answer. We see teams trying to play more passive or more structured and rely on protocols, but Sleepers, the way that they play completely disrupts that and doesn't allow them to actually play back, because Sleepers will aggress anything and disrupt anything and just not allow you to be comfortable on the map.
Which has been so much fun to watch. It's been so disruptive. And then even if teams try and clue into it, just the pure mechanical skill of these players can really then completely throw another wrench into the plan. Like, they have been, I think, easily the most fun team to be watching throughout Challengers, and I'm sure that's going to be staying the same going into today's series. And they are not a team that's unafraid of running this double duelist, because looking at this play style they have, it matches up so well. And I want to talk about Tonza for that, because we've gotten to see, Dan, a lot of different roles from him. When they lean into the double duelist, we've seen that, but he's also had a lot of impact when he is playing other roles as well.
And Tonza, for those people that haven't watched, is your classic duelist player in your ranked games that if somebody takes the duelist role, he's going to be going insane in whatever else he's playing. And we get the chance to see it on the Clove as well, but it's a bit of a similar scenario as we just talked about when they're playing this double duelist. When he's playing this double duelist, this is how this team of Sleepers get hyper aggressive and hyper confident, taking this side and being really overwhelming towards the other side. This is what has been able to get them so much success. And again, we can't really count that last series as a loss because it was outside situations where the whole team could not play. They had their coach in, and even though I love seeing the Reina, I don't think we're going to see it again, and this should be more of that game plan that we've seen throughout.
Yeah, I think my favorite duelist or favorite role to see or favorite agent to see Tonza on is the ISO, because it's just so fearless. You can literally counter one of the most annoying things in the game, the operator, just by sending Tonza in, and they will be like a human shield for the rest of their team to kind of follow up. And it's a really sick dynamic that they have going on. And I think the fact that we have a team here that we can genuinely do a highlight on every single one of them depending on the day, it's just insane to see. And Tonza, I'm expecting to see a lot of aggression, a lot of being that human shield today, especially going up against M80, who we have seen kind of pull out the op on a lot of these maps. So I'm very excited.
And I mean, if we talk about a Sleepers that has this aggressive player and 3 super aggressive players, we have to talk about someone who can clutch it up for the team when the rest of the team's running off doing their thing, and talk about Sorax. But doing a head-to-head with Alvin Boy, because Alvin Boy too, especially Dan, looking back at last year, there was a lot of praise for Alvin Boy being able to step up and clutch up these rounds. He's been such a rock for the team. And then Sorax has like the highest KD in the league because the bro just doesn't die. So I think this will be a really cool one to eye up today.
We always talk about Alvin because of how good he is when he's playing that Sentinel role specifically. How good he's just such a smart player when it comes to these late round decisions, when it comes to closing out that space when the other side is taking a lot, when they have to go for these retakes. He's one of the most impressive Sentinels that we have right now for sure. But for the other side, for Sorax, the first time that I saw him play, I'm like, wait a minute, I didn't know we had a Chilean GOAT playing in Challengers NA. He has been so incredible as well, adapting really well to the meta, and the rest of the team is able to run it down because you can always rely on Sorax that is going to be back in that player that you can always trust for the late round too.
Yeah, I feel like when Sorax is in those clutch positions, they kind of always get away with it. But given that we don't really see Sleepers have to rely on clutches too much, but when they do, Sorax is there to step it up, and they're always good for one. Even when they're anchoring mid-round, like, we can always count on Sorax to kind of lock down sight and allow the team to rotate and flood in and just have an absolute brawl. And Alvin, I think you're right when you say he is such a smart player, especially when I see him bring out the veto. I think he's super good at playing around that utility and just being able to lock down sight and not like play too forward with it, but he just really knows how to bounce off his utility, get picks, and be able to play 2 back and not commit his life.
And being able to highlight so many of these different players, we have the rocks of the team, we have these aggressive players, whether they're playing on the duelist role or in a different role, I think is just going to make this matchup even more exciting than we're already prepared for, right? I think this is one of the most anticipated matchups. The fact we haven't seen them play before is super exciting, and I cannot wait to dive into this, especially with the stakes couldn't be higher with elimination on the line. But heading into the map picks and bans for the series ahead, it's time to see where we are going, with the first map up in the series being none other than, wait for it, Abyss. This one, Emily, I'm intrigued about because M80 picking this up. We've only seen Sleepers here once, and it wasn't a map that lasted very long because they dominated.
Yeah, I mean, I think it kind of makes sense for M80. I think they've won 2-1 on this map, if I'm not mistaken. Also running that solo waylay and double innie, which I think is really strong, especially going up against a team like Sleepers, who tend to like to contact up and kind of just burst off of that. I think the KO and the Sova knife for info to be able to kind of deny that aggression will be really, really strong. And also, they run a veto. I'm a big fan. I think it's great, especially on that defensive half.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Every time I see it, I'm like, I wonder where Emily is going to be doing for this one. But this map of Abyss should be interesting for that reason. And the set of Sleepers, we only saw it one time, and it felt like it was forever ago. It was that first opening match that they had in Challengers, where we still didn't know any of these players. We didn't really know where they came from or what they were going to bring to the table, and they ended up having that first map ever be that 13-1. So I'm wondering if they're going to be changing it up a little bit, because we just talked about Sorix, for example, and how good he is when it comes down to, you know, if the team has to stay alive until the end, who's going to close it out. Here he was playing the Chamber, but this is a team that has proven a lot of flexibility, a lot of them willing to change out their playstyle if they need to change out those roles and those agents. So maybe there's a chance we see something different. I feel like Sleepers, they have nothing to lose. Sure, they have never been in a situation like this one where it's a lower bracket, it's under pressure, they're trying to stay alive in the stage 1, but because of that, in a way, it just feels like they're still that underrated team.
It kind of does, which is really funny to say, considering we're at this point in playoffs, at this point, 5 teams left, and they're still a little bit more underrated than they have shown up for in the server. I think that is absolutely crazy. And regardless of which way the series goes, I feel like if people are still underrating them after the series, they're just absolutely not paying attention. But you can't sleep on this M80 roster either, which again makes this a really difficult toss-up for today. But getting into our predictions for how it was going, I think it's a 3-map. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I think it's going to be really close. But Emily, I had to say Sleepers in the end. I don't know. I believe.
No, I think that's fair. The whole thing has been we cannot sleep on Sleepers, but at the same time, I think we've seen a lot of improvement coming in from M80. And just watching, okay, I know Sleepers, they had a lot of problems in the match against SRB and a lot of things not going their way, but I do think SRB showed a way to kind of counter their playstyle. I think when we saw them on attack, we saw them kind of take a page out of Sleepers' book and contact up and do a lot of the things that we're used to seeing come out of Sleepers. And I think on their defensive half, one thing that they really thrived at was being able to play more passive, not going for early aggression, because Sleepers punishes that. And I think M80, had they done the prep work and reviewed all of that and seen like, oh, hey, we can try doing this, we can try playing more back, letting them walk into us, let's pull out an operator and all this fun stuff like that. I feel confident that M80 is a team that can kind of use what they're given, use all the footage that they've seen so far, and be able to come up with a plan to just counter such an annoying play style.
It's really hard to predict, especially because in general, it's hard to predict what Sleepers are going to be doing and how much they're going to be running it down. But for M80, honestly, my prediction here, I kept it simple. I remember GMD saying, we're used to the lower bracket, or I'm used to the lower bracket. I always make the lower bracket run. And I'm like, you know what? Fair enough. M80 should win this one too.
I mean, the history does say that GMD does tend to do very well in those lower bracket runs. See, I was just looking at the fact that this M80 squad is still a little bit of pressure, right? And I feel like when you're getting pressured by this group of kids that'll just run it down, it can be so unpredictable. I think it's going to be a really good test for M80 to see exactly how far this roster has grown and how well they can stand up to everything that Challengers has to offer. And if they can stand up to that, then I think they should be able to win the series, right? And if they can't find an answer in time, I think it should just be sleepers that have been moving on. But I think it's going to be really, really close. And I think that we'll get a really good idea after this first map of exactly how it's all going to be panning out, which then brings us to the question, what do we kind of expect coming out of this first map? Because Dan, again, we haven't seen sleepers here for a while and they're so unpredictable. So even if we had seen them, they could just 180 on us.
Honestly, I do expect them to run something pretty similar to what we just saw. I know we just talked about the chamber as well and the possibility of them maybe switching it up a little bit because honestly, you haven't seen their attack site at all. But yeah, I mean, they're still willing to play the chamber. It seems like they are still willing to play that same composition. And on the other side, Emily, I say one agent.
Yeah. Okay. To be fair, though, I feel like the Vito's really good against double itty comps where you're going to be setting support and utility. Like you're going to be running that KO Silva and sleepers. They don't have that. All they really have as a throwable is like a Yoru flash, maybe the Waylay concuss or a Sobadar. So I feel like the Vito might be a little bit weaker going against a comp like this, but I still have faith. I think Alvin plays a phenomenal Vito. I think he's really good at knowing when to pop his util and kind of denying or helping or having his kit help him out anchoring these sites when he's getting exec on, which I can see sleepers doing, especially since they do have that solo controller where it's going to be a little bit harder for them to kind of work up towards that mid. And so I think M80, as long as they take advantage of that, they don't allow a Sorex lurk, especially towards that mid and kind of catching them off guard. I think they have a pretty good shot at kind of denying the execs, and on attack, I think they have a lot of utility to clear out wherever sleepers are trying to go for aggression or when sleepers are trying to tuck inside or go for this retake. It's just, it all comes down to if M80 is prepared and ready to expect the unexpected.
I mean, with so much pressure on this M80 squad, I definitely feel like they will have done their homework. But whether it's going to be enough against this group of kids just running it down, we're going to have to see. It's time to get started with the first map of the series. This is on the menu. Let's get to it with your casters. Back over to Vansili and Tenrek.
Thanks, Sierra. Yeah, M80 have had a lot of security on this map, and security is definitely something that's going to be sparse going into this matchup against the high-flying sleepers. That being said, there has been a lot of consistency from this composition on this map, Vans in particular. Like the desk mentioned, Alvin on this Vito has looked marvelous at being able to consistently shut down, followed up by the frags. But GMD's commanding on this map also definitely deserves a lot of the spotlight. He's been able to work these players around these sites particularly well.
Agreed. We're always ping-ponging back and forth between the responsibilities of GMD. One day he's IGLing, one day he's not IGLing, and he's able to frag out, etc., etc. But now he is definitely back in the reins at M80 IGLing for this team. A very important match where, again, I do agree with what Dan Dry was mentioning. You get into the lower bracket run for M80, GMD could definitely pop off. But also, a little bit of a dad joke, there is definitely going to be some security in this matchup because there is actually a spot called security on this map.
You got me.
Now we get into serious factor.
You did it.
For somebody who actually hasn't had a chance to watch too much of Challengers at all as well, and people are quoting sleepers to be kind of like the mini envy going into Challengers for this season, I want to see if they play that similar style, right? Are they trying to break out M80 when they're going to try to go for these pulse plan scenarios, find their own timings, which seems to be the case. Look at that push down from Leo so far to get over this choke point and go for the backstab.
Yeah, he just cares not. This will be a fun crash course for you, for sleepers, for sure. Yeah. Especially starting out on the defense, the overhauls on the breakbacks that they're going to go with. As, yeah, you'll see Leo's already made his way back over to mid, and they're going to full flood. Just run it and gun it. Pop Flash already a little late to the party. Paint only able to enable himself. That has been long-standing for M80 so far, but Alvin with the pinch back up, and M80 can compress back, start winning their fights, and that backline approach is all that sleepers have left. Just tons of strong as well, and Paint fooling around with him until Bonnie can reposition, but it's still Paint to get the third, never really leaving that spot once he got there.
Very interesting, as we're learning silly today in terms of you know, trying to figure out how sleepers kind of play. I was actually quite surprised that nobody really played an anti-flash in the back of security. So the pop flash, when they're walking through here from M80, first off, they're running into the similar mistakes where I critique M80 a lot for not clearing their corners. So the first one falls, but thankfully it was a pop flash by Paint that actually blinds all three players on the full crossfire setup back towards security and allows for them to pick up one, run away, and still catch other players running through his crosshair on that retake on the 8 side. So 2 small mistakes, but one that rendered to be very crucial for the side of sleepers to allow M80 to get the pistol round.
Now following up, Alvin not on that buy, just going for the mid lurk, trying to see if Sorex gets antsy. Already has the nade ready to catch if he creeps up any farther, as he'll help chauffeur M80 back over to A site while Bonnie stays put. Already a much better speed to M80 here so far as well. It's been a lot heavier defaulting previously and just melting away at the clock. Still definitely going to see some of that, but it feels like the in-betweens, the margins, are getting just a little bit faster. Bonnie with the walk-up, quick scope, gets 2 down before Salada can end his reign. And that's Sleepers vacating A-site completely.
I mean, there's a reason why you're putting this player in. He's rated highest ACS currently in Challenger is these flick shots and the reaction times that he has on opening these up. And to waste a Marshall away for a guaranteed plant and potentially round this time around for M80, you'll take that strat any day. Most of the times here, Salada maybe will probably die with this Marshall, so they wouldn't carry over to the next round anyways. So I like the little look here from M80. Again, pressuring back towards the security, but it's only one player jiggling for info, and it's Alvin. Fully understandable. He's only got a ghost to work with.
Yeah, they'll eventually take him down. Double flashes just to get the rest of Sleepers away from any danger point. And from here, very safely just contest this. Okay, Derek. All right. Get out of there. Take it to 3.
No damage. He did no damage. It's all good. He only chipped a little bit of his own armor, but that's okay. You know what? Let's turn the page. I can't laugh at Derek that much. I love this guy.
Yeah,
I don't want to see him do these small mistakes, but he's my Vietnamese homie. That's it, though.
Minor misstep. That's it.
If anything, though, what I'm liking from Alvin Boy as well from M80, remember, he's played already in the past with GMD with PSM days, but playing as this, what I like about this Vito is that he plays it kind of like a deadlock on the attack side, too, where you're actually using his kit for like aggressive util to prevent any floods from happening. So in the post plant, when you set up these interceptors to even prevent recon darts from coming back within the site, just like Sleepers just tried to do, he gets totally absorbed, and you're in a great spot here to delay the clock even more and to allow for the rest of the team to play a lot of these off-site positions.
Well, drone to confirm Leo's position, but Tanza stuck on the 45. Good for the 1. Now the rush down from Bonnie, making some space, but now it's Duck that's also tucked in and grabs a freebie on the way down. Leo will also get his, and we're just trading 1 for 1 until Leo ends that streak. Saturate into the duel on 11 HP, and he holds it down. Now Salada with the backup on the high ground now, that's clear, but Alvin holding it on his own with the Guardian to get a 3K. Not 4, though. Sorex just cuts the streak back. And that was just 2 single file lines colliding into each other, but 1 gun escaping the bonus.
That's the nature of Sleepers, right? Trying to break timings. And that's exactly the first question that I had in mind. Are they playing kind of like an Envy? So that drop down from Duck at the heaven to catch one off guard. Even though he gets instantly traded out, it still allows Leo to play the back site comfortably. He only has to face off a 1v1. Has enough of a window opportunity to go for a second 1v1 after he gets that first pick on the top of that A site. So I'd like these type of timings that you're finding on the side of Sleepy and understanding a little bit more why it almost looks kind of weird that they're filing in 1 by 1, right? That in any other situations, you'd kind of just critique any other team that's not playing the quote unquote, what I like to call buddy system. But it's because it's Sleepers. They play it like it's a ranked game, so they're not afraid to face off against their opponents, knowing that they could count on their teammates to still close out the round.
Kind of amazing how, thanks to last year and even, you know, the stage before that, when Rankers first kind of came to life, seeing the evolution of a strategy that was so radical it was considered like antithetical to the nature of team play in this game. And to an extent it still is, but the ways that you're able to kind of string along bits of utility or the trap setups or just raw timing, falling back on that individual game sense and just configuring your play style to that.
And this
is taking teams far.
It's a rifle round supposed to be for Sleepers, and it's a 4-1 stack. Everybody's moving towards this A side. At least they wasted out the slow field from the attack, and Leo's just gonna have to hold security. M80 so far has been pressuring that quite often, so he has to hold his ground so that the rest of the team can rotate.
Yeah, doesn't know how choked up on the smoke the rest of M80 could be. Nobody's really made that headway just yet. Derek gonna take a bit of chip on the way down as Leo continues to patrol. Rest of Sleepers here for the reaction, but
Beautiful.
Derek's is faster. He gets out without taking a single shot. Nobody watching, and now we're entering in Salada's aim a little worse for wear, and that lets M80 have a crucial couple milliseconds to take down the rest of the pack. Open season in the back line, just as it was in the pistol, and M80 walks away with 4 rifles.
Dude, that was nice by Derek. That is him bringing out some ranker stuff of his own, right? So he finds the timing, sees that the knife actually hit what, two players at least, trying to go for a flood retake for sleepers right after. That nullified, I think, Euro utility and even nullified Duck's utility, sorry, on this Silva. So then Derek's like, okay, well, I have a timing to jiggle, maybe fight a 1v1, just keep watching that corner because an opponent already shot at my teammate from the top of security. So he swings out, gets that pick, and that again doesn't allow sleepers to really flood back into the site. So M80 with what, aside of the piss round that they invested 2 players into pushing out towards security, the last 2 rounds have only been 1 single player that was able to do enough damage to really throw a wrench into Sleepy's strategies to try to retake the site. So there's already an early timeout coming out here from their side. I'm gonna try to figure out here how they could snuff out this or stuff at least the A side pressure on the pulse plan from M80.
Yeah, that's what you have to do is oversaturate, make it too chaotic for their own good.
Forward fight, right? So you've seen the way that they've been stacking so far. It's quite passive, right? They had 1 player towards that back on that 4-1 stack that I mentioned before, but even in their pistol round, they're playing a little bit more passively, not trying to be as aggro as they wanted to in front of like contesting the orb lines on the front side of A. That might change now after this timeout.
Maybe who trying to put a little initiative in these players, knowing that M80 had such a slow tempo before that if you try to door jam or tell sleepers that they can, maybe they get overheated, maybe they fall into those traps that M80 can set up with their defaulting. So perhaps coming into this game a little reclined, now imbued with that need to feast, need to farm, need to walk something down. Mid's going to be given away here for a strong stack as Alvin will make his walk up with no support. First turn in, Sorix has to TP back.
There.
And now you can start wasting time again as M80 make the pinch through the link onto B. They're just going to take the bigger stack, eat on the bigger fish. Bonnie double tap with the outlaw to make it easy as pie for the rest of M80 to take over.
Again, it's continuing to be semi-passive, but I mean, it's understandable. It was an Eco run on that side. They tried to push up towards middle. They didn't see anybody, and you were counting so much here on Sorix. We stayed on him pretty much the whole round, trying to find his opener on Alvin Boy, and just couldn't find a timing, which allowed the M80 to go for that pincer off the A link, or the B link. They'll have to focus into the next round, as we were just on about here, Tenrik. How do they want to stop here these lines from M80? Wait,
that's 2 kills with the classic for Tanza.
Ults though, so it's
you know,
a 1v2. Yeah, you'll see.
Yeah, always a little bit of sleeper magic in there, but not enough to get over the line this time. But mentioning again what the desk said is that M80's players have the ability to be as singular a threat as Sleeper's players have been, just with a more of a tapestry attached.
Sorry, I was trying to figure out what the hell that was.
Yeah, that's a nice.
The airplane Bucky,
POV.
dude. I love
That's
it.
great.
Oh, I love these angles. Props to the camera crew. I was like, is this a new spot on the map? But
Yeah,
then,
where
that
are
just
we
threw me
sitting
off.
here?
Yeah. Okay, so this is where it gets important though, Tenrik. So we have this op out from Tanza this time around too, and he's looking to place a TP for a fast rotate into the B site. So yeah, they are gonna try to contest the forward lines here on that A main, and it'll start off with probably like 8 going for a knife or something, and that's already gonna put players away, right? That's gonna knock down 2 players. It's okay. We got info. You can't even TP across, so that's a window of opportunity now for M80 to start moving a little bit more quickly towards the B site if they wanted to. But looks like they're deciding to stall it instead, which gives the space right now for sleepers to get this full read on the A site. You could keep the Clove inserted, the Yoru could TP across. Now it's gone.
Yeah.
They should have used the TP.
Yeah, that couple crucial seconds where that null was not expired. Leo just holding solo. He's really wasting a lot of time here, but M80's eventually able to get through, and the rest of Sleepers is out of sight. Null command regenerated. Alvin falls in the process, though, so it'll be a 4v3 on the post plan, and Sleepers are already here to play. Just don't have too much. Duck already has all of his scouting util gone, so M80 can take a step back. Go for full coverage. And this knife's back in 5, too.
You gotta let Salada in, man. Salada's got the ult, so they gotta be the one pushing her first.
That'll get stopped a little more.
Yeah,
Once
GMD's
again,
on
the
alert.
Yoru confirmed. You don't have the TP available. Just got to walk it down with the operator, and now the rest of M80 can infect. Looking really solid so far, man. I can't lie. The ability for M80 to just pump up the gas the moment they confirm, the lack of a TP, the lack of a smoker, the lack of some important resource that they can use to trample. It looks really well thought out so far. Very impressed.
I'm actually unfortunately not impressed by Sleeper so far. The macro's a little bit off. If you already had the insert into main and you still were in range of your TP, right? You have full control. You pass the line of orb. The clove is already inserted towards the A main line. You could TP back towards B. And this is the information I don't know, but that we saw. Paint already rotated back, so if they TP'd across, it would have never hurt it for the side of M80. So you could keep a player inserted at that spot and stay stacked towards that B site. But unfortunately, they lost their 2 players in the front lines. There was no TP there. The rotate was too late. And they lose in a macro game and forced to go back into a mixed buy for Sleepers. And if you're looking at it, that TP that you currently see from Euro at the top of spawn, that's always placed instantly a couple of seconds before the barrier comes up. So that's also on M80 to know, okay, well, the TP is about to expire at this point. They're going to wait that out, then they're going to hit it.
Just about that time, maybe when we hit a minute. And we'll start taking steps up. And first quick scope. Oh, it's a little off. Leo gets away with a second on that Bucky. And he's still quite close. Has the light speed to get out, though. No gun picked up. But now the convergent path's tossed right back on top. And Leo with the classic this time, too. One of the most unorthodox 3Ks you'll see this stage. And M80 gonna dare for more with that spike still stuck. Derek grabbing it.
Left.
Now smoked away. Alvin already in. Full commitment. Alvin swinging. Salada rezzing. Duck taking down. And Sleepers get the thrifty to get themselves back in this game.
Something about Bucky's today, Tenrik. Something about Bucky's. So much value. This time a little bit less of a shenanigan, though, because it was Leo really tucked in, and you needed that first shot to hit. And if their first shot doesn't hit, they need to trade instantly. But it's so hard to trade when the Bucky's that close. The second pump's already ready. Eats a chest full of lead here pretty much at that point. And yeah, that is going to be a nice little thrifty in the end off the back of Leo's solo plays. That's 2 kills, force field, and also slow field rather, and a classic for the frag. It stays though, Tenrik. They're still going back with what they were talking about since the timeout. Take aggressive lines off at least some of the edges off the map.
Derek in the window. No one is prepared for that checkup. And GMD with the backup man, but Leo and Salada can clear house. Oh, Pain turns back though from spawn, and this tunnel is here, but the Hunter's Fury to try to intercept, and it'll clear away that board as well. Salada with the 4K manages it all solo.
Oh man, and there's also the reason why Salada is second highest ACS in the VCL going into this matchup, right? Bonnie's the first one, and that was a nice little 4K. And that was also thanks to the disruption that was created from Sleepers. Despite the surprise attack that Derek had in the first place at that window, the rest following up right away with pure aggression and also support from the Hunter's Fury at the bend. There's nothing that M80 could have done there to support and to help out the players that fell down towards the A main. And I think that was GMD and Derek with the spike.
Yeah, got dropped way too early. That was, yeah, just great disruption play after Derek had a really solid position to punish the aggression that they knew was coming. So M80, I mean, it doesn't seem like they need to necessarily adjust when it comes to their setup. Like they have a good read on how Sleepers act. God, we've said this a million times. They know what Sleepers are going to do. It's just stopping it. And I mean, when you see Salada and Leo come up with plays like that on a dime, you start to question even the most like well thought out plans. Just sticking a fork in it.
Yeah, that is some of the things that Envy were really good at, right? When I'm thinking about the style of Envy too, when you think you have full site control, you've used util, the site's clear, and then suddenly somebody made it through as a Yoru, and then you just have Inspire run in as a Killjoy, and then you double kill people on site. That's the type of timing breaking that I want to see. And now we're starting to see, at least in a couple of these rounds.
Standing ahead.
A conversion Pat's on top of the Cosmic Divide here from M80. That's going to crunch out Leo first. 3 more sleepers here to intercept. Oh, Derek! Oh, no.
You know what, Copium? We've had an insert in the spawn, and Alvin loses it though. Unfortunate. Unfortunate.
Wow. Okay, so it's the ultimate's gone now.
Yeah.
And
They go in the middle.
4v3.
They have A main control. They know this hit's coming B. So it's the scramble from
boy.
M80, the fumble, and hopefully they could still make it to the touchdown zone.
Yeah. It's all about just finding the moment to smack the ball out of their hands again. Who's the first cutoff to do it? It is going to be Sorex. Oh, Tanza stepping out with the operator. Dry! You never know what kinds of decisions these kids will make and how well it'll go. SaLADA stepping out of the window. 2 staring him down. He still gets away with 1. Bonnie up to 3 now, and the extension onto Sorex from the library. And the Refract is going to perhaps contest SaLADA early. But Duck on a crumb, making his way back to be that second body. Bonnie spots it. No bullet fired, though. And now SaLADA in on that same bend to activate on the backstab that they couldn't possibly expect. And Duck holding it down against Bonnie. It's got to be an ace to stop the defuse as SaLADA taps it twice. Bonnie patrolling, jump for SaLADA, has to tap again, steps out of the smoke, and Bonnie! 5 down for the Waylay to keep M80 on top here.
A bona fide round from the duelist. The star duelist on the side of M80 too. When everything looked like it was gonna fall to pieces, you rely on Bonnie to make things happen, to make magic happen for the side of M80. M stands for magic pretty much at that round. Dude, all that he's done, he's always been not only tip of the spear, but always like 10 steps ahead of his teammates. Because he doesn't need them. He's still gonna get entries and open up the site for you. And that should have been a round here that slipped off the grasp of sleepers to be able to catch up in this game. That snuffs it out. Sorex at least has enough money to buy an operator within this round. They play another 3-1 and they triple push out towards A main. And now you're starting to see this over aggression coming out from sleepers. How do you adapt after? There is that TP. They close the lanes at least on that B side.
Starting to come into their own. Sleepers realizing the best formula to establish was the one they always had, the over-extreme counteraction. Stepping back to cradle all that util dumping on the open stretch to B. As 4 will plant. Interceptor up so you can't interrupt. Oh, Alvin stepping in through the link, catching 2. SaLADA with the refrag, though, on the shorty. Keeps it to a 2v2, and Tons has made it on, but Bonnie holding down the corner the whole way through, and I mean, that just feels like a couple moments where sleepers leave those openings unchecked, and M80 were already far too on site.
And that's what, was that a recall smoke or maybe just finding the timing of the smoke dissipating towards Ivy? But who's that again? It's another player out from M80 side that finds the timing on the push. Alvin going solo, even if it gets pinged out by the Yoru, it's called as soon as you can by Tanza, but reacted a little bit too late by the players inside the A bend. And instantly, Alvin's able to get 2 kills before he dies, and that cancels out the Yoru to util, and also cancels out the flood retake. Now they're back on a mixed buy. They're looking to fight. They have a good read at least that it's coming towards the A site for M80 and sleepers trying to fight back.
If they can guarantee the half of this already, it would be so easy. Tanza, another Bucky kill on the front lines. And Bonnie has to go with so much less in the tank. Saturate will hit 1, but backed up by nothing. Bonnie has got to continue trekking, pioneering, making his way down, and Duck is up to 3 on the way down to that. A sleepers round once again ends in mere seconds. M80, it is banger bust with these attack sides.
Yeah. Everybody's finding value by playing close to these smokes for both of these teams. This time around, another Bucky. Tanza inside paint, puts the barrel into the smoke. It almost looked like he was about to KO ult, if I'm not mistaken, and it looks like he was about to smash his hands together and lost it. Yeah, you see him already there, paint.
Wow,
losing
that's
it this
burned.
round. Yep.
Dude,
that's a big
nice
round for sleepers to tie up or to close that gap the last round here.
Yeah. God, good eye there. That's crazy, too. Yeah, relegated to just those sheriffs. Instant turnaround of the tempo so that sleepers can make it 5-7, but No hyper aggression, no 3-stack on these main lines, just some noise so that M80 is prevented from being tempted to go towards that mid aggression. And now Leo can control it as long as he needs to, but B's still that weak side now as the rotation and the drone is confirmed. Tanza's gate crash is going to take a hot minute to expire, but even so, it's a distance that they'll have to make up.
Look at Sorik sniffing the pixels. Couldn't get the shot. He gets shot in the smoke. No!
Oh, no! It's happening again! Well, this is the easy part. Oh, behind smoke.
Yeah,
Spraying through to
second one
Leo
through
too.
smoke.
Just get in the way of it, and you are toast. Flash out from Tanza, only good to escort Duck in cleanly, and his position's already given away. SaLaDa's got to be a big clutch king here on top of Heaven, as Paints already kind of got his plate full, but maybe not much longer, trading hell of a damage with Duck already. SaLaDa, as always, loud as can be, matters not, gets the kill onto Paint. Now can smoke away the diffuse for round number 1. Off angle on top of the shock dart, and SaLaDa finds Alvin as well. GMD and Derek left on top of the post plant defuse, but that shock dart's gonna stall SaLaDa. Holds down all 4!
No way. No way that just happened from SaLaDa.
Oh my god!
Switching sides.
It's
Wait,
just
that was
stuff
actually
like
fired
that,
by him.
Man.
Yeah. I'm speechless. That was actually very, very nice from SaLaDa. Because on one end, I was about to say this half ends 8-4 with basically the whole M80 squad versus just SaLaDa. But just SaLaDa is able to close out 2 rounds for sleepers and make this a very close game. The fact that you went for smokes, apps, baiting out so many players, you also took in down the ones that had rifles on those duels, so that the last 2 players only had a Sheriff and a Guardian to work with. So they have to wide swing, scramble for some picks, and SaLaDa saves his team, dude. That was such great individual play, and he's about to lead the team to rush into a B site.
To equalize here and now on M80's pick, the more aggressive side. But Alvin on this veto, always one that's tough to crack. 74 HP, but safe for now. And the early call onto the B execute. With Sleepers still having to burn a little bit of the tank to make sure they can get this down safely, but they're already on top of this smoke that's dissipating, ready to find this veto that was hidden away, and SaLaDa will get the first blood of the half. Now, continuing to just creep forward, the 4v2 is so damn strong, and while Derek can catch the lurk and has help from Bonnie, still a full-fledged 2v4. And the swing on top of the flash is gorgeous! Leo up to 3, and Sleepers get us to 6-7.
And that's amazing for Sorix. He moved up towards that mid side, and that's something when the Des was talking about the composition that you currently have here for Sleepers to bring out a chamber. That's probably one of the main reasons why you have a chamber in this comp. The attack side, holding off the rotates, and also just being able to solo hold an angle when you smoke up one spot is such a good agent to play on middle. This time he hears the information on a flash and dash. He TPs out and calls his team to tempo up towards the B site. So that just being the human drone for the team allows for Sleepers to have a clean pistol round. It forces now M80 to play a 4-1, trying to create a surprise through the A side smoke, as you can see here on that mini map. But little they know, it's a full 5-man hit towards this B site. Alden Boy has no choice to once again fall back and save, or at least hold his ground, not necessarily save.
Spike planted.
Yeah, all you gotta do is just look at the guy mid-light speed, and he'll hand this over. At least you're watching this trademark from Sorex. Yeah, I mean, you leave him alone, and he's gonna kill you at the end of the round. You don't leave him alone, everybody else is gonna kill you at the end of the round. There's just no good way out of it.
Yeah.
A spray war that M80 will actually get a good portion of here. 2 bodies with the classics. Chill out, guys. This isn't supposed to be this cut and dry, right? Oh, Leo. No, the Bucky's supposed to be magic.
No Derwin there. Yeah.
All right. Post play's a little awkward here. Shock dart on top of Paint will finish the job here, though, and you don't have any more time to defuse. So it's 3 guns down, but it is still an EP round at the end of the day.
Yeah. Ended up being them. It almost looks questionable when you're fighting towards that A bend, but I mean, it's respectable. You have 3 players there. You're trying to bring up as many ult orbs as you can to not give a chance for M80 to really save their weapons. But even at that point, man, jump off the map. trying to make it difficult for the EPs to actually get their ult up, because right now, from the way things have been looking through these clutch rounds from SaD, the rest of the team is starting to follow up behind this leadership in terms of the frag department for Sleepers. SaD working with his teammate up towards middle, where they're going for a 1-2-2. So really trying to have M80 skate around the defensive lines, and he's stuck 2 players across here on the top mid.
Yeah, that's one of those buddy systems that you can't go wrong with. Tons of just opening up with those flashes, lets SaD run wild and get a lot of free space to smoke up in places you normally wouldn't be able to. And that's Alvin's trip, not doing a damn thing.
Watch him force the TP, he knifes him.
Prongs, that would be funny. All right, SaD with the frag back, so we've got B site taken over again after Leo was able to get the quick light speed kill in the back of A2. That brought over such a huge stack.
Yep, that was the main thing.
A lot of stepping into the smoke, and that's...
Bro.
I think he's up to 20 now.
Nice and slow now.
Well,
and he's running. He doesn't even care.
Yeah.
All right, that's a little more punishable. But duck. Oh, okay. That was a little testy, but that's still a bonus for EEPY.
Like I said, they could trust each other, right, in these moments. But the thing is the double walk into, I thought, really at this point, what was it? It was Derek and Paint, right? I thought they were going to 3-2-1, barrel into the smoke, so they go into that. They look at that. So they counted, and then Paint, I think, just got caught with a flash in his hand. So I think for one, and when they 3-2-1, Paint was ready to just flash in the smoke, while the other one walked in. So they kind of just both got caught off guard and couldn't even trade it, and SaD got tremendous value off that push inside that smoke. And it's one of those small things here from M80, those small mistakes that always are so costly for them, and that cost them maps in series. And unfortunately, still plagues them within this matchup here against Sleepers in the lower bracket.
Leo, rinse and repeat, taking over the backside, has a rifle with help now. Pop flash out from Paint just to get the refract going, but Sorex already on this opener. No, it's Hansa, who, yeah, just able to approach up with SaD now. And that's just complete takeover against the Pistols this time. Not much to fear here. So, just kind of bulldozing what was right in front of them. And, you know, if there happened to be a couple more players that were a little later to the party, so be it. Sleepers are fine with that. They're going to play their way regardless.
And I was like, okay, can you maximize something here? Give somebody an ult point. But SaD, Duck, and also Leo were all chasing down Alvin Boy with ults. Yeah, 25 kills and 16 rounds of regulation is quite nice to look at. And now things will get a little bit more difficult, though, because this is the first thought that we see coming out on the defensive side for M80. And EEPers have been just really face checking a lot of these angles and walk contacting plays where an op in the right position could give you an early advantage for the side of M80. Unfortunately, though, it's posted up on the A side, and Sleepers are looking for a 5-man hit once again on this B site.
With Alvin no longer here, Leo's not even going to have to refract. Sleepers will just hang out for free here. The knife is going to be what does a lot of the talking here. That catches bloody everybody.
Yeah.
But can you do anything about it other than just like prevent them from moving forward? No. And Leo's actually going to use the convergent paths into the Hunter's Fury by Duck. And it's all just blockade after blockade.
I just saw the op.
You've got to be so fast with it too. Bonnie's already given away another angle on top of it, so you have to try to persuade the stack, and that's not going to happen either. SaD is going to respawn after daring to challenge, and now Sleepers can get even more aggressive. They're going to just twist that knife after M80 has already opted to go for the save. They care not. They will crush.
Op gone. And it's SaD that gets the kill too, so he stays alive from the run it back. Or
unbelievable.
Not done yet. That's insane. Yeah, nice little trap play from the double ults. They make sense. The knife, as you said, was thrown here by Paint. All it does is it's just going to slow things down for a bit. And they are already kind of new here, Sleepers, that M80 we're going to set up for a post-plant retake. Because if you're playing soft side with only one player on the site, these guys are just waiting for a timing to flood back as a team. catch them all off guard. Who's doing the peace sign? It's like a clean round, well drafted. We saw that coming from miles away. And yeah, that got so much value.
I am not entirely sure how M80 can like even fathom intercepting at this point. Like Alvin has always had to get out first. I mean, like he hasn't been able to stick around a single round. He's always been on weak side. He's never had somebody like Derek or Paint in the immediate vicinity, so you can't even get like a weird pick off in the middle of the crowd through like such an open territory that B-side normally has. It's just always a little behind, and that's something that we were looking at M80 for this whole stage. But it's like when this map is so big and sleepers are so fast, how do you adjust? Because if you can now, otherwise what? You're gonna flip a coin and hope you're on the right side? Like, this is just so hard to adjust to, man.
Yeah, I do agree, because you've been trying to set up your interceptor to stop all that util that Emily was mentioned before. The interceptor is so good for so much of this util that EEPers have, or the sleepers have. But unfortunately, he's always choosing the wrong sites. He's already seeing here this fake towards this B site, pulls out the evolution, the clone pulls it, and now everybody's just gonna hit towards this A site. A knife at least stops the util.
Yeah, and I believe that might have been a pulse from GMD for some slowdown too. So it does catch a good portion of the stack. Duck now down to 31 effective. And Sorex the only one standing now on this lurk, but he's also been chipped away.
Yeah, WinCon is huge for M80 right now. It's a 2v2, healthy on HP. Bonnie's the one of the players that are still alive, and they also have a big ult for the retake.
First walk in, Sorex wins! He wins that!
Oh no.
You want it around even more impossible, man?
Oh,
I raise you this.
Bonnie's got it.
Does that convergent pass even land? Oh, it does. Okay. Sorex has got to watch early. Light speed in. Open season if you check once. No? Bonnie's just spraying. You can just spray your way through this. Sorex, you breathe on him, he dies. He's terrified. He has no idea. And now he's searching. Watching the window. First tap. Sorex can count. Bonnie's not watching. Second tap. Sorex comes in. He can count and he lands it! Impossible does not exist to sleepers.
And he never peaked. He never peaked on the first tap. He knew instantly that he could have played time in his favor. Why? Because he's low on HP. He's playing mind games. You're at that point, you're playing a 1v1 at low HP. Most of the times when a tap comes through, the one that has full HP doesn't need to bring it at half, because he knows he could just one-shot his opponent. There you go. That's exactly who was mentioning it right there.
I love him so much. He's fantastic.
No.
He's eaten up every minute of this. Tanza getting swarmed. Derek able to at least chase down Leo in the stack. But there's no follow-up. At least some chip to two members.
Buddy had to recall too, only has a guardian to work with. And all sleepers are trying to do right now is to cut noise, contact up. It's beautiful.
He's insane!
Yeah.
He's up to a full-fledged 2.0 KD, by the way, right now. He's 29-14. And Derek backstabbed. God. This is ridiculous, man.
Yeah, flawless attack side so far. As much as I want to say, oh yeah, you got people at low HP, this is very doable for M80, but at this rate, man, they've been finding such good angles here for sleepers to cut these rotates. M80, even if they play a buddy system right now, actually this might be the saving grace.
Yeah. Oh, Tanza's a little late. Alvin, very crisp right now. That's what matters at the end of the day against a team like this. A lot of 5 HP. He's just going to peek it and almost strips away GMD. Down to the very same health, in fact. Tries to hop out with the shorty to save that. But Duck has made this insane rotation back up to heaven. There's no way he sees this coming, but the interceptor right on top makes it so he has to drop down with the shorty. Runs out of bullets, readjusts on the fadeaway, and Alvin barely gets alive, but not in time to get the defuse. And Sleepers continue the streak.
Oh my god, dude. These guys are so good. Defense left to be, you know, desired for, but their attack side, holy crap. Well, you're starting to see what they could do here and how they're able to do so many good individual plays. There's nothing very flashy. And on top of that, they still have nice set plays drawn up if they wanted to, just like the slow field into Hunter's Fury that we mentioned a couple of rounds ago. And they just have such good experience despite such a young roster to play these 1v1s.
My ult's ready.
All right, let's gamble it here.
Yeah. GMD once again playing with those stars in the very front line. Duck really searching for the ping on top of the drift, but Tons is just going to get his own first blood on Paint with that null command activated. GMD having to just back away, accept that body, and maybe play on top of it once it's tapped, but Sorex is just going to get in front of it. Bonnie with a light speed into a crowd, and the Saturate catches the rest! Sorex gets 3! Oh, wallbang. Yeah, don't even look at him to finish the body off. Alvin holding his own for quite some time, all the way down to the final body, but Sleepers complete a perfect attack half on Abyss here. Bloody hell, if you haven't learned enough about this team yet, Vance, maybe now you have.
Yeah, and on top of that, to finish the round the way that he did, I think Sorex walked forward right into a down Paint. So Paint has the info that somebody's there, yet as they're about to hit, you have Leo throwing a slow field, the Saturated right at the spawn that nullifies the two. Dude, that util usage off the fly, the way that they play off each other too. And okay, I have this available, let's swing off this. The combos must be hectic, I would assume, here for the side of Sleepers, but they make it work. And they're able to win this map here. I think that was M80's map pick on top of that. So it's not a good look right now. I mean, look at that. Two of them saturated towards that spawn. Sorex even saves his teammates towards the spike plant in the back of the site. And it just becomes a very good game for Sleepers on the attack.
Really just unfathomable work done. Yeah, even who can't believe his own eyes when looking at these guys sometimes. It's insane, the kind of stuff they get away with. It's not even plot armor. It's not fate. It's just Sleepers. It's just them. Their essence is what gets them over the line. And now they'll get to go to their own map pick as well. Map 2, seeing if they can carry out the series against an NRG Academy, or not an NRG Academy. God, I'm still stuck on this from last, from M80, going to Split. We'll see how Sleepers can fare with that massive active play style. M80 hoping for the reset, but God, after a half like that, how do you prepare? We'll see how after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. made. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe.
Lorcan's in trouble. Gold Stunna is just snary. Is able to get you two, and Rents can use that to good effect. You also have a little bit.
But they're still getting pulled through with something but 3 players surging.
And Bonnie again just keep getting the site. A row. What for Vic?
Out and grab one on the way down. Giza's got a whole lot of resources. Comes in.
Derek. Full hose at a main. The truck badge. Stunna's good for at least. Oh, it's
Oh, wow, and this is such a having 3 players left alive, but we still can have fire with a lot of firepower.
Heading into the first map of the series between M80 and Sleepers, we had talked about M80 maybe having the tools to slow down this EP squad. It was close to the half, but once we swapped sides, Sleepers ran away with the game, literally. Flawless attack after close out the map 13-7. I mean, Emily, this team, it's just, you just never know what to expect. The amount of rounds that we saw, we were shaking our heads or what just happened, like it's keeps you on your toes.
Okay, outside of the fact of Salada dropping 30 and literally going insane, I think to me it was very clear that the first half, M80 had answers, whereas the second half, they didn't, right? When I saw M80 on the attack half, they looked so good. They weren't just sitting back. They were taking solo flights, but bouncing off of each other in the post plans. They were doing full execs, and the way that they layered their utility was so good. We saw them using the drone and the dart to take site. We saw them having the interceptor to not allow Sleepy to kind of fall back, or Sleepers to just go into a fast retake, and they would always go for aggression before falling back. Whereas the second half, it seems like they chopped out to like, guys, they're gonna aggress. We know this. Let's just hold together. But that's all they had to it. They weren't playing really like super well off of each other. They weren't playing together. And there were a lot of like little mistakes that costed them so many times because again, they knew that they were gonna aggress, but they just weren't having the right answers.
Definitely a confidence map for sure, especially to turn things around. We mentioned that for the side of Sleepers, we saw this map once, and that was week 1 of the Swiss stage. That was forever ago when they got that 13-1, and we pretty much saw every single run on the defense. That attack side was still a question mark for us. They keep that same composition, and now this is the side where they look insane, completely undefeated going into that second half. And honestly, it's not that it was just they dominated, they got every first kill and they closed it out, but it was mainly a lot of those post plans and how they played out. These players are so smart, whether it was a 2v3 on this side, and then we saw that rotation as well from mid to get that kill with the shorty, or it was how they were going to position themselves towards that window to get that advantage later into the round. It's just a team that individually is incredible, and that really helps out when you know that series could have gone either way going to that second half.
And it's a team that just throughout all of it, like they just have the confidence and they're just having fun. Their coach is popping off. Salada was cheesing ear to ear when you see him on the player cams. And I feel like that was the confidence that really spoke through with their gameplay. Even when M80, some of those rounds when Sleepers was on attack, they got kind of close. Sleepers being able to just find those ones and be able to win out those gunfights. I think back to that 2v4 where Salada got that 4K. I think of like those 1v1 clutches. I think a duck just jumping with the shorty into the smoke. Like it just kind of seems like in those pivotal moments that they couldn't quite get it done, Emily. And looking back on the match, like, yeah, EP, that's just a string of rounds to close it out.
Yeah, I mean, to go into more detail, it's just like on that second half, M80 looked like a different team. We were seeing them make minor mistakes. One round that comes to mind is when, you know, we had a solo Solada and a smoke towards spawn. We see them going to go for a 3-2-1 swing and then Pink kind of hesitate and go for a flash. There was a little bit of a miscommunication, allowing Solada to take 2 1v1s. And it was mistakes like that that really just let them steamroll on that attacking half for them. And these are mistakes that should not be happening this late in a tournament.
Is a team that really knows how to be overwhelming, whether is not necessarily always running it down on those sides, but it's just the way that they're playing together and they're trading each other so fast that made M80, especially those players that were holding the extremities for a little bit, really, really uncomfortable. They could not get any sort of map control early on, and even though they attempted, they were trying to get the anchors to hold on to the sides. It just seems like there was nothing that they could do. Sleepers were coming from one side for the other, from mid as well, and punishing those gaps as well that they could find. And honestly, super impressive. I kind of wish that we saw this move a bit more from them.
Right? Like, it's been about a month since we've seen it. It was a landslide last time around, and I mean, it's probably good for the other teams we didn't get to see it more. That's enough to be said there. But looking back at the player performances, I mean, Emily, we have to talk about the MVP of the map. Again, Solada, 1 off of the 30 bomb, but like, holy, but like also, what couldn't this kid do out there?
Almost 400 ACS on the Clove is just insane, and I don't think people realize how crazy that actually is. I mean, we gotta see it. We saw Solada get away with literal murder in this whole match, and it was just insane to see. Like, this kid could not be stopped no matter what he did, just getting multi-kill after multi-kill, being able to, like, this run was specifically insane. The fact that he was able to get, what, a 4K here and clutch this out, the whole map, it just, he was getting away with so much, and he just really felt unstoppable. He was such an annoyance for M80 to deal with, and they didn't have an answer to just kind of shut him down right away.
I mean, Solada got away with so much, and it seems like Sleeper's getting away with a lot as well, because they took M80's map right out from under them. Now heading into the second map of the series, we're going to EP's own map pick with Split ahead. And when I look at this team that's warmed up and so confident in the server, Dan, I got a lot of questions here about M80 can try and slow them down this time around.
Yeah, definitely. For the side of Sleepers, you're going to continue to see Solada on this Clove, and it's just, I think, the greatest Clove of all time. And it's not because people are not really playing Clove, but because I think if they did, they could not even match him. He just has some insane mechanics. But going on the other side for M80, they have been in this position before. They have been down in the lower bracket, down one map, and able to turn it around. Something that we mentioned early on that I feel like will absolutely be a win condition for them is if they're going to be keeping this double duelist composition. This is where Paint always looks the most comfortable, setting up Bonnie for success on this double duelist, giving those flashes, giving and creating that space, making that entry that it felt like in the second half of this we didn't really get the chance to see. It was a team that it felt like the more that they played those rounds, the less confident they got. So when you have these double duelists that really forces you to push forward, I feel like this is the chance for M80 to push us to that road.
And right outside of, like, just looking more at the broader picture here is outside of comps, we need to know that M80 can bounce back from 1, losing their map pick, 2, getting dominated on that second half and not let that transfer over into this map. We need to see them come back even stronger, especially comms wise, to know that everyone is on the same page no matter what EP ends up throwing at them. They need to be ready to be able to basically yap each other's ear off to make sure that there's nothing left to assumption. Otherwise, they'll be a lot easier to pick apart, and that is my biggest worry for them.
At least going into the second map, M80, they do get to start on the defense, which has been stronger. So at least they should be hopefully able to get that momentum back, and it's not just going to be a clean stomp from that first map into a really bad half to be starting off the second map, right? So I think this could be hopefully where we can see that fight back a little bit more from M80. Again, combined with the fact that they do have these experienced players that have made these lower bracket runs to have been through this test of time, right? Like, this isn't going to be the first time they've been pushed around. It's just going to be a new test ahead of them here, Emily, with the Sleepers on the opposing end. But we've talked so much about what M80 can do to try and close this out. What about for Sleepers too? Because this is the team that has that lead. Like, this is going to be a little bit more favored for them. But again, if M80, they showed that in the first part of that map, they could have those ideas to push them back. So if we see M80 with that again, How are Sleepers going to adjust?
I mean, I feel confident that Sleepers will not be running out of steam anytime soon. We have a team full of 5 Zoomers that all grind this game, even outside of tournaments. Literally, if you look at their VLR, they're playing in every outside of circuit tournament as possible and absolutely dominating there. I think that as long as they keep the momentum up and also just have fun, that's really going to be the key here, because they actually have fun together. They're not, when we see their player cams and their reactions, they never look super stressed. Even after they lose a round, they're always laughing about something. And I think as long as they have that mentality, even if things start to go towards M80's way, they will always find a way back into it. But looking at these comps, I'm not surprised at all. I really do like that both teams are sticking with the double controller. I think, you know, one of the players that we highlighted was Alvin, and I think he does such a good job at kind of controlling that mid space and not allowing Sleepers to just kind of run through it. And I'm excited to see like how well they kind of try and counter all that and see if they actually go play a little bit slower and bait out that utility before anything, or if they're just going to go into their bread and butter execs.
Yeah, that is a great point too, because we're talking about the double duelies here for Boney and Pain that they're going to be bringing out, but also Alvin. I feel like when I think about this map and I think about M80, this is the player that I'm thinking of because of that mid control that has been so annoying for other teams to play against. Though, to be fair, Sleepers, they have a completely different story to tell. They're playing the kind of the most modern meta that we're seeing right now with the Neon and the Waylay that teams are kind of experimenting with, but this team definitely feels really, really comfortable playing it just because of that pace. So I'm really excited, honestly, to be fair, and I'm going to say a point on the side of Sleepers. Every time that a series has gone 3 maps for M80 this year, they haven't been able to close it out.
Ooh. Okay, so throwing a little bit extra history in there. I mean, for the very first map of the series, the Sleepers seem to have gotten away with murder. Heading into the second map, their own map pick, it's time to see if they can keep that momentum up or if M80 can finally stop those Zoomers. Let's get into split elimination on the line for M80. Let's see if they can start that off with your casters, Tenric and Vansili.
Thanks, Sierra. So yeah, according to the trends Dan has given his fans, either M80 lose it here 0-2 to Sleepers, or they have a miraculous comeback on what is Sleepers map pick, and then still lose in map 3 anyway. So definitely stacked against him a little bit here.
And later.
But that being said, I do think, yeah, like the desk said, they both have the right idea, kind of sticking with what they've got, sticking to their guns, and M80 will hopefully be able to adjust a little bit quicker on the draw to what is going to be another explosive Sleepers attack.
Dude, how quick can you adjust though? Because I think the thing that's hasn't been talked about yet is like the Neon with the Waylay. I think if you're looking back at even the VCTs where G2 looked amazing against NRG when they had Jogimo on the Neon and then the Waylay with Baby Bay, that was pretty much how they owned NRG. And the thing is that G2 also copied a Sleepers composition pretty much on Corrode. So I'm wondering if they learned something from Sleepers and how aggressive this could be on a Neon instead of a Yoru, that people don't really have time to set up on like flash retakes and whatnot because it could be so oppressive. And this is how it starts, an A ramp take on the A site for the attack.
Yeah, giving that ability to both be extra committal and also be able to escape with that extra velocity lets Sleepers have an even stronger full stack, especially when they send them on these pistol rounds and they are trampling their way through these ramps to get this game started. Shortly after, quick heal up from Duck. Been on this very consistent Sky. And Derek has the off angle, though M80 can set up shop after that first recoup and clear the board.
Wow. Aim diff pretty much at that point after the first wave. So yeah, one had to be a sacrificial lamb. But this, nah, wouldn't happen. Good damage though. Good damage.
Yeah, very good. If M80 was the least bit less strangled together, that would maybe be a Sorex clutch. But yeah. Yeah, the first crowd stopped up after the screen comes up. Actually lets M80 go for like a full readjustment as well. So they take advantage of that very well and come away with that first opening. But I have to agree with what you said, G2 maybe taking a page out of the Sleepers book, understanding the aggression that you can manifest out of being that like double poke, super mobile play style with the Neon and the Waylay, just able to flush out so many zones with the Saturate plus the Relay Bolt as well. You guarantee so many corners that you don't even have to bother checking. And you know, Sleepers just want to focus on what's in front of them.
They will. Bucky in to go towards the vents. They have map control. I mean, right now, M80 is doing a great job, right? They've or lost a player but still ended up giving enough space for Sleepers to take where they think they have good map control, and when they go for the actual hit, util, crossfire. It's about to happen here.
No bite down. Oh, but Derek, yeah, there it is. Majority of the damage, and Leo trying to come away with something on the shorty, but he lost the altitude, so he'll get a quick pick off, and Alvin finally revealing himself. Might just get the lion's share. SaLada hindered, but gets the Bucky shot. Again, consolation frag here in the follow-up, and M80 made quick work of these opening two.
And the difference, too, when you're looking at this composition from Sleepers versus what G2 brought on this map, is that Sleepers still pick and stay with a Sky and a Clove instead of a Fade, sorry, and an Astra on the side of G2. Why? Because I think going with how aggressive they are, they could still leverage like Sky Flashes off their fast lanes, off Viper walls, off these dashes, right? And this is a type of team that doesn't really need full util to clear out their opponents, because their guns will do the talking for them, and which is why I think we're going to see a lot of 5-man hits attack side for Sleepers with this comp. And they're playing judge close range. I like it though for Pink.
Yeah, it's a lot of little like bundles of util that they stack up into the mini fights. Oh, Tanza, that's just a rough miss there. And Bonnie rushing in, finding his own little morsel of greatness in this bonus. And M80 here to meet the problem early, but the snake bite catching the entry. So the rest of the Sleepers are already in, and they've taken over screens. Are we full flipping? No, we're going to stick to the A plant.
Yeah, there seems to be a weapon they could pick up towards the orb, so they'll take that first. Bonnie's going to pick it up. That's a Vandal in his hands, and they'll try to 3-man retake when there's still a Paranoia available. Nice TP across to try to get that lane.
SaLada not watching up the ramp reapproach. Alvin now controlling that space basically permanently. Sorix having to keep watch for that on the Paranoia opening up, though. They both just lock in and lock down. So 2 rifles will stand on this bonus. Sleepers able to maintain and manage.
That's the thing. Another one of those. I mean, right now you have to count on positioning too. I think that was SaLada, right? At the front with that Vandal. Beautiful position where he was at. Because what happens here is that M80 were getting ready for a flood retake. They have a Paranoia for the full back lines where players would usually play. But by him playing out in front of the open where you plant front sight for Heaven, most of the places that you want to clear first when you're entering from A main is Hell, Heaven. Nobody's going to check that spot first. So he has always first contact, or most of the times, first contact to shoot. And he even gets 2 kills on top of that.
Now some extra spray through the screen. This has been already preconditioned well, but Leo rushing in with the shorty on the leg speed, able to grab the high ground pretty quickly into a rifle, but Paint can shut that down. TP away before getting rushed down by Tanza. And that's the kind of point-to-point contact that Sleepers is hoping to get free kills out of a lot more early in this game, but M80 adjusting to it quick. Maybe they scrimmed G2 at some point here.
Yeah.
That definitely helps.
Sources, trust me, bro.
Right. No, this again completely.
No, I agree, because I'm the source. No, I'm kidding. It's all good. Action resumes.
And we're mowing it down. Jeez, GMD. W key warrior today. Sorix, clutch god. Let's see him do it now. All right, M80's reflexes are really keen this map already so far. Yeah, the mental boom clearly not plaguing him after that attack half last map.
And it does help him too that, GMD stays alive again within this round, and smokes actually do pay dividends for them this time around as they scale back as a team. I think that was the big part right now that was, hard for them to take on that previous round, because again, so many hard angles to re-clear when you come out from area main. But then you have bodies flooding out, they have perfect trades on the elbow, and then M80 is able to get a 3rd round right here. So as much as we're commending how this composition could be very oppressive and very hard to deal with, at least on the front lines, I think after that short initial burst that you're currently seeing from Sleepers, it's being well maintained by M80 to react after. So if you look at it, look at how passively they're kind of playing here. Almost a sacrificial lamb with GMD here. But for the rest, they're just waiting for, okay, after all that util's done, you fight back.
Wow. What? Bonnie! He tracks both of those! That's nutty, dude. Even losing 1 down, even though GMD, like you said, that lamb gets sacrificed. Any shred of momentum, any spark on the heels of Sleepers has been snuffed out this round.
Yeah. Even if this is a mixed bag of buy that you have for Sleepers on that round, that was a sick transfer on those 2 kills.
Yeah.
From Bonnie. He hasn't stopped here from that first map to the second one. And Paint even has the back lines covered. I think they're still in a good spot here for M80 to close out the round. No, Salada's still alive. Never mind.
Yeah, he's still gonna do whatever he wants to. He's gonna grab a third and then go into the immediate res. Pain with the backstab though, catching Sorex and the rest of M80 getting their distance. So Salada's not gonna be able to catch up to either member. He's just gonna try and escort Duck onto site. Maybe get the chase off. No, he's found Alvin. Oh, he almost makes it work. Duck can stick the plant. 1v2, no util in the bag, but Paint already gonna get it early. The 2-stack. Duck, get your weapon out. No, the Seeker confirms it. He can reset. Take a distance. Swing back onto Alvin, not checking, and he lands it.
Make it easier for ya.
The impossibilities are where they shine, man. I'm telling you, it doesn't stop.
This is just the duality of this matchup so far between M80 and Sleepers. Bonnie, who does this type of stuff, and then Salada on the other side, just to equalize their hero plays coming out here from Bonnie. But this time you have clutch factors out from Duck on that 1v2. Somehow they were still able to escape Salada by a near margin. He almost got that kill towards the spawn on Alvin Boy. Yet Duck is still able to isolate one Jiggle Peek into spawn and then use Seekers for the second one. And now, as they've went 6 rounds, or should I say 5 rounds as a 5-man wolf pack, they're going back to they're going for a default round for the first time by flashing towards the B main and now trying to force a lot of these rotates.
Not just yet, just the step into the safe territory with the toxic screen. I like the controllers escorting each other's duelists to turn that like full double poke into a lot of that default pressure just condensed. Again, like it's these little bundles of really strong util that Sleepers are able to condense into singular moments and then extract all the value. It's like a snowball fight, but you're putting pebbles in them.
Yeah. And it's interesting how they
M80
set this up too. They sold that fake, and before even going for a full hit in the A site, you just take the line, scope it down, see if you catch some players trying to jump spot for information. Nothing's happening. They know it's an open site, and now it's a 5v5 for the retake.
Reposition down the bottleneck. It's a little awkward, but that's because they're still trying to stare down screens, and tracking's decent, but the aim from Sorex is better. Bonnie, nice light speed in there, dunked on his head. And now Stanza's got to step back through this toxic screen, getting poked at and killed by Alvin, who continues the extension. Duck can take care of Derek on his lonesome, though, so Sleepers can keep 2 standing and make it an even game.
Yeah. And it's going to come down to these, man, these moments where M80 seem to understand like the space that they could let Sleepers take, sorry, and then where they could fight in these choke points. And it works out quite well for a lot of these moments, but now it comes down to the chaos. And when it's the chaos of these post plants, it's those fundamentals. And you could definitely see that a lot of these moments, once again, Sleepers continues to be kind of like just on an island on their individual plays. If they could pinpoint these positions and try to overtake these as a team, they're going to be in a decent spot right now for M80 on defense.
Wow, quick flash onto Leo. He's just gonna keep it going. What else are you gonna do? Derek keeps spraying until Tanza walks. Only a matter of time, according to him, and he is spot on.
See how they're spread. This is what we were talking about, right? Solo play on Salada. Nice hold by Derek. And now the other two finally have to regroup, but now you have to play a 2 versus 4.
Derek just understanding the nature of that push. How sink or swim it is. And Sleepers will heavily drift back down to the bottom of the map. See if they can come up for air on the B site for at least a moment.
Yeah. The difficult thing right now, too, is that they pit it early on that round, right? For M80. Now they've lost it on middle. So you kind of have to keep Alvin anchored in that spot so that you make sure that this middle side to the right side of that map is fully anchored up and everything's being watched. That gives an advantage now for Sleepers to move inside the B site and to even go for a pit with the plant. You give that spike now to Duck, he's going to be 1 away from an ult. And now you can even pit on top of that. You get a kill inside of it. You still have Sky Util on top of that. And when you're looking at a team like Sleepers, this is definitely doable.
You know they play for moments like this.
No pit, though.
Yeah, Sorex is just going to head back into spawn. Duck already using both the dog and the bird. Just to play for some time here. Oh, and the Haunt catches him. Wow, yeah, that's just unlucky. But Sorex hidden, and we're not looking at Duck. He gets us back so quick. Oh, and Duck finds Alvin. Refrag on to Sorex again. Another 1v1 from this IGL, and GMD can't cut it. He does it again.
10 HP, and he gets the kill. But the issue, once again, is the flood back from M80 into the site. That Haunt literally saw him, and nobody is watching in that spot as they're trying to flood back out. You're just diving right into main. Source catches one off guard, and now everybody's like, oh crap, who do we focus on right now? And they individually, look at that, they individually find their timings from there.
Ridiculous. That's what we were saying. That's exactly what we were thinking.
I did not say it that way, not word for word. I did not say it word for word.
That's exactly what he was talking about.
Do not put words in my mouth, Tenric. I did not say what who just said. He's paraphrasing. Oh.
Back to the eco here, Bonnie.
10% against
Blood in the water gonna try and chase it down with this Bucky, but the snake bite's gonna prevent him here. And Alvin with that crunch up. Look, if M80 wins this round right back, we can trade some more words. But that rush down from Leo takes over the B site. Now Tonza with this overdrive is just hungry. Bonnie can't stop it. One more. Oh, we're walking it down. Second Bucky kill, rifle in hand. Let him get a clutch too, guys. Let's just make everybody win today. I just want everybody to have a good time. All right.
Especially M80, they wanted that one for sure. If you're able to convert here semi-thrifty, I think it was a rifle with pistols, right? That would have given you a good chance here. And it started off so well, Tenric, when you're looking at the beginning of this matchup, right? They had a great pistol round shutdown. They converted a very clean anti-eco. Their bonus round was still quite good. They still did some good damage onto it. They were able to convert the round right after. But then it comes down to, oh my God, Sleepers are able to find their footing again on the attack side. And yeah, they definitely do need to start slowing things down here on Sleepers map control on the attack side now.
Oh, for these last four, you have tools to sort of, again, like stopgap one or two at a time. With the way Sleepers are playing. Like the string is very thin at this stage. Everybody kind of just playgrounding at the moment. Mid has like barely been touched, and Sleepers maybe pointing that out this round while M80 calls the timeout, seeing if one side or the other can place some pressure on it to maybe slow things down a tiny bit or just get a free lurk pick. A lot of ways you can do this because it's been any tower presence has just been like immediate pinches on top of snakebite. It's been very like one and done attempts here. And Alvin, yeah, he's once again going to be the guy that controls it. Oh, but we're tossing a convergent path up there out the gate, perhaps.
Trying to split B off a timeout. Let's see what they get. It's off the dog as well, just in case.
That covers the wrong side, but that doesn't mean you're prevented from breaching vents, and the three members of Sleepers will scurry right on through. So you've gotten the two, so M80, they'll just extend beyond to T and catch one. Bring Duck down to 32. This might just work out. The convergent path's back the other way. Bonnie being the individual to make everything happen, but running it down against Duck, who wins against both! You've got to be kidding me, man! You've got to be kidding me!
Is this Vora Jr. on split? This guy's unstoppable in the sky. Dude, he is winning every scenarios that he should not be winning so far.
That is so
for Duck.
stupid. That is just flat out stupid. Everybody back from tower. We're all gonna be looking at it. Paint does have two flashes. You gotta weigh in. Haunt, into flash, into decoy. Nobody's convinced. Solana traded out for one. Drop is heard, so Leah can run to it, and Sleepers have everything covered. Duck stayed alive for that round. This is crazy.
He was solo with Spike too to be able to get that one. Literally at this point now, Sleepers feel like they could do no wrong, and anything that you're trying to pull out now for M80 is just not working out. So you have so many rounds where you're 5-man bursting over on extremities and getting some good value, and then suddenly it's supposed to be a winnable position for M80, and then you're losing so many advantageous positions on your defensive side. You can't lose 2v4s. You can't lose so many 1v1s as well. You have such a seasoned roster, and now it's really trying to dig deep here to try to scramble some rounds. I think it comes down to needing some hero plays for some players now for M80 to bring this back. They probably need Bonnie and Paint to start reactivating on this map.
100%. It's got to be stepping up. It's got to be matching bullet for bullet here. Bad start. Sheriff, but unfortunate. M80 kicking up the gas, seeing what they can come away with, and in fact, that leaves Bonnie a little unattended, but the saturates go both ways, and Derek is able to once again find something out of it. Paint walking it down to try to make that space up on top of the paranoia. GMD grabbing 2 out of it, self-manifested. Still gonna take back Heaven though, and Spike has been taken away this whole time. Is it once again Duck? Decoy burned away quickly from him. TP in, Duck catches it. Position given away, but GMD does not know where Sorex is now. TP faked in for intel, only catches the drop down, trying to catch Sorex after the spray, but there's just too much in the IGL's way. 7-3 now.
They knew that information the whole time on a 2v2. Once again, thanks to who? Duck. Duck plays under Heaven. He sees a barrel of a weapon sticking out here from the IGL of M80 being GMD. He hears even the TP go above his head right into the default spot. So now with the changes around Yoru, you know it's a confirmed TP right at that spot, but there's no flashes. I don't know if Paint still had one available when they were trying to move down on that TP, but it becomes a free kill on Duck, and he could call where the last player is at because he saw GMD the whole time. So GMD tries to walk out the smoke, gets full punished, and that's another big round for Sleepers continue to move forward.
Just 6 rounds out from kicking M80 out of Stage 1 playoffs, sending them to the top 4. Bonnie creeping up, judge for judge. Tons of refrags. Seekers out to extend onto anybody who's close, and nobody is close except for Paint, who is tracked and now caught by Sorex on the trap. A-Site is open for business, and now the pit on top. Yeah, sink the knife even deeper.
That's crazy too that the Prowler went behind Salada, so Derek almost got caught off guard there. Stays alive.
One more judge pick. Hey, how about 2?
Dude.
Again, always in front of it, always ahead of it, and you've still got the not dead yet for next round. 2 effective 6v5 against an economy that is not really good, man.
Yeah. I'm not going to discount it yet, though, right? We've seen some good results on split on the attack side, especially coming down to like double duelist comps. So I'm hoping here that whatever's been happening for M80 in these post-plant scenarios, in these moments where you're at the mid-round, that, you know what, they still have good confidence that they have good reads of where their opponents are coming from in the first place. They just got to win these duel fights, and they just got to readapt to the way that Sleepers play and try to match that pound for pound.
First rush down, sticking around for a moment here, and
there it is.
Alvin and Derek able to come up with their own. And there's the interception you were hoping for, and Tanza walking into the 2 stacks, a lot of just for the trade. And so it's a 2v3 for the post plant. M80, the ones ahead of the curve here. And the C's almost catching 1 decoy into the flash. Leo found out Bonnie with the double up, but Leo still not looked at in time. 2v2, and Leo picks up 2 of his own! The closest M80 got, and yet it still comes down to just, like, nothing looks like it can make a dent. Sleepers 9-3, 7-8 in a row. Now going into the half, their weaker half admittedly, but still, statement piece again.
That's what I was saying, man. The first wave on how they want to stall things is perfect for M80. I think it was a paranoia, right? That was thrown from GMD from spawn. It blinds up 2 players. They're on the lower buy. They've done good damage. And then they're able to pick up weapons here. And then, unfortunately, when it comes back down to the 3 versus 3, that dash across from the Waylay doesn't really check the corner on the left. So Paint thinks that the left side's clear. And then suddenly everybody's getting shot in the back in 3 different scenarios on a 3 versus 3. It's just unfortunate how it unravels so far for M80, but they're hoping to turn things around. Their turn to go for a 5-man hit, this time towards the B site.
Yeah. All gas, no brakes. Unless the relay bolt comes your way, then you do have to pump the brakes for just a second. Now Bonnie can make his way in, get the intel that Tanza is ready and waiting, and already dashing to try to weave his way through this fight. But SaD here early with the frenzy, able to catch one. Tanza going to try and escape with that one on the way out, but the stack is here in M80. Fully fledged and firing. Duck stands alone in the 1v3 and can't land the first dink to get things started. So M80 can now start their own speed run of the attack round. That looked pretty strong.
Yeah, you could do nothing but feel bad for the observers in this matchup because you're just going to have to click through every single timing that these players are going to try to find here on the defense. And it worked out. M80, they really slowed things down just like they did on the pistol round on defense. After you do the initial, oh my God, we found somebody towards that back of the site with our util, they didn't try to run him down. They just held that spot because Sleepers felt like they had to save their teammates and help their teammates. So they all kind of swung out to try to trade off each other. Everybody else just held their angles, held their lines, and got these kills.
Oh, ballsy attempt from Leo and SaD, but the snake bite, yeah, going to be able to quickly find that. M80 have heard this story before, and will now tell their own tale on the follow-up here. Taking over Heaven. Now, how do you suss out the next stack? If you do it all, you could just fight your way through it, but you could lose some crucial guns on the way. So
yeah,
you prefer to do some flushing. Alvin, yeah, just see if anybody extends, and your intel should come back pretty soon. How long until Derek's haunt's gone, or comes back? I might.
Probably another 40 seconds. I don't know if you used it at the beginning of the round, but it's on a heavy cooldown.
Yeah. Paranoia will catch Duck, paint the TP. This is well thought out, just to control your own space, make a terrarium even in the rounds where you have such a huge advantage.
Yeah. There you go. You see he has 6 seconds left, so probably about 25 seconds when we're asking the question, but at the same time, that's pretty much what you got to do, right? Wait for, you give so much respect for your opponents. You know that they're going to try to find these timings, so you just wait it out to see if anybody's going to really peek out. They kind of did. And just made sure you use your weapons to your advantage and work that buddy system. And when you get to these moments where the action stays very, very calm, maybe that really gives a chance here for GMD to just really rethink that second wave and digest what just happened and go into the next round. And, you know, play your fundamentals perfectly here. Flawless round is perfect for M80. And they're
much easier.
Rifle round's decent though.
Yeah, it should be good. But yeah, you're absolutely right. It's much easier for GMD to get everyone's bearings straight when they're on the attacking side, able to control the pace a lot more often during a round. And so seeing everybody kind of take their base once they've gotten past the first wave feels a lot more sequential, a lot more similar to what we were hoping they could kind of twist to their own, you know, advantage on the defense to make it a little more step-by-step.
Trying to see here, you have decent weapons to go for that 100 Thieves take, like the double dash Omen TP on the boxes to try to take mid control. But looks like it's going to be a little bit safer. Going through the Prowlers.
Toxin screen down.
Off behind the Paranoia.
Crunch on Tanza. Oh, the Prowler doesn't catch him, and he's not fooled by the decoy. Catches paint to start things out, and SaD on the early peek out on top will grab an easy two. Now there's no flash into SaD. Almost grabs the full collat, but Sorex deals that last shred of damage. 3 rifles for the bonus. Sleepers reach the double digits pretty comfortably here, but still, it's been a lot of like pack fight, ready to pack fight. So if M80 can suss out the right stack, completely trump it, and then take their time again, and it looks a lot better. It's just the first step that they always trip up on. Whew. Nasty.
That's the way that they try to split towards that B site was not using anybody towards B main to try to clear new box area, right? Because you've already used Prowler to take over middle. You used Omen Flash to take over Heaven control, but then there's nothing really to retake B main when you're Omen and a Viper. It's not for like a poison over for a cross or something like that too. You're kind of just left in the open when you're running through the smoke. And SaD was left unguarded, and he gets full value out of that. Almost a quad kill in that round.
Sorex. Dicey battle. Eventually a run out of ammo at that rate. Paranoia in on top of the decoy, so Duck will fall away, and B-site can get handed over to M80 pretty easily here. Tanza has made noise on the judge. What? Turns onto it. SaD waltzes in. Easy frag. Bonnie from the distance will only get out the not dead yet. And the last 2 members of M80 are as clear as day. Nothing doing. And it's 11-5.
That's what Soros just walking down mid, spotting one out in the open. I think we missed the timing of when that smoke's going to disappear on middle. One player got caught off guard. At least they traded that out, but with a lot of util needed. But then where's the rest of the follow-up? Right now, they do this perfectly towards the male, but then moving in towards this B site, I think we're once again still missing a little bit of util from that front of that B site to really get good value off their pincer take on B. Now, if they want to think about it, after this timeout, they definitely have the util that could be useful right now for this take. But I'm just trying to rethink here with their game plan with this composition. The way you can take mid control, if you're gonna prowler through smokes or whatnot, why not just have your waylay, double dash in, see what you get, and recall out, so that at least you're able to see who's really there. If there's nobody there, you could stay in the line. If somebody's there, Paint could help out. But then what does that liberate? It allows now Derek to hold down towards that B main, use a little bit of that fade util for that front B main site, so they actually maybe have a little bit more to try to find better information into where sleepers could be positioned here towards this B site once they go for this this mid to B. But I don't know. I'm just observing the game.
No, I mean that was what Bonnie and Derek were doing like every round on attack on Abyss, and it was working so well. It got them so many like moments of preliminary information that you force out one, and it was I mean, so easily doable for them. They're just not doing it as much as I'd like to see them. And a lot of that, of course, you know, does have to do with the tempo that we are playing at. Sleepers just really jerky around. Duck. See? And then you do stuff like that, and you're like, how do you get away with that, man?
Yeah.
Didn't have to let anything loose either. No dog necessary. He was about to pull it out, but now instead you've just gained free intel that there's 2 on A main, so you can keep the strong stack here. And now the dog can get released
and even
to intercept Alvin.
Tons have been peeked out, got the kill with the outlaw, so they know this hit's coming towards A.
And now everybody's up ramps too, and you can completely avoid the Nightfall, but you can't avoid Bonnie right in front of the corner. And now they've choked fully up on Heaven with the snakebite into the screens as well. Sorex, TTK is a little off, so it does allow M80 to get in scot-free. A site is theirs, 3v2. Salada really wants to interrupt this, but there's too many hiding places at the moment. And all the while, Bonnie finds his insert on the ramp. Timing. That's what it'll always come down to here against Sleepers. First dash in, Tanza to distract Salada with the follow-up. Now a 2v2. Crisp as you could hope. Fast lane in for Tanza on this Crumb of Health. And again, Tanza acts as the facilitator. The C's for Derek is not good enough, and Salada! Look at how much he's typing. Look at the trash he's talking in that chat. Look at what does he say? Whatever he said, it's okay, because it's God, this kid is insane, man. Absolutely ridiculous.
And again, it's those small things. Look at how they're playing that, right? A 2 versus what, 3, 4, and then they go fast lane from Tanza, and then they fake that they're running it through, and they force Paint to swing into that lane, knowing that Tanza is low in HP. So somebody from M80 is going to call out, "Hey, swing him! He's low HP. You can at least get one." And then they actually double face it on a high-low in that lane for that pick.
Dips, bro. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Bang, bro. Oh my god, bro. Fuck it, bro.
And they're so chill about it too. They're like, yeah, another day for my hero.
Yep. Yeah, he's good. He's really good. Like a nice for sure.
Rushing down. The double duelist is running through T-spawn. B is completely open. And Alvin is watching behind and is able to just barely take down Tanza before the overdrive finishes him off. But are they expecting Leo?
If you heard the stat, I think so.
He's checking again. Yeah, he must have heard it, but can't finish the blow in time. Leo's turn to try to run it down here. I mean, Sleepers are just experimenting with a funny way to end the game at this point. Convergent pass for the rush down for M80's sake. That'll gain a lot more territory, actually. Sorex will be pretty intimidated out, but Duck has managed to make into the dirt, turns on to Bonnie after getting backstabbed. How do these guys keep winning these fights, man? Now Sorex with the double up. You have a 2v2 here. Not much time, though. You gotta make this work. It's gotta be now, and Derek has no real reason to step out into this unless GMD is contested, and now he is, but Sorex turns to it again, and that is enough time! Right? Oh, no! Oh, that would have been the best way to end it, though. Oh, man. All right, they gotta do it again. It's cool.
Yeah, and M80 winning that round is probably going to be fairly costly. It was one of those rounds where they having to, they kept investing into like half shields, regen shields because they were always so low. So any outlaw is always good. And as I just talked to, I was just mentioning that we actually have 2 outlaws going into this round for the side of sleepers. So this could be good. This could be bad. Because if you're actually going to be running it down and there's double duelist set up for the attack side, those outlaws are not going to do anything. Okay, they only keep 1 instead for Tanza.
Yeah. And they'll stick him back over towards where the strong side is immediately. Yeah, they need him to be the first point through those narrow lanes.
I'm out of stuff.
There's one. Yep. You brought out you brought out one of the guys with 25. And Leo can peek now. And another Seekers. So the Alpha's been sussed, and they know he's alone.
Yeah, it's over.
And now
Grabs
they have
the I mean,
they have the TP ult. All
but
right.
it's 5v2.
Yeah, no, this is most definitely cooked, right? Sorex is already here. Sleepers have everybody on the way back before the spike can even get held.
If you told me it was Sorex and Duck, doable.
Oh.
But Pate and GMD, tough.
The faith is gone, as are the chances. Sleepers maintain horrendous gaps over M80 and keep this streak going. Sign these kids, damn it. Holy! They're in the top 4 securely. They face off against SaD Esports.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to see these guys move up for sure, but when it comes down to like eligibility, I don't know if they're all like 18, hopefully, because that would be an awesome roster to actually see compete in the VCTs where you don't run into any, like, for example, NV shenanigans. But I think we're talking too soon at this point. They're looking really good with this win against M80, but the fight's not over yet here for Sleepers. They're still in the lower brackets. They still have to try to win it through here, and they still have to try to bring this back if they can. But they've done an excellent job to dismantle M80 in the first place. But I gotta say, with how things started though for M80, you have to think across the board of what happened to this team. They have a brand new coach here from Nismo who, you know, for the first time going to Challengers, steps away from a player's role to try to coach a team. And then you have a bunch of players that have so much to prove and that want to prove so much, band in kind of together and try to make things work. So there's always going to be a big work in progress going into the stage 1. So to make it at least to the playoffs, to make it at least this far, I know it's not going to be to their expectations of a lot of these players, but at least if you understand the rebuild now of this team, there's still a chance now going to stage 1.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, Valorant fans want the result, not, you know, not the process of the product. And M80, they are still a ways out from finding that ceiling. Absolutely. I mean, we saw the amount of mistakes that they were capable of making today when put on that back burner by a team as young and hungry as Sleepers is. And at the end of the day, they did only get an extra 5 points out of winning today's series. Every point does matter, but still, the job is not finished for Sleepers in this bracket, nor for M80 in the year of Challengers North America. Let's take a little chat about the day after this break. We'll talk to Sleepers. We'll talk about what has happened and what's going to happen tomorrow, because we got way more to go from here. See y'all later.
Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe.
Lorcan's in trouble. Goal Stunna is just snary. Is able to get you two, and Reds can use that to good effect. You also have a little bit.
But they're still getting pulled through with something but 3 players surging.
And Bonnie again just keep getting the site. A row. What for Vic?
Out and grab one on the way down. Giza's got a whole lot of resources.
Derek. Pulls at a main. The truck back. Stunna good for at least. Oh, it's close.
Wow, and this is such a having 3 players left alive, but we still can have time with a lot of firepower.
Stop sleeping on sleepers has to be the lesson taken away from this series. Heading into the second map, they had so much momentum from the first and able to carry that on through 2-0 victory to eliminate M80 from the playoffs. I mean, Dan, looking at this team, like, there's been a lot of talk about this team for a reason, and it just kind of seemed like they could do no wrong. Like, they had no business winning some of these fights, some of these kills, but like, these kids are cracked. Sleepers move on.
Incredible. And they just play such a different Valorant. That's what makes it so fun, because the way that they're winning these rounds is not the way that we would highlight other teams, other players as well. They look incredible, both mechanically and in the way that they want to approach this meta, this own game. And we really got the chance to see it on Split. What was it, 8 rounds in a row that they were able to get on the attack side? And that is something that we were warning everybody about, and how strong that defense had to be for M80, going with that double duelist, going as well with a Viper, and how it was going to be positioned. But no matter what, it just felt like there were always 2-3 players on the side of sleepers, with the way that they were approaching these extremities and taking down every single one of those players. I don't know how, but it just seems like the communication is instant for what is going on around the map.
Yeah, no, and there were just so many rounds where I feel like they shouldn't have won, but they did. And I think we kind of saw M80 scramble a little bit. You know, starting off with round 6, they lost a 1v2 to Duck, and then the round right after that, they lost a 2v4. And there was just a lot of minor mistakes, but also great plays coming in from EEPY to make them kind of play into that. And they just kind of fell apart chemistry-wise. I felt like there was a lack of comms, maybe a lack of being on the same page. And the more rounds that they lost, the more I don't know what the word would be. I guess steamrolled they got. They just kind of slowly fell apart, and it was really hard to get back into the game for them.
And it kind of seems like whenever there could be a breath of air into M80, when there could be signs of life, again, just to step up these little things from EEPY to be able to get it done, whether it's a 2K with the judge, whether it's Duck again getting a 2K that on 8 HP that he shouldn't. And it was just kind of any flame was just extinguished from there. And for M80, I mean, we had talked about the changes, Dan, that this team had going into the split. You know, we got role swaps, we got a new coach, etc. And it was really nice to see some of the ideas come together, but up against the sleeper squad that just eat, breathe, sleep, Valorant queuing up, like, it just wasn't enough in the end.
Definitely. And for M80, you just need to give this team and these individual players a little bit more time. Again, for Nismo, as the casters were talking about, the first time that we see him on that coaching booth and changing up the way that he's been seeing the game for quite some time. And again, it's M80, and it's an individual players that we've highlighted throughout the years at this point. But when a new team comes in and they're just running it down, they're extra confident, they look good, and everything is clicking together, is so hard to take them down.
It really is. And that's a lesson that Sleepers has been dishing out to teams left, right, and center. I mean, Emily, you see that string of rounds that they were able to get together. You get to see just how much of that steamroll factor that they had, and the player performances across the board too. Like, it's not just one person that steps up, but anyone from Sleepers can sit you down at any moment in time.
I think it's very impressive that such an unexperienced roster filled with just people, young players who just simply grinded ranked throughout their time playing Valorant. I just think it's really impressive that they're able to go up against these really structured teams, these teams that have game plans, and utterly destroy that. They're not able to, or sorry, they are able to kind of go against whatever and make it work. And on the side of maybe, I just want to say, I definitely did see a lot of growth coming in from them. I think with more time and more reps, they can have it kind of packed down and come back into stage 2 looking a lot stronger. But props to them for being able to grow and fix as much as they did.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see where they can go going on forward, especially too, since this was still a very formidable run, because all of these runs except for one have to come to an end at some point. But this is the story of Sleeper's victory, and they get to move on. And I am so excited to hear a little bit more insight, because there's a lot that we got to talk about here, right? And we have who on the line? None other than Coach Who. Congratulations on the win. Sleepers does it again. You're on this lower bracket run. You just 2-0'd M80 in spectacular fashion. Like, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. Thank you.
I mean, your camera, like, because we get the little coach cams, right, during the match.
Yep.
Like, I think you're more than good, because we got to talk about the reactions, because I feel like every second round, you're popping off. We get to see you're talking a little smack there, like talking me through the motions through the game and everything else, and just being able to watch this team.
Well, at the end of the day, I'm having fun, right? Like, I'm having fun in the tournaments. It's fun. It's low-key fun. It's actually so fun. So, yeah, I just get hyped, and then, like, I get excited. I got Diego here with me. That's the name of my IGL, too. This is Diego. Oh, wait, the camera's there. This is Diego. My little sister got me him for Christmas, and he watches with me, and I'm really hyped.
I love to hear about the fun, and I want to know too then how much of it extends to the players, because we get to see their player cams too. It looks like everyone's having fun, but I want to know how much of this team is more kind of structure that's also just gifted mechanically. Okay, I'm guessing by the laugh, no structure. Talk to me about that.
No, there is no structure. We like the day before our NRG Academy match, we canceled practice to play Among Us. It was team bonding. It was team bonding though. It was team bonding, so there was actually tactical. There is no structure. I think they just show up and play, and yeah, I just kind of hope for the best. So I'm glad they shoot their heads. Our timeouts are very simple too. Like I'm like, hey, just shoot them in the head more, okay? Like stop messing around, and that's about it.
And they do. They really do.
Yeah.
I mean, all right. Everyone else is putting in all of this, like the scrims, they're looking through stuff. You're telling me there's no structure. So then what is that magic that's allowed Sleepers to be this team that is upsetting these teams to make this run and everything else? Because it's not a fluke.
I don't know. I actually don't know. The phrase I always like to use is talent beats hard work. So yeah, I think that sums it up pretty easily. I don't know. These guys are just like 5 ranked players who showed up one day, and then I was there too, and I just kind of hang out with them, and then we just win, I guess. But like, I don't know. We also lose sometimes. I don't know.
I feel like this interview is just giving me more and more questions than anything else. That is just wild. Last but not least, I mean, do we get these young kids that can just shoot? We got no structure. We got a Sleepers that's just unstoppable, and there is still people out there that doubt the team. I was wondering if you had any words to those to watch Sleepers throughout the stage through the playoffs and still are doubting.
I mean, that's okay. I don't really pay attention to like what people say on like social media. I mean, I just love like, I don't know. I just love having fun, and like I think we just show up to like play and have fun. Like I don't think we really care. I think winning's just kind of like a side effect of like just having a lot of fun. So like yeah. So I mean I don't know. Like good luck to them. I don't get any DMs from people, so I don't hear about them. Please don't DM me, by the way, to all the people watching.
That is not an open invitation. I mean,
Don't DM me. Don't DM me. I won't reply.
No DMs, no riot gun buddies from him. But I mean, this has
Well,
been
I have a riot gun buddy, but yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I got one a while ago.
Oh, you're good. You're good. I mean, this has been a breath of fresh air. This has been such a different mentality than everyone else, but it's been really, really cool to see. So, best of luck, having fun going on forward, and hopefully you get a little bit more side effect of that winning. And thanks for the chat.
Yeah, of course. I look forward to it as well. I'll see you guys later.
See ya. Thank you so much. Back over to the desk. Like I said, I have more questions now than I ever would. Dad, what?
This is great. Honestly, I feel like he said something that I always thought about. Talent beats hard work. That's how I feel when I play Valorant. It's like, it doesn't matter how much work I put, I just can't do it. And finally, somebody is being honest. And I mean, I can put 100 more hours in the next few days. It's not going to be enough. These guys are they just pull up, they play Among Us, not even Valorant, and they win. Honestly, this is my favorite team. This is my favorite team. The Reina had already convinced me a little bit, and this is 100%.
This team, there has been a reason that this has been my favorite team to watch, and hearing that, yeah, no structure, we're just go there too. It has just been phenomenal. And hey, that has gotten them so far. Taking a look at our playoff bracket, this team that cancels their scrims to go play Among Us is top 4 here in our Stage 1 Challenger playoffs. Emily, that is just crazy, especially looking at the other teams here, the teams they've taken down. Oh my gosh.
I am so excited to see this lower semi-final, though. I cannot wait. I think having the 4-0 team going against the Dark Knights of Swiss is just going to be so hype, and I can't wait to see who comes out on top of it.
Dan, I got to know your thoughts, because there's a lot of different ways this bracket can end up. It could have ended up, and we have our final 4 teams now.
Sorry, I got no thoughts. This was never a question. Sleepers were just going to keep winning and winning. I don't know what you're talking about. I never had any doubts. This is the greatest team of all time. What?
Can we just remind everyone of Dan's predictions going into this? You know what? I'm glad that they have converted you. All right, we have a new
converted. I've always been here. What are you talking about?
Oh, we're not pulling up your friends, dude. We're not doing this right now. I mean, it's been a quick day, guys. We got 2-0s across the board. Thanks, Dandrad, for that one as well. You're a real one. So we got plenty of time to be cute. Oh my god, prod. No, just move it along.
For this reason, I quit. I'm joining Sleepers. Big announcement, guys.
They don't need a Reina. They already got one.
No. They needed another one. You don't get it.
You know what?
You don't get it.
Goofy way to be ending off the day for the silly day that we've had. But hey, it's an early day, so we can all queue some ranked, and you guys can as well. We still got 3 more days here of our Challenger Stage 1 playoffs with a bracket that has it's going to be crazy. It's going to be fun. You do not want to miss a single part of it. Thank you all so much for tuning in today. Good luck with your ranked games, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Later.
To try to catch Cloric while he was droning, but unfortunately the shots missed, and that just tumbled the rest of the defense on the side of SaD in her front side. That said, though, Welly is just gonna kill the. Oh my god! Let's just not see anybody. That's how this round's gonna go. That's how we're gonna finish this map. Oh, Q2-1!
Oh my gosh. Now the smoke just to try to generate some space here, but Payne already sprayed down to 25. Flash back out to get him a little farther forward. Now the null command to make sure that NRG Academy can't reapproach with the same vigor. It's a double step out. Cloric with the shorty on one end, lends the trade back down to just Stellar. Holds down the first. No idea where Ange could be though. And time ticking, but still plenty of it. Stellar on top of the smoke. No other position he could be in, just sprayed down. Now Stellar with the shorty, having to count on this hold. Ange holding it again, and Stellar's timing is perfect. SaD will be the first to hit match point despite everything.
At least some of the edges off the map.
Derek in the window. No one is prepared for that checkup. And GMD with the backup man, but Leo and Solana can clear house. Oh, Payne turns back though from spawn, and this tunnel is here with the Hunter Spirit to try to intercept. And it'll clear away that port as well. Solana! again.